We had to wait for it to chill.
I had
Well, it's monster this morning.
I got off the phone with the farmer that's a little upset about the dicamba spray over.
Dicamba.
Yeah, sprayed over and killed his beans. What can you do?
County-wise?
Yeah.
This conference will now be recorded.
9 a.m. Sorry. Pledge allegiance
To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Morning, Lloyd.
Good morning. Good to see you.
I got this viewing hole.
I know, we got this, yeah, it's kind
It's weird. Well, stops the masks, so that's all right. Still here. Still here. What are you doing with my sledgehammer?
I brought it to keep you under control. And there's another new commissioner on this other side we need to keep under control. And then there's one down on the end down there that likes to spend all the money and don't want us to have any cash. So I'm really gonna have to use this today to get this under control. But what I would like to say is that last year's budget was the first year that in 15 years that we took 7 mills from the road budget and put in the general budget. I didn't like that, and I still don't like it. If I voted for it, I meant to vote not for it at that time. Then we come into this budget this year hearing some news that I've never faced before is a depreciation down, assessed valuation, I guess, down. So that means we're not gonna get the money that we usually get or raise or anything like that. On top of that, we've put some new positions on this year. So with those 7 mills from the road and bridge that I'd like to put back in the roads, if we're gonna have any roads, we're gonna have to do something or else go to the public and ask for, you set a program up and see if they'll vote for us to put money in for our roads. There's just a whole lot of things here that is changing, and we don't know what next year would be after we come back after this year from whatever happens. So I just think that's one reason why I brought this today is, but Scott's, or was it you, Kent? I think you said something about an axe. I should have brought an axe to cut the budget. Yeah. So anyway, just be sincere today and listen to what they got, but we can't give everything. And if everybody wants a 4%, 3%, 4% raise, where does that come from? I know we should, I'm not saying we shouldn't, but where's it come from when we're facing these kind of facts that I don't think there's no extra money to give. So we've got a tough job to do, and let's get with it.
Thank you,
You
Randy.
know, you should have told me. I had 3 chainsaws sitting on the floor over there, and I used them when I had to stay at home.
Yeah.
I trimmed a half-mile hedge took me 47 days with a chainsaw.
You know how to use one then.
Yeah, so I could have brought that along.
Got a little faster towards the end, too.
After your oration, I'm surprised Scott doesn't just stand up and say, we'll see you next year.
Good luck, guys.
I know he's a fighter, so we'll see.
It's always a good challenge.
Well, I did put last year's valuation sheet in front of you, or you've got that in paper, and I've got this year's on the screen. Okay, so if we look in section 1 at the top, you can see that where we went down was in the oil and gas, and that is due to a change at the state level of how we can value those. And so that's where our value decreases between the 2 years.
Because just the production didn't do this. This is a change in this evaluation.
Well, this is
of
the way, the change in how we can bill for those.
Okay.
That was done at the state level.
Okay. So the states with oil and gas really, or the other counties with a lot of oil and gas is really got a
Right.
problem.
Right. So you can see our, do you have the current year?
Yeah, I do. What I was looking at is the sheet you gave me. Then I had the current years, which is a little bit different than the sheet you gave me. It's 140,335, 481. That would have been the final. That would have been done in the fall. Is that right? That's what I was looking for.
Okay. The final value that we had in in November of 19 was, yeah, 140,335,481.
Okay.
And you can see that on the screen right here.
Right there, yeah, that's what I
Yeah.
picked it up, yeah.
Yes, so that was our ending value in November, when we actually did the budget, but when we were first working on it, it was just
That's a
little
good
bit
thing to
different.
remember as commission, is like whatever we're working with now, that 139,998, 184 right there, that could change by the time that it's actually set in October.
Right.
And that's what I was asking, it was off maybe 100 and some thousand. Sometimes it doesn't change much. Now, if there's a correction, it could change quite a bit. So once you lock the dollars in with your budget in August, those dollars will stay the same. But depending on what the assessed value does when they finalize in October, that mill levy could go up and down. That's the change.
Right, so the value that you have right now, which is the 139,989, 184, anytime we have supplements that are done, that you guys review in your meetings, those are value changes that affect this. And so between now and November, those numbers can change, and it's sometimes people will have sold something and they take that off a personal property, or they file a report that changes the value, so.
But that's a good point, looking at oil and gas. Our oil and gas business in Marion County is probably pretty much shut down.
Yeah.
So,
Affording the taxes is pretty hard to do.
so,
right now
I
for
mean,
them.
that's some of those figures may change.
For next year. And by
Or even
the
up.
end of this year.
Yeah.
Okay, do you want me to, I was just gonna show you this one thing, because I think 9:15 is when they're coming in, if you want, just, this front sheet, I've done this for forever, and I'm just gonna, for the newer one on the commission, I just gonna show you what I've got here. So like what she's telling you, if you look at column, it'd be I, so it'd be right, that column right where it says Marion County Budget 2021 at the very top of the page, where 2021 is, if you just go down that column, the 140,335, 481 is the assessed value from last year when it was finalized in October. So at the bottom of that column I, if you go over two columns, well, two printed columns to M, you see the 139,998, 184. And that's that right off of the sheet right up here, okay, the 139. Then if you go over to column P, you have a negative 337,297. Okay, so what that is, like last year, let's kind of hold your finger there so you can kind of see how this relates. If you look at column E, there's a total of 136,510. It's the very first column of print. So last year, we were dealing with about a $3.5 million assessed value increase, okay, last year. Then it went to the 140, now it's dropped to 139. So for every, the way I look at this, you can kind of, it's pretty rough, but for every dollar, for every mill that you spend, instead of adding like last year, it would have been about $3,500 that you would have got for each mill because the assessed value went up, okay? This year, it's opposite of that. So like for every mill, so those 74 mills that you had last year, $337 is dropped, okay, per mill. So if you look here, I've got it bolded out here, or bold and highlighted at the very far right hand, you see the 24,780. Okay, what that number is, that is the number you would have to make up to get back to the same dollars with the same mill levy. Because that 337 is a negative instead of a positive. So we're starting off in the, like we were talking earlier, we're starting off in the hole instead of having that, last year we were discussing for a long time there between Diane and all of us, do we even want to put that whole, because we could put the whole tax lid in last year, okay? And still keep the mill levy pretty close to where it was at, if you remember that.
Yes.
So we ended up, I think, doing
Cut it.
half,
Yes.
cut it in half, okay? This year, if you go down below that 24,780, what you have to make up the difference here is you have the 0.177 mills that is already starting in the hole. Okay, that's the 337,000 negative, that 0.177 mills. The next one down is, that line is the tax lid increase that you get because of CPI, Consumer Price Index, and all that. So the 232,776 or 1.663 mils, that would be the amount, if you had assessed value increases, that would have been, last year, we just picked that up. And we didn't have to worry about the tax lid because the tax lid gives that to us. And see, that's what's gonna start happening with most of these cities and counties going forward probably in this next couple years, is those assessed values are gonna start probably dropping a little bit unless something changes. So we're gonna be putting ourselves in a situation where to get the same, to keep up with consumer price index, like you were talking earlier, like if someone wants a 3% raise or a 2 point, okay, to keep up that consumer price index, we would have to actually put that 232,000 in the budget, you know, because it's kind of giving your whole budget of that 2.1%. But this year, to do that, you would have to raise the mill levy over and above last year by the 1.663 on the tax lid and the 0.177 because your assessed value dropped. You see what I'm saying? It's a totally different. We haven't had this discussion here for probably 20 years.
I've never had it.
Yeah, yeah. And so, so instead of being able to, what they've always kind of done, and I mean, Diane, you know, questioned it last year, well, instead of picking up the full, like in this case, if we'd had enough assessed value, we could have picked up the whole 232, you would have the same mill levy. Now, if you remember, the people that had that assessed value increase, so like if their house went up, let's just say it went up $20,000, or no, that's too big, but just say it went up, they would find it, they would have a tax increase, and that's what, and last year it was land, like it was ranch and farmland went up quite a bit, and so that's why there was such an increase in assessed value. Well, that's kind of went the other way. You know, agriculture right now is the other way, and so what we have here is to keep the same dollars, just to get the same mill levy. We can't increase it, you know, unless you want to increase the mill levy. You see what I'm saying?
Right.
Okay, I want to make sure we are up front on that.
Keep going though. What is
Okay.
our tax lid, and what is the amount, we can increase the mill levy 2 mils or one, what?
No, that's what I'm saying. So like that 232,776, it's right there. That would be the increase on the tax lid. I've got it all back there behind. I didn't want to take all that with that.
Okay,
That 232
is the number that
is, okay, so like, let me see here. I don't remember. I don't think it shows it on here. Oh, 1.8. So what they let you do is 1.8% for CPI this year, okay? So between that, new improvements in the county, and a few minor adjustments between the assessed values, that number comes up to 232,776.
Okay,
Now, if you remember last year, we took some of that money and put it in risk management. Okay, that amount that we increased because of the assessed value being up so much. In some counties, we haven't got a exact directive yet, but I believe that could be used for COVID-19. If you had expenses, because it says for federal expenses that may not be reimbursed, you know, for expenses that may not be reimbursed. So every county last year I had them set up that because the assessed values were up, and I had them put it into that money. So that's something they have. This year, we won't have any of that. There will be no increase unless you, to get to that tax lid, that 232, at 232, none of that can be added because you would have to increase the mill levy, and I don't know that there's anybody wanting to, and maybe you are, I don't know, but that's where we're at today, okay?
And so, well, above the 1.84, you would have to go out for an election, right?
Yes, the tax lid for this year is still the same as it was last year. And I don't know if that bill passed yet. I don't think it did. There's a bill in place. Oh, it's unbelievable what you have to go through with that new bill if it passes, but I'm not sure it's gonna pass.
It did not pass.
So.
Well, I believe it passed, but it was vetoed.
Vetoed, yeah. So right now, the tax lid is still the tax lid the way it was in the past. And you get the 232,000 by tax lid. For your point, if you want to go above the 232 and any other adjustments you make to the tax lid, then you would have to go out for an election. Yeah.
And that has to be designated when you go out for that, correct?
Right, and I think that has to actually, you have to designate that by July 1st.
July 1, yep.
July 1, you have to say whether you're gonna whether you're gonna
You have
go
to
out
know.
for an election. Yeah. Anyway, that's just, well, I mean, as we talk, there'll be more
Yeah.
of that conversation, but that's kind of, this front sheet just kind of gives you a real quick overview of where we're at with the assessed value, the tax, and the tax lid, the taxes and the tax lid. And if you got any, I mean, there's no dumb questions. I told these two on the way up. I always bring young people along like this because they learn a lot this way. And I said, there's no dumb questions, so that's the same for you. You know, and I'm gonna have some questions. I just tell them after reading the paper last night for the last 3 months, there's gonna be some, maybe student questions comes up, whether it's on the wind farms or some of that. I said, I don't know the answers to some of those questions and how it's gonna impact the budget. I couldn't find in any of the articles, I didn't read all the minutes. That was a question I did have last night. At what point is the in lieu of, has any of the in lieu of been paid, or is there more gonna be paid? I mean, I thought there was some on the north part up there.
Yes, the north one has.
We've received one payment
Okay.
in lieu of, and that was just under 300,000.
300,000.
That was received in 2019.
Yeah, I remember
We
that.
don't, we're still negotiating on
Negotiate. That's what I
whether
thought,
we'll
it was like
receive
for
more.
read.
Yeah.
And as far as, I think Brad needs to look, the county counselor needs to look through and make sure that we know how that has to be distributed.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, Marshall County got that 2 years ago. I just started doing their stuff, but it was 300,000 or 400,000, and they put it in the road and bridge to help with roads. Is what they. But I guess it sounds like you can kind of do whatever you want.
Possibly,
Yeah,
yeah.
that's what it
You
sounds
have
like.
to-
Okay.
Bryce is out there. He's
Yeah.
Got okay with my cue, is that what you're saying?
Sure. Okay.
Morning.
Mark.
Well, unfortunately, listening to the conversations doesn't sound good, and almost everything that I'm looking at, basically I'm asking for more money. So, I put together these numbers based on our best information that we have at this time.
Diane?
Yes. So, I guess the numbers that I'd really have to start with would be the road and bridge personnel services. Really nothing changed. I mean, I can go down to 120,000 contractual. I don't see any problem with that.
Where are you, Bryce?
Yeah, on the
Page
third-
99.
Third page is.
Yeah, well, it's not 99, it'd be the third page of,
Gotcha.
and mine were front to back, so. So like I said, no big changes. The only thing would be on capital outlay would be looking into getting a new computer to run the CAD stuff for design. Probably talking $2,000, $2,500 for a computer, $1,000 a year for the AutoCAD program. I think I'd be able to print okay on the printer we have. I don't know about the detail, or we've had that since 2016, 2017, so that might be something. I've actually talked to planning about possibly whether I'd be able to print down there also. So something to look at, but that would be the main expense, you know, for both 2020 and 2021 would be going into that. So, but for the most part, not much change there. Going into blacktop roads, personnel's okay. Contractual services I've got down below. We have the Nighthawk design as well, so maybe some asphalt testing that we may do. So that's why I had 45,000 in there. Again, based on where we are now.
Nighthawk design, is that for the intersection or is this the whole road?
I'm sorry. No, that I wrote that down. That's for the 290th and
290th and,
limestone culvert up there. I'm sorry, I wrote that down wrong. So,
Oh.
yeah, that's the design we'd have to do to get that replaced that we talked about. We actually selected a consultant.
That's up here where you've written it right below the,
Yes.
in the middle there, yeah.
Yeah,
So it's 290th.
290th and
right.
limestone?
Yes. That's the culvert we've been talking about.
And that
then,
design cost is on 2021 now? Or is that on 2020?
Well, don't know. I mean, that's gonna be whether it gets done by the end of the year or put into next year. So, I don't think we had it in this year's budget for that, so either way we go. I'd like to get it done sooner than later, but we'll have to see how that goes. Then the following year, we probably have the high-risk rural roads job out here on 190th and Nighthawk. But we'll see how things go with that too. So, probably the biggest thing is our Tampa Road payment was, the last payment's done this year, so we won't have that anymore. The next job is the blacktop roads. I have a list down below of what I'd like to do. Obviously, that's a big ticket item. $7 million for that kind of work. They, with the FDR, if we do that this year, we put the double chip seal on it. I'd be really interesting to see how well that's going to last. That's going to depend on moisture and temperatures and things like that. Honestly, the best thing to do would be to go back and put another small overlay on top of it, but that costs a lot of money too. So, like I said, I know it's a very tough decision as to where that money comes from. It's, you know, considerable amount of money. You know, the 190th between here and Hillsborough and out to the highway, it needs some attention. You know, the chip seals aren't going to cover that, and we've got some failing areas at places, so I'd sure like to do something with that, but like I said, that's more money. Quail Creek, the 290th to Ramona is a bad area. We're going to try to blade patch it, but based on what's happened the last couple of years, it's not really holding up real well either, so sure like to do something with that. Same thing with the 330th from Tampa East, as well as the Nighthawk to put the overlay on. And then the Peabody Street would be from that 1.5 mile on the west side of Peabody there, that's pretty bad shape. Poor thing never gets any sunlight with the trees on both sides of it, which doesn't help the pavement situation by any means. So now that is obviously half owned by the city, so we could contact them about whether they'd have some money to help us do that.
But we'd have to let them know for their budget too.
Yeah. So, and I know just assuming that it's $200,000, that's a lot of money out of their budgets too. Or if it's something to where the county could pay for it and they could reimburse us, or something to that effect. So definitely something to look at. Obviously, like I said, half of it's their responsibility, but it definitely needs some work like all the others. So it'd be nice to get rid of a bunch of the trees and be able to get some sun to it, so it would be able to dry out a little bit. But so anyway, like I said, yeah, those totals up $6.8 million. That's an awful lot of money, but I don't know if and where that money will come from. So as far as the commodities down below, I had the chip sealing, the coal mix, and the oil. Based on what we've done in the past, that's kind of what we're looking at there. So that would be, I didn't bring up the plan, but that's the same 34.5 miles that was in my 5-year plan. So like I said, it's kind of the Nighthawk, the full depth reclamation we're talking about. The last I heard, we're supposed to hear by the end of the month whether we get our cost share. Whether we get the cost share or not, I guess that's up to the commission, whether they want to spend the $2.8 million to do it or not. So obviously it'd be nice to get the $1.8 million from KDOT, but that's, I did get a call yesterday, wanted to know if we had left out anything else, and I said absolutely not. She said, okay, well, the committee had asked just to make sure that none of those had been left. So they definitely have looked at it, considering it. Now, whether they go from there, I'm sure they're the same thing, probably several $100 million request for, I think they said you had $20 or $40 million. So we'll have to hopefully hear by the end of the month and then go from there. So.
Bryce, on that 1.8 million is from KDOT, you're saying?
Yes,
That's what you're talking about?
that's a cost
Okay.
share.
This is probably a good time to do a little education here. So like if you take these numbers at the bottom, and this way I kind of look at it, and it's kind of old school maybe, but it helps me get my, as each department head comes in, and this is a good one to start with. So if you take the 6.84 million up there and divide it by 1 mil, okay? So it's 139,998 divided into 6.8 million. So just that part alone is 48.857 mil increase, okay? If you would just go out and do cash outright, you back off your capital improvement plan, which has, you know, I don't know, 3-4 million in it, something like that, would pay for part of that. But that just helps me get my mind wrapped, because when each department head comes in here, you start talking mills, and sometimes it's hard to understand that. And then you go down to chip seal, and you divide that by 139,998, and that's 9.1 mils. So that would be on top of the 48 point. And then that 1.8 would be about, that they'd be reimbursed, it'd be about 12 mils that they would pay back to you if you got the 1.8. So roads have always, I mean, I've done this since '86 here. I mean, roads are always a challenge, and one question I have, are they talking 1.5 instead? It used to be like 2-inch overlay for most of the roads if they went to a, or is it a tougher material?
Yeah, what I did was, depending on the existing surface, a lot of our roads in the county are chip sealed or pine coats or coal max that wouldn't be conducive to anything else but an overlay.
Yeah.
Simply because you have to build up substructure.
Exactly.
The biggest thing that we face is we have no bases underneath them. There's a lot of high clay soils. There's a tremendous amount of oil down there, and right now especially, this asphalt, when it's 100 degrees outside, that asphalt is probably hot enough you can't put your hand on it. It's probably 140, 150 degrees, which is typically the lowest that you could ever roll them. So if they're warm out there, you could almost take a steel drum roller and go out there and try to smooth them up a little bit. They're almost getting to the point of being liquid.
Yeah.
But then you got that moisture underneath that's trying to come up. So again, there's not much we can do. Now, with the full depth reclamation, basically we go through and the process is they mill it up 8, 10, 12 inches deep, put cement with it, and actually make a homogeneous base, and then we chip seal on top of it. That's the absolute minimum they require just to seal it up.
Gotcha.
So it fixes your base problems and starts on your surface, but again, you really can't do anything else until you get the base fixed. Well, what we try to do on these lower volume roads is we just put 2 inches on them, trying to start building that process up and get back to that.
Yeah.
So that's the whole process. So there, if we do the full depth reclamation, at least get it sealed through the winter time, if we come back and put another 1.5 inches on top of it, we still have a good base down there,
Sure.
but then we're putting more protection on top.
Sure.
Obviously, Nighthawk is about the second or third busiest road we have in the county. So.
Yeah.
That's what I'm kind of looking at, but again, it's quite a bit of money.
Just one last question. So like in the group of the 6.8, how many miles roughly would that be probably?
In the Remington to US 56, I think it's like 13 miles,
Okay.
12 to 13 miles.
Is that the 13-mile route?
No, that's here from Marion to Hillsborough, skipping
Oh,
Hillsborough.
yeah.
Yep, and then on out to 56.
Yeah.
Quail Creek to Ramona, I believe it's 8 miles.
Okay.
Tampa East is 5 miles. The Nighthawk, all that through there is 16, I believe it was,
Okay.
doing that. And then the Peabody Street is 1.5 mile. I'm not for sure what it is through there. So.
Okay. And then the chip seal, how many? Oh, that's 34.
Yeah, 34.5 miles.
Okay,
Yes.
Gotcha.
Just one quick thing to mention on that chip seal, those materials are typically bought out of the general fund, out of road bridge sales tax. And we need to make sure that happens for this year also.
Yep. We got a letter coming in for all that stuff, so yeah, I mean, it's ultimately, like you said, roads are always one of the biggest things, and a high dollar item, so. You know, and the other thing as we look at is, the more work we could do, the better unit price we'll get, and the fact is that if we got enough tons, we could actually justify an asphalt contractor bringing in a plant. But we've got to be up there in the neighborhood. We're spending several $1 million, probably, you know, $5 to $6 million just to justify that. So you can save on unit cost by doing that, but you have to turn around and spend more money. So it's a catch-22. Unfortunately, well, let's put it this way, fortunately and unfortunately, we have asphalt close, and the fact is, but none of it is close enough to really warrant. I mean, a lot of these, towns, especially in the eastern part of Kansas, have asphalt plants, several of them in the same town. Well, the closest one we have is Newton, which is roughly runs about 35 miles. You go to Emporia, you're talking 60, 70 miles. You go to Salina, you're 60. Abilene has a plant, but we're just that far away, but yet we're still close enough that they can truck it.
Yeah.
Trucking becomes a huge expense, just like it does for us hauling rock.
Sure.
So, but that's based on, these budget numbers are based on conversations with several asphalt guys.
Yeah.
They're the ones we rely on for those numbers, so.
Good enough.
But, yeah, so.
What do you know on the KDOT, the 1.8 million, is that, when are they supposed to let you know that? on that?
End of June. They're looking at it now, and the last time they just told me was they were hoping to announce it by the end of June.
Okay.
The second, we just returned, that had to be turned in by May 18th,
Okay.
so they're working on that. So
Okay.
obviously, as soon as I hear, I'll let everybody know.
Sure.
So, great. Yeah. But anyway, that's the asphalt projects, and then we go on to gravel roads. The first thing I guess I talked about is we talked about the contractual obligation is we're obviously spending more than what we usually do, or I guess what we budgeted for contracted trucks. So I'd like to obviously add that back up there, and then the $300,000 would be for crushing concrete, the crushed concrete up there to try to get all that stuff done. So they should finish up their last portion removal next week. So we'd be sitting over about 20,000 tons right now. I would still like to get the other portion that KDOT has up there from 340th North, still working on that. And then we have a considerable pile down at the South Shop that we could crush with concrete, bricks, and everything else in there. So that would be, I figured an average of $7 a ton. So I guess I don't know for sure how much we would end up with, but obviously I'd like to say it would be less than the $300,000, but that's kind of what my number was. So.
Your A there on road bridge gravel contractual, you're adding that 200 on top of this 500, or you've already got it in there?
that'd be the 200,000 and 300,000 would be
Okay, that's 500, okay, that's,
Yep.
okay, all right.
So, gravel projects, we've talked about before, based on the $200,000, that's approximately 14 miles to rebuild. I'd like to ask a little bit more to be able to put towards that, but again, that's another increase. So, getting down to commodities, I gave you a breakdown below of what we have done in the past. Sand, rock, and the hard rock, all those are there. My plan is to try to use more sand, but obviously we talked about this last week about maybe getting that backhaul stuff. But the big thing that I guess the commission has to budget or tell me what to do is whether you want to haul regular rock or hard rock. Based on the figures, I got the average cost down below, but the haul rock was based on, all the costs were to get them back to Marion County, just doing that. The rock comes from Associated, which is down by Wichita, and Kevin Robson has been bringing that in on backhaul, but if we have to go down and get it, it's 55 miles one way. So we have that there too. So the sand includes the price to get that back to here. The rock is coming straight out of the quarry, and we just figured an average price of $10. That's anywhere between regular rock and the bigger rock that we've used, so all the way around. The hard rock, I figured that 83 miles is an average of the 4 quarries of Waverly, Melbourne, Toronto, and Hartford. So I just figured 83 miles, that was to get it back to here, just for budget purposes. So at 83 miles at $4 a loaded mile is $332, and then you add taking 92,000 tons of rock that we hauled in a year, times that and adding it in the price of the rock at $9, which is kind of average for whenever we choose. We could probably, I'm hoping that we could get that a little bit lower when we contract stuff, but for budget purposes, that's what I went with. But unfortunately, adding those two up with the haul costs just getting it back here, that's what kills us. So looking at, you know, the difference between regular rock and hard rock is $1.1 million. So that's the $1.1 million question is, does that rock last longer than the regular rock to justify the 1.1 million? And obviously the budget issue too. The other thing is if we haul in, even we stockpile or whatever else, it will help, but if we have to start hauling this rock directly, now we're only talking 2-3 loads a day per truck compared to possibly 4 or 5 that we get here. So that's the other thing we have to look at. I mean, and that's just that's as of today, looking into next year, we have absolutely no idea what's going to happen to the weather or, you know, whatever else between now and then. So, but I mean, so I have no problem hauling that hard rock. It's just that extra $1.1 million on a tight budget. So.
One question I do have on this area, and you may have it back here somewhere else, is did FEMA ever reimburse us any for?
Not yet. FEMA is so far behind.
What is that dollar amount? Do you have any idea?
We are anticipating probably $400,000 or $500,000, but at this point in time, last time we heard was after about the first of the year. They said they were still working on paperwork from the 2018 flooding.
Yeah.
So they're catching up with that. So we have had an initial meeting with them, basically saying, yes, we agree that this is a national disaster. But other than that, we have, and we've got just stacks of stuff. They love paperwork when it comes to that. We have everything documented, but we have to go through that page by page by page and make sure they approve everything that we've done. So
it takes an incredible effort. Reno County, I do some budgets for townships down there. This one guy got so tired of him, and he's really detailed. So he just took it on himself to get their township the FEMA money. This guy did an amazing, he should contract out for it. This guy did an amazing job. He got his money.
Yeah.
What you gotta do is you just gotta literally just stay on him.
Yeah.
You know, he had the picture, I mean, he had everything
Well,
so amazing documented.
Yeah, and they come right up and tell you, the more documentation you have. We had our blade man taking pictures with their cell phones.
Yeah.
They were out with their tape measures. They were out with wheels. I mean, it's, you know, they, and they typically allow replacement in kind, but they actually come back and said, you know, if you can justify repeated damage, we will actually pay for upgrades on pipes or culverts or whatever else. So, but yeah, it's just a tremendously long experience, and that's, like I said, we even haven't had that initial sit down meeting with them yet.
Yeah.
So then it's going to take, you know, I'm guessing several months after that. So I mean, honestly, I don't anticipate
Minimum
anything.
is 9 months usually, but there's some in the Reno County they're dealing with. It'd be, you're right, it'd be the October of 18.
Yep.
Yeah, they're still trying to get October of 18 back.
Yeah, and they FEMA obviously is trying to work with KDM, Emergency Management in Kansas, and they're overwhelmed.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm getting phone calls from them. I got 4 phone calls in 2 weeks from 2 different people for the same questions. I mean, they're just, you know, working at home and things like that. But unfortunately, that's what you got to do to get the money from them, and we've already fronted that money. In fact, we fixed everything. So
I think last May, a year ago May, you replaced gravel on some roads 4 times, didn't you?
Mm-hmm.
Something like that.
Yeah, we had it constantly. It was just, you know, once they were washed out once, we get them, they just get rock over the top of them, and then they, you know, so.
You know, I didn't mean to take, I was just curious because that's another, you know, there's another 400,000 or 500,000 when I get back.
Yeah.
I talked to the state director in January, FEMA state director, asking him if there's any way to expedite it, and basically got a chuckle. He said, we're still in 2018.
Yeah.
Some of those townships just gave up. You know, they just said, I'm not gonna mess with it.
And unfortunately, that's what it gets to, because like I said, we've got all this documentation that we keep, and you know, they say the disaster's over, but we can still go back, and if we can prove it was caused by flooding, you know, it's still compensable, but it's just, you know, so. So anyway, I mean, as far as the rock and things like that, I guess, asking for that kind of money, you just need to tell me how much money I can have, and what do you want me to do with it, and we can go with there.
I told you this was for you.
Is that what it is?
I told you.
Gotcha. So anyway, again, I mean, it's a very difficult decision with troubled budget times, and so.
Bryce,
Yes.
with the amount of crushed concrete that we're gonna have access to, wouldn't that help alleviate some of the need on the regular gravel side?
Well, kind of looking at two different things. You're talking that the crushed concrete's more for the base stuff, as compared to most of the stuff that we've hauled up on this, on the commodities has been the surface. So yeah, it would help as far as that goes on that. But the only other thing to do, we would go back if we crushed it smaller into the inch or inch and a quarter, inch and a half range. We could use it on the surface. It would perform well. It would be rougher on tires and things like that.
I'm
So
just curious because, you know, McPherson County always uses sand.
and
But I've noticed in the last year, they're starting to use, at least on the eastern side of the
I
county.
don't know what's
crushed
wrong with the
concrete.
roads, but we have an 80 out north of Canton and Galva there, and I had to kick four-wheel drive in on the mile south of the 80 during just this last, when I was doing the hedgerow, and it's always been an amazing road, and I literally was making ruts about probably a foot deep with my Dodge. I mean, it's just amazing how roads have just been, I don't know, it's because, is it all the moisture in the last 2 years maybe? Is that what's causing
well,
it?
the other thing that's caused a lot of problem is that the flooding started and really damaged things. What really kills us is when we get a quarter to half inch or maybe even up to an inch or two, and then we get a week of cloudy, drizzly weather. All that moisture soaks in, just like they do in the fields.
Yeah.
And that's what kills us and people still need to access those roads, whether it's to their house or
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
business, whatever the case may be. And that's what kills us, is we lose so much during that time. The other thing is, and you know, I've said this from the start, is we're rebuilding roads to get the crown back in. The sooner you get that water off there, the better.
Yeah.
And honestly, you're talking about, you know, using putting sand on things too. I really want to go back to use more sand. We're just trying to get to the point of getting these roads, you know, recovered.
There's way more gravel on Marion, I mean on McPherson now, I don't know, I guess they have to do that now.
Well, it just appeared to me that they were just putting it on, and it didn't seem to me like it was probably a base material, because those roads have always been sand.
Yeah, well, it's like I said, we can crush this whatever you want. We can use this for surface material. You kind of got the impression that the commission's been hesitant in the past about using, you know, harder material like we had that flint rock and stuff like that. That really tears up stuff. But it's an incredibly hard rock too, but it's very, very sharp. So it's, but anyway, but like I said, it's whatever you want to do there. We can, you know, the crushed concrete will help, but we're still going to have, I mean, based on what we've done in the past. So.
I just think, Bryce, that this is just an eye opener. I mean, what you're facing. I mean, and it's all comes down to money.
Yeah, well, I said money, they call it resources, whatever else. It's just, so. On to road and bridge commodities, next page. I put the same 200,000 back in there. I would like to, this next year, hopefully get the culvert crew into doing more head wall replacements, extensions, wing walls. We still have some stuff out there that needs to be fixed. I tell you what, I have to compliment the culvert crew. They have really been getting some culverts out, you know, getting caught up on things. So hopefully we get to the point that some of them are caught up and we can get into this, because the other option is to go back out and hire local contractors to do it. More money out of pocket, probably get done a little faster. So it's again that issue of which way we go. So, but that's, I mean, we haven't used much in the last several years, and that was mainly because we've been being so reactive, trying to get things fixed quickly. So, on to maintenance. Really not much of a change there. The the commodities. I mean, it's a shame to say we've had a lot of repairs going on, but that's a crapshoot. I mean, our equipment's getting older, and we're talking about trying to replace that, but that's what we're dealing with. So,
your fuel down in there, is that greater fuel and everything?
that's a fuel going through the shop.
Just going through the shop?
Yeah, well, that would be everything in there, and I dropped it to 400,000 based on the 122,000 that we're at right now, we should be at 42% through the end of May. So that we should be way under our 500,000 there, assuming that it's a normal year. And so I dropped it to 400,000 because most people I talk to fully anticipate fuel to stay low for a while till we get this gluttony. They're still producing oil, but so
It's full.
yeah. So
I know it's going up pretty quick.
well,
I don't know where to stop
the
at.
the gas is, but I think it's more of speculators, whatever else. I think we've still got a lot of stuff out there. They're saying that, oh, now that COVID's getting done, well, we're gonna start traveling more. Well, COVID cases are coming back even stronger now, and so I don't know what's gonna happen. You know, typically fuel does go up during the summer, so.
Yep.
But like I said, I think we could probably drop to 400,000, be realistic there. So.
Well, if you look at it, look back to 17 there.
Yeah.
They've only been over 400,000 one time.
Yeah. So, like I said, I'm comfortable with that. On to, let's see, special bridge, not much change there. The commodities would be our culverts and stuff again. I kind of like to leave in that 200,000 range. We're going to try to get some more reinforced concrete precast culverts, and those are obviously considerably more money than what they are for regular culverts. So that's page 115. I don't know what it is on yours, but
Okay. I just seeing these blanks here.
yeah, that's what nothing to do
Revenue
with.
side, I think.
Yeah. I can fill them all in.
Making
So-
sure what you're doing here.
Yeah. Okay, and then go down to transfers in. This would be on 118. We've had the $400,000 that we've requested for 2020, and that's the one we're going to use for the payment of the materials. Is that right? That's the one we were talking
No.
about?
No,
Okay,
you need
okay.
to go ahead and get that first transfer prepared for this year. I
Yes.
think Ron that's in.
Yep, yeah, we'll bring that in next week.
That comes just out of your regular road. and
Okay,
budget funds.
okay, gotcha. Well, will be the next page, but 2 pages after that is the equipment that I was talking about. What a request for 2021. I'd like to get 2 used tractors. Obviously, one, we've got that Challenger that has been an absolute maintenance headache. We don't know it's just one thing after another that we're ending up with trouble. And then another used tractor would be to be there, because one of the things I want to try to get to is the boom flail mower. I don't know if you guys have, we've really kicked off our Facebook page too, trying to keep track of daily and stuff like that. We brought that in yesterday, and the operator absolutely loves it. He's going down the road 6 miles an hour, and it's not bogging down the tractor, and he's loving it. Compared to our batwing mowers that maybe go 2 or 3, he's flying down these gravel roads. So I think we're gonna get a lot covered that way, at least get a lot of stuff knocked down next to the road. But the boom mower we have on the John Deere right now, it's now 13 years old. And it typically spends working a day or 2 and it's back in the shop. Whether it's overheating, whether it's a hydraulic issue, whether it's a hose, it's one of those things. I see those advertised several a year on Purple Wave, people getting rid of them because they're the same way. They just get to be the point of being wore out. So if I can get a boom mower that has a flail head on the end of there, that's actually a 3-point. So we wouldn't have to dedicate one tractor to that, and we could get rid of the John Deere and the boom mower all as one, and therefore have a tractor and the boom flail mower separately. So we wouldn't hook onto it. So if that's looking at there, we've got a 4-in-1 bucket on our Volvo loader right now. That was one of the previous superintendent said he wanted to do that. The problem with those buckets is they're made so much heavier that they really cut down on the amount that we can haul and do with and whatever else. So we'd like to get rid of that and just get a regular dirt bucket, and also get whether it's a used bucket or just a bolt-on or whatever else grapple, so that we can help it to move a lot of trees. Right now, the only thing we have to really use trees is just a loader, just to push them up in a pile, or the skid steer or whatever else with the grapples. It's just not a lot, or the excavator. So if we had this thing and went back to moving a lot more trees, it'd be nice to grab the trees with the grapple more safely and do that. So obviously the big thing that we talked about motor graders in the past is you know, getting the program to get the motor graders turned back around. I had 3 motor graders on there for a $60,000 a year lease, 4 to 5 years depending on what we come up with. When we get to that point of actually doing that, they all said they would come in here and sit down and work with us. They'll offer lease purchase, cash outright, whatever the case may be, warranties and all that stuff. They're like anybody else. They come in and meet with the commissioners all the time of all the different, you know, counties around here. So we could work out whatever we need to. It's just trying to find some way to put the motor graders back into the replacement program. Obviously the 3-point boom flail mower, we talked about that. I had quotes, most of them were the $40,000 to $50,000 range, but when we get to that point, we can be more specific. We talked about a used haul truck with a new belly belt, be able to haul more material. Obviously give us a backup for our haul truck too. And then our front end loader backhoe, our John Deere is 10, 11 years old now. We're probably gonna have to send it in this winter time for a total pin replacement. You know, mechanically, other than hoses, it's holding up pretty well, but we still have the New Holland, which obviously it's, I think it's even considerably older than that. So we'd like to try to get that into the replacement program too. And the other thing we had talked about, and I didn't get on here, was we talked about getting another crew cab half-ton, basically for Jesse. We would take his truck and turn around and give it to Tom as a shop truck, a little more four-wheel drive. He's got I don't know what year that Dodge is, but it's got 200-some thousand miles, and it's getting to that point too. So.
Didn't we have a request from emergency management? He's got sort of a truck on his list.
He's gonna be getting rid of, because he's gonna go after
He wanted to or something like
more
that.
of a SUV.
What I'm getting at, and I just want you to make aware of it. I think that truck would probably still have some life.
That's when Randy drives?
Yeah, I think
Okay.
it would have some life. I think he talked about the rust problem.
This for the bed rest, you know.
Yeah, but I think it still has some life for Road and
Okay.
Bridge.
Got 140,000 miles on it.
Yeah.
If we move it down to Road and Bridge or something like that, instead of trading it in.
It has a problem getting stuff on the county roads too, so.
Just keep going, Bryce.
I know.
Must be the equipment, huh?
Yeah, it was just.
There's a Chevy.
It was a bad deal, so. But anyway, equipment-wise, that's what I'm looking at. Down below, I actually listed my lease payments out there. This 2021 will be the last year of lease payments for the cat motor grader as well as the dump truck, the 2018 dump truck. Adding in the skid steer, the dozer, and the tractor flail mower amounts in there. Those are obviously carried out for the flail mowers for 3 years, the skid steer and dozer, I believe, were 5 years. So that's the payments for those. I am planning on going back and getting rid of some equipment again too. I don't think it'll be as much as what it was last time, but try to get rid of some of that that we're not using to the full resource. And the other thing is I didn't put any rental equipment in there. That's kind of in the past we haven't used much. We have used some this year. The biggest thing that we face there is depending on what we come up with money for the paving, or the paved roads. I may get to the point that I have to go back and start turning these. If I can't keep up on the maintenance on them, I may have to go back and start mixing them back up and just leaving them as the rock or whatever else for a while until we get this straightened out. The reason I say that is I checked into renting basically a big reclaimer. It's about $40,000 a month. So if I go out and I have to start renting that thing for a couple months to do that kind of work, then that rental budget is through the roof. So.
You say reclaimer, are you just talking about a Bomag?
Yes.
Fancy bag,
Yeah.
Bomag?
And they've used this one out here. It's not near the horsepower big enough. It takes 2 to 3 times as long. So they actually, when they were, I think when they were doing Pilsen Road going north, is when they actually brought in this other machine, and they could do 2 miles a day where they did less than a mile a day with this one. So and to say that we could get rid of this, unfortunately, it's not worth much.
It's 40 years old.
Exactly, yeah. And I hate to even say that if we went out there and tried to get that thing going, we'd probably have to replace a whole bunch of hoses, tires, and whatever else, but.
Sell it by the pound.
Well, yeah, they, and that's the sad part about it, salvage isn't worth much either.
Yeah.
So, but I mean, it'd be great if we could work both of them in tandem, but like I said, that other one is so much faster. But again, if we can get these paved roads back under control, then we wouldn't have to deal with that. And honestly, I don't want to have to do that, but I mean, that's what's getting to the point of, you know, whatever we come up
For
with.
the commission here, we went a few years back and tried to look at a new one, not a new, but a used one. And at that time, a used Bomag machine sitting around was still $700,000.
Mhm.
They are not cheap.
It's crazy.
So that's why you see $40,000 a month rent, because they are an expensive piece of equipment. And they really sit there and grind things up, so.
I actually looked at, we were looking at getting another scraper or just renting another scraper when we're out rebuilding roads. And they wanted $15,000 a month just for scraper rental, because a 10-year-old machine was still $220,000. So it's just incredible what that iron, I mean, there's not a lot of used scrapers out there. Well, the same thing with reclaimers, there's not a lot of them out there, but they are available. So anyway, like I said, depends on the, the equipment, whatever else, whatever I could have would be okay there.
You might, while we're talking about this, so the two new commissioners, like if you look back on 118, where he was talking about the transfers in from the road and bridge. So like, there's a, for 2020 budget is 400,000, yet they've not made the transfer in the 2020 budget. They've not made the actual transfer yet. Last year, we only transferred 133,000.
Yeah.
And if you look at that top line there, we've transferred 500,000 in the past. And I was looking at an actual here in 18, counting the rental like you're talking and the payments, we spent about 565,000. We spent 19, we spent 317, and we only transferred 133, and so that fund's down about, at the end of 19 years, down to 221,000. So what the way that works is it's like 25% of your budget you can transfer in at the end of the year to special equipment if you have the funds. If you don't have the funds, there's no transfer. So what we try to do is we try to set up at least amount to cover these, like what he's got on this sheet here where he shows all these lease payments, the rental payment, all those things come out of that one fund. And I know I messed up, I don't know what that was, probably 4 years ago when I missed a balloon payment. It was a balloon payment and we didn't have enough money in there, so we went a general fund or had to take part of that general fund. So those payments add up pretty quickly, especially when you start throwing graders in there, because you're what's called a county unit system. Mm-hmm. So you're renting all the graders instead of the townships. So this is one that has a lot of money here and has to be tracked. And I don't know, it showed here 400,000 to be transferred in this year. Do you think 400,000 will be transferred in for 2020?
Hope so.
Hopefully.
Yeah.
We, last year, we just did the first, we usually do those 3 times a year, so we're getting ready to do the first transfer.
Mm-hmm.
And last year, because of the gravel situation, we did not make any additional transfers, so.
Yeah, that's kind of how that works. Okay.
Well, that's all I have for now. Obviously, it won't take a bit more time, but a lot of things to consider, I guess, if you guys, today, down the road, whatever else, have any other questions or whatever else, so initial proposals, so.
Bryce, on just where we're at right now is with the equipment deal. I mean, that's like Scott said, is, what's your total increase then? Do you have a total on it, or are you just increasing?
Well, based, I believe it was, maybe I didn't write it on here. I had, oh, there it is, on the special equipment capital outlay, I was talking 320,000 for 2021, but then I
119,
also.
page 119, yeah.
Yeah, and then I had leases of 314, 481.
So you're looking at a total of 600,000, where we
Yeah.
have a budget of 477.
Yeah. So, but like I said, that's, it'd be nice to have, but I realize that money has to come from somewhere, so. But,
Do we have an estimate of what this total budget would be, or just about, has anybody been adding all these different?
On the road and bridge total?
Yeah, yeah.
I don't have it on right now. I can, when we put it all together and I come back and talk to you, we could have I can have a pretty good idea.
Okay.
And the number of mills and all that they would take to.
What was it last year? Do we know that? I mean,
Our-
The total budget? Yeah, if
it
you
was
look
right
at,
at 7 million, I believe.
yeah.
I thought it was right around 7, but I wasn't sure. As I'm looking at this stuff, price before now is much different, but I thought.
A good place to get a pretty good idea of the road and bridge fund is if you look on page 20, on that sheet, the handout I gave you, on
Page
page 20,
20?
I put the numbers down the corner,
Are
circle
you
numbers.
talking about your handwritten number?
Yes, page 20.
Okay.
And on that page right there, that's the total detailed expenditures from 19, 20, and 21 of what, and all we're doing in 21 is pretty well, I guess there are adjustments in this one. But you can see 19 is actual, and that's pretty accurate. Tina had all the audit schedules done. I don't think your audit's done yet, but it's all done. So just the road and bridge fund is in 19 there. You'll see at the bottom of that first column, 4.6 million just in the road and bridge fund. And we budgeted, let's see, I'm gonna look over here. If you looked at 19 there, based on the same mill levy, so what you have on 19, you see the bottom number, 3,422. You see that number on 19?
Page 19?
Yeah, circle
Yeah.
19. That's the taxes levied down there at the bottom on the right-hand column. And that's the same that was levied last year, okay? So.
3 million.
3,422. Well, based on what we talked about, I mean, that's
Wait, I must be on the wrong page. You said page 19?
19,
In the
circle
Oh, I
19,
see, okay.
circle
I'm sorry,
19, yeah.
sorry. Okay, go ahead.
And so what you have, one thing I always look at here is that levy is the same as last year. We haven't messed with it at all. I always start with that, so we know kind of where we're at from last year, okay? But the thing you look at here, I think, is if you go over there to the first column on that page 19, and you've got the second number from the bottom, 2,461,209. You see that number?
Mm-hmm.
That's the cash carryover at the end of 19. So that's something we always talk about, is making sure we don't spend all of our cash and then we don't have any way to borrow or, whatever. If you look at the middle column, if it stays with the budget like we talked, if you look at the middle column, the cash is 2.2 million, okay? Now, that kind of depends on it always depends on what do you get spent this year, or do you spend it next year? I mean, that's always, there's always a carryover working there. If you look at the right-hand column, you go up there's a number that's 984,859. You see that number?
Yes.
It's about, it's right above the 6,637,000.
Mm-hmm.
That is the cash carryover at the end of 2021 if we spent the full budget that we have stuck in here, and we got to adjust it for some of these numbers that he's got here. So we always try to monitor. We don't want to get too low on the cash carryover, because out of this fund is the transfer that goes to your equipment fund that makes all the lease purchase payments. That 400,000 or 500,000 you transfer from this fund always goes to that special equipment fund to pay for that. So that's kind of the relationship there, and then you start adding in, like chip and seal, which comes out of the general fund. I think you were talking about the chip and seal coming out of the general fund. You've got the 80/20 there, where you get the sales tax money that goes to road and bridge. And, so, yeah, it's probably seven or 8 million. I mean, we did a worksheet on, I think, on last year, the year before, to show you that. I can do that again, to kind of pulls everything together, to show you that.
Yeah,
But it adds up pretty quick.
yeah, I just think it has a lot of moving parts to it.
Yeah.
If you get the total.
It does, yeah.
Okay.
But
I thought it was about 7, but I wasn't
Yeah.
sure.
Yep.
by the time you get done with the end of today, you won't know which number is up and which number is
Yeah.
down. You know, so-
What year does the Tampa Road project end?
This is the last.
This is
last
last
This
year.
is last year,
Yep,
okay.
yep.
2020?
Yes,
2021?
that's our last.
2020.
2020, I believe, yeah.
You've got a figure for 2021 though, don't you?
No, I put a 0 in there.
Well, on Scott's page, it may still be in
Oh,
there,
okay.
but that would be an adjustment.
On Scott's page, okay.
Yeah, it may still be in there, yeah.
I had a
Okay.
0 in mine, so
Okay.
we did check on that for sure,
Okay.
so. But anyway, like I said, that's what I was looking at, but we'll see how things play out. Alrighty? Thanks.
Bryce.
What they're talking about there for you that are new, or on page 20, yeah, we haven't adjusted the 2021 column yet.
Yep.
But if you look up in the middle of page 20 there, you'll see Tampa Road Project. So there's 223,182 that's stuck in the 2021 budget. That will be able to be used for something else. I mean, we'll put it towards something else.
We'll
Find some way.
Oh,
Yeah. Okay. Okay. There's some stuff.
There's just one page for everyone.
Just gotta get one?
Yes.
I got one down.
Got one left over there.
Might need one.
Do you just want me to go down the list, or what, how, who's there?
Yeah, it's great. For the commissioners, I didn't tell you this the first time, because the road bridge kind of jumps around and everything, but if you want to see what her budget looks like without, there's no adjustments, on page 22, the circle number 22, and she is at the top, the Department of Aging. And why it's kind of good to look at this is because it shows you 19 is actual, and those are pretty hard numbers right now. The 2020 column is where we're at right now, and it kind of depends on, you know, what we spend, and that's what we'll be talking about, whether we spend it in 2020 or we spend it in 2021. And then the 2021 column is what we'll be adjusting over the next couple months, trying to get it to where we need to be. So that'll kind of help you see the big picture. Okay.
Okay, all right, well, not too much, I mean, a lot of my numbers that I have for this year, I had for last year. So the only little bit of increase is on my newsletter and permit, and it only went up like $100 from last year, because right now, we're not using volunteers to help us with the newsletter, and so we're having Baker Brothers fold it for us. So that's a little bit extra increase, and I have no idea come 2021 whether we'll still be not having them come in or not, but that's just a little bit increase. The other one that's a little bit of a change was last year I had for programming, and this year, I mean, I just decreased it because I have no idea in 2021 whether we will have any classes whatsoever that we offer, just because of our social distancing. So I just dropped that down, just thinking probably through 2021, if we did something, it wouldn't be as much as what we have done in the past. Going down to commodities, right now, we have a copier, and last year I put in the budget to purchase one, and we didn't purchase one. Our copier is like 10 years old. Yesterday I had a meeting with Konica Minolta, and they can give me a much better deal if I just rent a copier from them. And so actually, in 2020, I spent $2,349 for the copier we have now, for service and for paying for ink and all of that. And if I go to renting a copy, I can save money. And so actually, I'm thinking probably yet this year, I will get that copier in because it'll just save me money for the rest of the year if I just rent it.
And headaches.
Huh?
And headaches.
Yes.
Because they'll service it.
Right, they'll service it, and they don't, part of the problem was they kept meter counts, so we always had to turn in meter counts and what we spent on that, and they say there's not that in this. And so if we have this copier in 5 years, we can pay them $1 for it and we own it. So I figured that's a better deal than what we're paying right now, because it seems like as much as we paid over the last couple of years, we probably could have bought a copier 3 or 4 times. So.
Service contract and toner and everything.
Right, mm-hmm, yeah, so. The other changes is a Senior Care Act with North Central. The Senior Care Act, that's the money that they pay for somebody who isn't on can care, but they don't have enough income to pay privately for some services, so they can get into Senior Care Act with North Central. And what that does is then they contract with various people to provide them for care. They pay a little bit, and then our county pays a little bit. And usually that contract has been with Marion Home Health, where they send out like a nurse aide to help them with a bath or meals or something like that. So that's gone up just a little bit. The administrative match, that's what we just pay for their services here in Marion County, all the things that they do. That's gone down. The health insurance presently, the county is covering 2 employees in the nutrition sites, but they have us down that we have the possibility. There are 4 employees in the nutrition sites, in the various 3 nutrition sites, there's 4 altogether, that could, if someone, okay, so let's say we have a cook that we have over here in Marion. Well, she's on Medicare, so she doesn't need health care. But if she would leave and they would hire somebody younger, then she would have the option of getting on North Central's health insurance, okay?
I see, okay.
So North Central has 4 positions here in Marion County that are 30 hours or more. And so that's what the $37,040 is if 2 other people would leave and they would hire somebody younger who wanted health insurance, that's how much it would cost us in the county. But right now, we're only paying for 2.
I'm glad you explained that. That's the first time I've understood that, because every year you say, oh, well, they only cover 2. I didn't realize that 2 of your employees are on Medicare. Is that right? Or one of them's on Medicare? They don't have.
2 of them are.
Yeah, so that makes sense now. Okay, so if they leave and you have to replace them and have to pay for their, I see that now. I guess I didn't know that.
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah.
it could be that, they hire somebody else
Yeah.
and their insurance is with their spouse or something,
Right,
so
sure.
then they wouldn't qualify.
Yeah.
But with the positions they have
Gotcha.
open, which is 4,
Yeah.
that are 30 hours, that is the possibility that we would have to pay for that.
But that's not just in Marion, you're talking
No.
about.
No, that's
anything.
in their 18 county area, they have county
Yeah, but I mean,
commissioners
how
paying.
many county employees do we have 4, but do we have 2 in Hillsborough, do we have 2 in Peabody, or do we have 2 in Marion?
Well, the 2 that we're paying for right now are in Hillsborough.
Yeah.
And the other 2 is 1 here in Marion and 1 in Peabody. But we're paying for the 2 in Hillsborough right now. So, I mean, that premium has gone up a little bit, because last year it was like 32,000 for 4 of them, this year it's 37,000, because the premium's gone up. The employee, the nutrition site person, pays $10 for an insurance, and North Central pays $77, and we pay $771.
Is that a fair way for us to administrate this when our personal employees here is paying more. Or, well, single, I don't know what they're paying, but family plan. Now, is these family plans or is this singles?
This is all singles. If they want a family plan, then they'd have to pay for that other. The other part why they're only paying $10 is because the insurance has to be affordable and it can't be more than 8% of their actual income, that premium. So that's why it's $10.
Okay.
Thank you for that.
Mhm. You're welcome.
Yeah,
So that's,
I just got dumped on it about 3 years ago, 2, 3 years ago.
so I don't know if you have any other questions.
Now, see, you don't, I see, we got a van like a couple years ago. Did you get a van? So
2
we
years
don't-
ago.
Yeah, 2 years ago. So we don't have any big purchases coming down the
No.
track. Yeah.
Not any plans to,
Okay.
well, we're not saving any money for that right now.
Yeah.
Like, I don't know, when I'm dead and gone, maybe, I don't know.
Yeah.
Thank you, Gail.
Uh-huh, you're welcome, have a good day.
Yep.
Mr. Travis, good morning.
How are you?
Great, how are you?
I'm all right.
Oh, yeah. Perfect, thank you. That'd be awesome, thank you.
Go on. Yeah. Oh, wait, I got you here, okay.
For, let's see, make sure I got this right, yeah. On page 21, at the top of 21 is where the ambulance budget would be on the stuff I gave you. Wait till Jonah gets back before I say any more. Mr. Dolphy, could you take that on the end of that handle, put it out and touch your nose?
Used to be able to. I don't know if I still can.
Thank you.
Don't know if I still can.
You heard something?
Yeah, it might.
There was
I like it short
worked in
hands.
Oldfield Supply Store in college, and I lifted weights quite a bit. This guy comes in on roughneck off one of the rigs, and it was a 36-pound sledge in the corner. And he did that. He didn't quite get to the end, but he had pretty far out there, and he touched his nose with a 36-pound sledge. That's one guy you wouldn't mess with.
Did you try it?
No, I'd have killed myself.
You'd have to duck quick anyway.
When I was swinging one of those every day for the railroad, I could do it pretty good then. Yes.
Well, Joan's back. I just want to share one thing about the ambulance. It's probably a little different than any other fund. It's more like a business. I mean, you literally, you run it just almost like a business, a commercial business, because you have, you have your different fees coming in, and you have, the different, you're managing people, you're managing hours, and, payroll, and there's just a lot. So this little bitty ambulance fund here on this page is a very active, you all know that, but that's what when I tell young people who work for us, it's just like doing an income statement for a business, basically. I mean, there's a few things that are a little bit different. Okay.
Well, it's not a real good business because we're not profiting entirely, but it does help offset the expense to the
Yes.
taxpayer.
Yeah.
Absolutely. So, if you recall, in my 2020 proposal, we had moved some monies around, and really had a plan out there to increase staffing and to provide a better service to the community. And the way I looked at my numbers, we originally had the $991,000 in personal service in 2019. We backed that down to $905 in 2020, and then we're going to bring it. My proposal is to bring it to $1,043,000, which would be an increase of $52,000 over the 2019, which would give us that one more additional person to give us 5 per shift. So, so again, the proposed increase in personnel service is to allow to obtain the goal of 3 additional ALS paramedic providers. The purpose of adding this provider is to replace an ALS provider on nearly every EMS call in the county. It'll supplement the volunteer BLS units without affecting EMS's ability to run multiple calls. Additional staffing will reduce the amount of overtime needed when providers are sick or on vacation. I really foresee that's gonna basically become zero, and it really also in that personal service is part-time people. If we get that staffing at 5, the only time that or overtime would come into play would be when we have somebody's on vacation and somebody were to call in sick. But it's really going to reduce that overtime number and as well as the part-time number. So, and again, that the person in that position, as they rotate through, would help in training and management of incidents. The 2021 capital outlay, well, I guess I go down contractual. Just looking where we're at actual 2020, I went in and bumped that up a little bit from 74,000 to 78,000. The training and education, keep that the same at 10,000. Commodities, we were at 84. Obviously, you can see so far at the end of May, we haven't spent a lot on commodities. Call volume's down. We're not using as much in supplies, but that won't last forever. Where we're down in supplies, we're going to be also down in income, as Scott mentioned, running like a business. But I would foresee for 2021, we would still be able to maintain that 84,000. Capital outlay, you'll see it. There was 40,000 in there for last year was the mechanical CPR device, which I had talked to you about at the most recent meeting. We'll have an increase in that to 100,000, and that's the 2021 capital outlay line item reflects an increase due to FDA compliance on cardiac monitors. It's a federal mandate that requires outdated monitors be replaced. I have received a quote through Zoll Corp for $99,000 to replace the monitors that are
$99,000.
Now there's some trade in there, and they really are working with us, but it's 99 and some change. So
On how many?
that would be 3 monitors and an AED. And then the next thing, ambulance replacement. And I'm sorry, I didn't get with Tina.
I think that, go ahead.
No, go ahead.
I was just gonna say that should not decrease. We should be adding to it every year to build it. So if you were asking me that on your ambulance replacement.
Okay.
So it shouldn't be going down. If you had 114 last year, you should have it adding to that. So you'd have like 180 or 200.
Right, and maybe that's, we can look at how I'm reading this worksheet, I guess.
Yeah, let's talk about that a little bit, because there's other things here I was gonna ask you about. It all kind of fits together. So like, if you have, like, where you got the director's vehicle replacement is 0
right
in 2021, and I have on this sheet, if you, or the commissioners are looking at 21, page 21 at the top there, on director vehicle, I have 35,000 in the middle column and 35,000 2021. We haven't adjusted that yet. So just like that, that's a great example. Are we going to spend that money for a director's vehicle in 2021? Or are we adding? I mean, what's the top dollar amount? Because what we're trying to do in these lines is kind of build them over, say, 3 years. Instead of doing a lease purchase, we're paying cash for a lot of these.
Sure.
So like, if the director's vehicle would be 40,000 or 45, whatever that would be, that's what we'd end up with eventually in that column, and then you spend it that year, and then it goes back to 0.
Sure. And my intention was to, in the 2019 proposal for 2020, and the approval was $35,000 for the director's vehicle.
And
replacement.
has that been purchased, or?
It has not been
Oh, it hasn't been
purchased due
purchased.
to
Yeah,
COVID and some
Sure.
unforeseen things,
Yeah.
but my intention was still to make that purchase yet this year.
okay, so what we.
So I would add, I would not add
Oh,
money.
this year in 2020,
In
okay,
2020.
so in
So I would not add
2021, we can put 0 there?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, so then kind of leading that whole same thing, if you'll, and you don't have this, but the commissioners, if you look at ambulance replacement, I started putting these numbers right by the name. So you see 180,000 in parentheses, right by ambulance replacement. So what we do there is, we're, on that line, we're adding to that so that at some point we get 180,000, and when we do, that year is when we purchase it. So that's what she was saying.
Sure, and that's where, what I was looking at was, I guess not adding to that, but change to, and then it would be added on anything that is there, if that makes sense. Is how I was approaching the whole
Right,
sheet.
'cause, okay, so the way budgeting works in the county, so this is the middle column, and this is kind of a conversation we've had forever, but, okay, so if you have it in the right column, which is 2021, you can spend it with budget authority that year. So what we typically do is, instead of leaving that in the middle column, because you said, okay, like even with the director's vehicle, okay? If we know that we're not gonna get it spent in 2020, this year, we typically will carry it over to 2021, because what that allows us to do is it allows us to have budget authority in 2020, and it allows us to have budget authority in 2021. And it's all ruled off of cash. It's just like at home. So if I spend in 2020, I have a budget for 35 in that director's, okay? And I spend 35 in 2020, it's 0, so I'm done. But if I have 35 in the middle column, I don't spend it in 2020 and I spend it in 2021, I should have the cash that's trailing that.
Sure.
And I spend it then in 2021. But that gives me flexibility in case you don't, COVID or whatever, you don't get it spent in 2020, you have budget authority. So typically that's what we do. So in the ambulance, what we do is every year we'll add 60. So when we get to the third year, we'll have the 180.
Totally understood, and I guess in my writing, that was 67 was, let's be honest, and
Was that what would get us to the 180?
That
Or
gets-
what-
that
whatever
gets
that
us
number is, 190,
200,000.
200,000?
Yeah.
Here's the other thing too.
Yeah.
On this 114 that's
Yeah.
on the
Mhm.
worksheet
Yeah.
includes a payment of
Right.
54,289, so it's only 60,000.
Oh, because it's broke out on a separate.
Yeah, it's
Yeah.
60,000 towards ambulance replacement
Right.
in the 2020.
Yeah,
Budget.
on your 21, on your sheet that's circled 21, that 54,289 is a separate line item. It's a lease purchase payment. You'll see it there. And then the 60 is right below it. And what I'll do is in the 2020 column here, when we kind of work these all up, I'll take that 60 out of the middle column, what I was talking about there, that 60,000. So that 60 over in the 2021 column, but it'll be at least 120. Would it be, is that where we're at now? In 2021, would it be 120?
It'd be 120.
Yeah, so we'll put 120 in that ambulance replacement, getting towards our 180. So in 2022, it would be the year you buy a new one? Is that what we're planning?
yeah, I wasn't 100% where we were at, but I
Yeah.
certainly wanted to make sure there was money
Yeah.
being put back on
Sure.
for a 3-year rotation.
And,
Okay,
and your
so-
intention was to try to put an additional 67 onto the
And it-
Marion.
Rather than 60. I'll be
get you to-
honest,
to
the-
get you to
the
200,000,
prices are
yeah.
gonna
Sure.
continue to go up.
So what should we put on that line? Instead of 180 there, maybe we should just over there put 200,000, is that what we should?
I
Yeah.
really think so. It may be a luxury, but one of the biggest complaints is the way our ambulance rides. If we go to a pickup chassis, they all ride on a liquid spring, which changes the handling and the rideability of that vehicle, and it's well worth the money.
I totally agree with you. I landed on my head in the YMCA about 10 years ago, and I've never been in an ambulance, and I rode from the YMCA in McPherson to the hospital.
Yeah.
That was the roughest ride I've ever had in my entire life. Oh, goodness, it was rough.
And as a business, customer service means a lot, right? So
Yeah, it does.
If I can get, and like I said, liquid spring, but it
We're
adds
kind of
money.
used to the Cadillac
So-
ride, aren't we?
Yeah, exactly.
So,
I got a question on that. Director's vehicle, wouldn't you want to put 5,000 in so you start building that back?
You could, yeah. And we have never assigned a amount over here like that line item. We just kind of started doing that on these bigger ticket items, so that, because once say they rotate, then that way people know what we're trying to set aside. The reason we probably haven't done the director's vehicle, like the ambulance, is because once he buys a new one, it's probably gonna last him for, but you're right, we could put.
Probably 6 years.
Probably 5,
Well,
6 years.
And that's really what we were looking at with the additional personnel, was to move that vehicle down.
Oh, okay, and use it for something.
And it would end up either 6 to 8 years old before it was out of the rotation, whether we replace every 3 to 4 years, and make it either 6 or 8 years.
Yeah, that's kind of you guys' call, if you wanted to, set, because I don't know how many vehicles you got going now, with the way you've expanded. So it might be good to put a line, and maybe it's not just director's replacement, maybe it's a vehicle replacement that's outside of the ambulance, and those ones that rotate. Maybe you want to make one line so you have enough money set aside to make those purchases when when you finally do retire them.
Sure.
That's something we can talk about, yeah.
I just had a question,
Yeah. And again, then we get down, so had the worksheet worked out right, Scott, I would have carried numbers over, not adding anything.
Oh, no, it's no problem.
To the building remodel or acquisition. And a lot of that goes back into, I put that back into personal service, as well as the capital outlay for those monitors.
Okay, so the building remodel, is that all done, or is you?
No, we're in a holding pattern right
Okay,
now.
so see, again, back to the commissioners on page 21, I have 152 in the middle column and 152 in the 2021 column. So at some point that will change, we'll change it to the 2021 column and take care of that middle, it'll go to 0 in that middle.
You'll need to keep 25 to 30,000 in the middle column for air conditioning at the
Yeah.
current
Okay.
Marion
So we're-
station.
I
And
think
the
you need
the
to
rest
do-
could be.
I think you need to do something else, because projected cost was over 200 and some thousand.
So it'd be more than the 152 is what you're
Yeah.
saying.
And,
anything we do.
I'm gonna refer back to Scott. Diane said something last, we had a meeting on the ambulance here the other day. And I believe it's the commission's duty to really sit down and look and see where our ambulances are all going. She made the statement to the services within our county. And I don't know how much I don't see on here a line for payment for our volunteers on call time things. I think
That's in your
That's in
personal
personal
number.
service.
it's in personnel, but is it not broke out?
No.
He didn't bring that.
No, you don't break it out right there, but I just think this commission needs to look, we're making a major change here in some service, and we need to look at what we have and value it and see where we're going with it. I think her statement hit me more than what I thought it would, and it did, and so I think we do need to take a look around and see what we're doing. So whether that's too late, I mean, we need to do it before the budget finalizes, if we're gonna do something, if anything happens. But there's some things that we need to look at. So whether you keep 5 ambulances, whether you don't keep 5. I mean, if we got one sitting around making 5 runs a year, 10 runs a year, 15 runs a year, it's one of them deals that we need to set with this man right here and take a look at, so we've got a good layout of what's happening. That's my 2 cents worth.
Yeah, I think there's gonna be some discussion coming up
Yep.
soon about a couple items. So,
Because money is tight.
sure.
But on the same note, the 180 that you have written in on the ambulance replacement,
Yep.
the ambulance building needs to have a little quotation number
Yeah, we
there
need to
too.
do something there too. I
It needs to
think
be around
200, or what do you want to put?
I'm thinking 3 to 4. I mean, it's a goal. I'm not saying we're gonna come up with the money today. I'm saying
Yeah.
we gotta
No,
I
that's
know
what-
that's the target.
And that's what those parentheses are for, it's more
Would
of
you
a
give me a
goal.
10-minute break? I'll go get the axe here shortly. Thank you.
And that's something we can talk about when we all get together, but I can put whatever number you want to put there.
Yeah, I won't-
It's not binding.
I won't hurt myself.
Yeah, I'm here if somebody gets hurt.
Just leave the first aid kit right.
Yeah.
Is that right?
You brought
Run as
that
fast as I can.
That ambulance ride's gonna be a little rough. Okay, so you want, just give me a number, you want me to put in that line, and I'll put it there, and then we can always change it. You wanna put 300,000, 2,000, 300,000, what do you wanna put?
You sure hurt my feelings about 400, but I don't know.
I'm just trying to
I know it could be. I'm not gonna-
realist, you
I'm
know.
not gonna say it's not gonna be something.
400,000, and we can always adjust?
Yeah. I would hope to see it right around the 300 mark, but we all know contingencies always jack things up.
Yeah, absolutely. Okay, anything else? Okay, I have one last thing I want to share with you, so we're all on the same page.
Okay.
The reason I started this out, this one's like a business, so if you go up to the line that says service fee, and it's about, halfway into the revenue there, 2/3 down the revenue, and in 19, it was 657, 612. And one of the things you'll find on all these funds, you to the been here before, you've heard this before, I try to keep the middle column and the 2021 column conservative. It's kind of like at home, if you overestimate what your revenue is going to be and you don't get it, and you build your expenditures on that, and you spend your expenditures, that's going to be a problem. So I'm not sure, we'll look at that number, I'm not sure where 2022 is on that. We're saying 500,000, so right there alone, if it comes in at 657, like it did in 19, there's 150,000 of cash that would come in 2020, because I'm only estimating 500,000. You see what I'm saying? And that would then be the same in 2021. It's kind of a guessing game there a little bit.
Oh, we
And it's
know
just-
we know the revenues are gonna be down.
It's right to be conservative in that because I did give the report on our call volume, which
Okay.
has dwindled, which again is a loss in revenue. So, I mean,
Is that because people weren't out doing anything? And so
people were afraid to go to hospitals.
Yeah.
For a couple of months.
Yeah.
I think the May number was only 2 shy, right?
I don't have it in front of me, but
Yeah.
I know February 19,
Yeah, sure, yeah.
we ran like, it was the shortest month and we ran 140 calls that month. And then I believe February of 20 was in the 90s.
Oh, wow.
So, and I believe March was 80. And we're usually around that 110, 120 a month number, so.
We didn't have bad weather or nothing, everybody
Yeah.
stayed home.
That's right, yeah.
I mean, which is good, we don't want
Yeah.
people to have to go to
That's
hospital,
right.
we want them
The world
healthy.
shut down.
But
That's right.
yeah, it did, it really did, so, no, I totally
No,
understand.
it's good though, I've always done it that way,
Sure.
trying to be conservative, because it's, if you, I mean, I've had this, I think it's the accident, one of the little cities here in Marion called me, she just became the city clerk, and she goes, Scott, I'm in July, and I've already spent 85% of my budget. I go, oh, that's not good. And so if you overestimate people, it's just a good way to a little bit, because cash is cash, and budget doesn't spend very well when you don't have cash.
Well, and I guess, I don't know what the commission looks at on reports, but at the end of May, we're 29.7% spent. So I'm not one of those
Yeah,
people that
no,
runs
you're-
out and
yeah.
spends every dollar at the beginning of the year.
Yeah.
I don't.
One other note here on this, that what you brought up, is this 657 is not it's an actual figure, but we had some, Diane was probably here then with, I think when we had some problems with collections, and then we went back and got our new person come back again, and anyway, it was a little, there was a reason why that, and that's not all, actually, we went back and got some from the year
That's some
before.
prior year, that's some prior year numbers.
With that, yes.
Yeah.
Because we fell short before, so.
It's just making up on collections.
Yes, yeah. I think the 500 is more realistic to where we was at, if I remember right. But I think we've got that under control.
I believe so.
Yeah.
Yeah, 18 was 597,808, so you picked up another 60,000 in 19 in that line item. I don't have.
And Randy, I don't disagree, but we did, I believe, and I don't have the numbers in front of me, but I believe we did add like 200 runs in there.
Yeah, it went up.
Annual went from like 12 to 14.
Yeah,
We held 14 in 18 and 19, I think we were home run.
And we made some drastic changes on collection, or changes on charges.
Yeah.
Right, I was
That
gonna
helped
say,
too.
you raised the rates, that
Yes,
was
that helped too, yes.
18.
So,
And that's something, where are we? Have you done evaluation lately on something like that? I haven't.
on where we're at,
With whether our rates are.
our rates,
Compared to the.
again, I think we're right there with everybody else. Medicare dictates what we can charge. Anything above and beyond that, then we're passing on the supplementals, Blue Cross Blue Shield, or the patient. But as far as numbers with a couple services that I'm aware of their prices, we're right there with them. So,
Okay.
Well, Travis, our figures are net charge-off. I mean, charge-offs are coming out of that.
right,
That's net.
right. No,
It's not fair.
no, that's not, is it, Tina?
No.
Well, I mean,
Commodities are
because we're
set
getting
down.
money, we're getting paid from Medicare or the
Right.
insurance company, and then we do we have to, do we reduce? I think he's asking if
Yeah,
we're
are we
getting reduced.
reducing that by the charge-offs that we charge off on a quarterly basis?
No, I believe that's the actual
Okay,
number.
that's what I'm saying.
After-
When I'm saying net,
I'm
that's
sorry.
an old
Yeah.
banking term.
Yeah.
Sure.
Yeah.
Excuse me.
But I believe that is the actual income, you know, you do have write-offs and stuff.
Yeah, write-offs wouldn't be impact, this is cash
Right.
collections. Yeah. And back to, I did find 17, it's 519, so we went from 519 to 597 to 657, and some of that may be rate increases, some of that may then catch up, who knows?
Yeah, yeah, all volume, so.
Yeah.
I think a mixture of everything.
But that's something, what you just talked about, Ken, is I thought that was on our budget too, to show what we write off, but it's not.
No, it's not,
It's not on
no,
that.
that's an accounts
It
receivable.
would be net
Yeah.
of charge-offs.
Right.
Yeah, right, it's just whatever, yeah, you're not gonna collect the charge-off, so
No.
yeah, it would be, in
Right,
that sense, yeah, it's just not gonna
we
show up
have,
there.
somewhere, we used to get a report, and I don't remember of each year what we write off, and I don't know.
It should be
Oh,
a
we're
profit
doing
and
quarterly
loss.
basis.
Yeah, it's in that, I think it's in that quarter, don't you do that in the quarterly report?
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure it's in, I can
Yeah,
remind you to look at
I've
that
seen it
range.
before where you actually
Yeah.
go through and show all that. where
But I
you write
mean,
them
per
off.
year, what we've been doing and seen.
And as auditors, back when we used to audit, that was a recommendation we would make,
Yeah.
that they bring those for approval, that anything they write off, they're not just writing off, they're,
Right.
you know, you all are seeing those.
But I can make sure, Randy, that there's an annual, I mean, we can go back and pull some numbers out.
Yeah, just see,
Certainly.
but it's amazing what you're writing off, but it's because of.
And the circumstances, and the same thing we discussed, you know, I've got one over there with 5 pages. There's several per page, so.
Yep.
Yep.
Perfect.
So yours is increased then, total increase, and that's back to your page, wasn't
Well,
it? 104.
and then you guys did the building stuff, so I
Yeah.
don't know, Randy,
Yep.
where we're actually gonna be at.
It's not lower, it's upper.
Okay.
My apology.
That's all right, the way it goes.
Actually,
So,
overall budget, you had it broke out as 1.4
Yeah,
million,
yeah.
and it's still 1.4. It's actually less by 32,000.
and until we add in for a building.
Right.
Yeah. Yeah, we were under that number until that.
And actually, this is a good thing, if you look on 21 there, the commissioner's looking at, that's a great point. See, if you look at the 2021 budget here, it's 1.9 million. Some of that's because of what I've told you, where we have to make those adjustments to whether it's the ambulance replacement, the director's vehicle, we've got some of those in both the 2020 column and the 2021. But one thing, if that, and we're conservative here with the revenue, like I said, we probably would be able to, I'm just looking at this very quickly, but we would probably be able to come pretty close to putting that building remodel in that one line item. Because we're sitting here with You know, there's about 300,000-400,000 there, more in just doing the same mill levy as last year. So some of the things you have to think about in this case, this is a great example. Do we keep the mill levy the same based on where we're at with the assessed value being down? Because maybe we've collected more in the services up here, so we might not need as much mill levy to carry it. That mill levy could be used to other funds, and you wouldn't be out any because we're sitting here with maybe 300,000-400,000. Or do we want to put that 300,000 or 400,000 in, you know, the building at Hillsborough? You know, those are some of the decisions you have to make on and where we want to end up with the mill levy. Because the way the budget works is that mill levy, that 10 million that we're talking about, it's very fluid. That 10 million can be, you know, one year you might, like in Park, we used out there at the lake, we used some extra money there to do some things out there. The next year that levy would go. So that's one discussion we may have here, because it does look like there's a little extra sitting there
Right.
from our standpoint.
And I know, speaking with Tina,
Yeah.
you know, there's a buffer there
Yeah.
that we want to keep.
Yeah.
So I
So
certainly
you have to
wouldn't want
have
to deplete.
some cash
Yeah,
carry.
cash carryover, yeah. Yep.
So,
And a little bit of that is if we kept, if you look, the commissioners again, if you look right above that 1.9 million in the 2021 column, you'll see a number 471,591. Okay, so some of that, that's cash carryover. If you look at the end of 19, we had 727,000 in cash. So right there is about 250,000, you know, difference between the cash carryover at the end of 19 and what if we spent the budget the way it's here, and it's going to change. But that's always, we always try to keep that cash carryover where you're flexible enough to buy things when you need them. Okay, that's all the questions I have.
For the emergency.
Yeah. Emergency for the emergency.
All right, thank you.
Thanks, Trevor.
yep.
Scott,
Yeah.
there's some other variables too that come into play, like certain grants and monies that come in from, especially through the COVID thing.
That's right.
How does that fit all into here? Does that just increase your cash carryover?
Yeah,
Just
typically.
knocks out some of your stuff and you cash carry over more?
Well, typically, like, if you're, I assume on most of those where they're probably reimbursed, to a certain extent reimbursement. You may have spent those COVID expenses up front, so they would just go into wherever you spent the way the budget, what it's called a budget credit. So like some of those grants are budget credits, so like you need to put it into the line item, but typically we'll put it in as revenue in that fund where you made the expenditure. And it would just be an offset of that. Some grants, and I'm not sure, that was one question I was gonna ask, Harvey County contacted us because the auditor can't be the COVID-19 oversight, okay? So they asked if I would wanna be, it's about $7 million they're getting, I guess. I don't know how much you guys are you getting anything?
Yes, we will be getting something.
So I guess in there, you have to have a fiscal agent that actually oversees that money. And so they wanted to know if I would be the fiscal agent, because I'm not the auditor there, so I might see that. But what happens is, it kind of depends on the way the grant's written. The grant could either be written that you have to set in a separate fund because of fund accountability. So like in that case there, that $7 million they get, it might just go into a separate fund, and that way you could account for all $7 million and how it's spent. Because what happens is if you start divvying it up, you put a little bit in the ambulance and you put a little bit over in the health department, and they start getting buried in these line items, it's very hard to tell if the money was appropriately, you know, spent the way the grant requires it to
So it
spend.
needs to be a whole other.
It could be.
Disappears.
Huh?
It disappears.
It disappears, yes. And so, I have not talked to Harvey County yet. They went through one of my partners, Darren Anderson, he's on the board at Heston, lives in Heston, and they'd asked if we would come down and talk to them about it.
But the auditor for the county cannot be the auditor for this?
Supposedly, I guess what happened, and I don't know, I haven't looked at it yet, I just found out last night, but that auditor felt like they couldn't be, because of independence, they couldn't be doing that and be the auditor. I'm not sure I'm almost saying you could be, but I haven't looked at it, I haven't, you know, so. It's more and more in our profession that nobody wants to touch, like if there's, like even like the budget, the way you broke it out here, where the auditor does the audit, and the budget does the budget, budgeter does the budget. I still do in one Osage, I still do both, but it's getting to where that will not happen probably, you know, because it's I'm sitting here telling you how to spend, not how to spend your money, but giving you guidelines, so you can see that would be if I was the auditor and I'm over here auditing the numbers, and that's always been a tightrope all of us have had to walk as being a budget advisor and but you can't be management. If you're in the audit, you cannot be part of
Yeah, our
management.
micromanager.
Yeah.
So, okay, sorry.
No, that's good. Those are good questions. You ask any of those, and if I don't know the answer, I'll get you. And once I find out from Harvey, it'll be interesting to know. I'll let you know what they tell. Yeah.
I think there's some stuff that we're probably not gonna get informed on today, so there's something to keep in mind in the back of my mind.
Sure. Yeah. No, ask a question. Hello.
Hello, how are you?
Great. How you doing?
Good.
Got some paper for us?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
How's everybody doing today?
Good, how are you?
I'm doing great.
Good. You look rather cheery today.
Yes.
Must love budget, huh?
Oh, it is definitely part of that, isn't it?
Yeah.
Was your ears burning a while ago?
No, sir.
It wasn't? Somebody, we had some bad news today, and somebody said, who was it, said blame the auditor.
It wasn't me.
Or the appraiser.
Oh, no, what happened?
It wasn't me.
I don't think anybody said that. I think that what was said was that
Oh,
there was
no.
a change at the state level on how the appraiser can assess for oil and gas.
Oh.
Yeah.
Because our value went down and
Oh, yes.
it's because of oil and gas.
I don't know
Yeah,
what
this year, let's see, I have been doing this job for 25 years of what I've been in the office, 26 almost. This is the first year that an oil and gas price was set January 1 as typical and revised March the 19th. 50% cut set by the director. It was just like, oh, I mean, I was just like, oh.
That's amazing.
Yeah, I have never witnessed that before.
What did you hear from surrounding appraisers?
In regards to,
In
we
regards to
were
that.
all the same. I mean, everybody was just kind of panicking, going,
Damn.
yeah. I mean, there went your oil value 50%,
Yeah.
boom, it's done. And there's nothing no one could do anything about it. There's been a lot of different things, but I'll talk about that at department update next month, but yeah, that was a shocker. I think overall though, we were up a little bit. I don't know what state assessed did, but the values that we certified were up a little bit. I mean, at least it wasn't, I think some counties are way down. We at least were almost flush or a little above, which I'll take flush or a little above. So, my budget this year is probably pretty simple. I'm gonna tell you off the bat, I really did a lot of digging into things, and I'm actually lowering my budget from last year to this year, or from, I should say, this year to next year. But that may change. I mean, so I wanna just go over a few things with you. Currently, I'm looking at about 11,000 lower than I have been. A couple, every category basically is going down. I left the salaries kind of the same where we're at. I know that those are gonna be less than what they have been, but I also don't know, raises, stuff like that, so I just kind of left it the same. Contractual services, same thing there. They went down a little bit from what they were going to be. The attached kind of explains everything of what went up, what went down, what line item and stuff like that. Training, education, we've talked about that a little bit before. I'm kind of leaving it, I guess I'm taking it down just a little bit. And the reason for that, some of the employees that were going to the classes that were a little more expensive are no longer with us. And so I think for next year, I can still send everybody what they need to go to or attend, but it won't be quite the same expense, I'll just put it that way. But same same quality, getting everybody trained the way we need them to, just they won't be going to some of the classes that were required before. Let's see, like I said, there's little changes here and there. I don't know how strict you guys are. I don't know, I know you guys just kind of lump it all together. The legal publications, that for 2020 is a little higher, but it's still in the contractual line. The reason for that is, with the COVID-19, we had to put in a few more ads in the paper for 2020. I don't know what's gonna happen for 2021, so I went ahead and just upped it a little bit, but there again, overall, it's lower. Like I said, mainly because of that, and staffing ads or help wanted ads. We had a few of those this year. That's fuel calculations, those are the same, that's pretty much the same, insurance is the same. Okay, contractual agreements. Last year, I had you guys put in 5,000 just in case something would go on. The contractual agreement, that is, especially for the new ones, there's 5,000 in there, what we did last year. That, prior to me starting, the county hired another company to do the appraisal studies, the analysis and everything that had to be done. And it was about 20,000 a year, about is what they paid. When I took the position, I do my own studies, so we eliminated that item. Last year I suggested go ahead and keeping a little bit in just in case I would get sick or something would come up, whatever. I left it at the 5,000, but sadly everybody needs to know that we are at that contract time in 2021 again. So, if you guys choose to stay with me, that will stay the same. But if you go a different route, that's something you might wanna think about, because that would be a line item that would be coming back in, or that you would need to know up front. So that's it, just so you have heads up on that.
Is that coming up this year or next year?
It'll be 2021.
2021 in
Yes.
June or January?
Well, July 1 is the official date, so I'm with you guys until the end of June and hopefully longer, but there, like I said, I gotta just give you that heads up.
I think it comes up every 4 years, all of a sudden, it's election time or something.
It does, I know, that's always, I always hate that time also. RNS Digital, I think we actually are doing a little decrease in that, but just so you know, about once every 3 years we send out ag mailers, so 2021 will be the year again, but there again, I believe that it's actually going down a little bit from where we've been. So, there again, it doesn't affect anything, just giving you a heads up of what we do. Okay, let's see. If you will look at, the capital outlay, which is gonna be, the very last page that I got, that I gave you. I am cutting that line quite a bit. I'm going from 14,000 down to 7,500 in that. And the reason is, we're set on vehicles currently. Computers, we are going to need to do a little bit in that. Honestly, we've pretty much upgraded everything that we needed to. The biggest increase that we had in there prior to was the purchase of that new tablet for the mobile office. We have the one, it's working, no problems. But we're also finding that, especially with new staff coming in, we may not be needing it right away to have a second one. And we thought instead of having that 4,500, if it's usable elsewhere, I can cut that out for a year or so. That was just kind of my feelings, is let's see how the one works before we even approach a second one. So I just went ahead and put that out for this next year, because we have the one, we're using it, and we'll just kind of play it by ear if that's okay there. but that's where that decrease is coming from. Computers, I left that the same. I will be honest and say, this year we are probably, for 2020, we may have to upgrade. We're having some major computer issues there. Again, I can talk at that, at budget. We had it in, it's just, that really is kind of the same, left that in case there would be, something comes up that we need it for. The other line item that I took out is the capital outlay for new CAMA. That, there has always been like, or in the past has been like 1,500 in there, or an amount in there. We have really not used any monies designated for new Orion. Way back when Orion came out, Orion is our software system that we use for the residential, commercial real estate part of our jobs. There was a time when the state asked every county to basically pitch in and help. And so clear back in like 2010, it was per parcel, and people would put in, and we would, you know, give monies to the state to implement this program. Times have changed, they don't really ask for that any longer. They have a committee that takes care of it, there's no point in keeping that in there. I cannot foresee it happening again, that they're gonna ask for money. So I just zeroed that out also. Digital mapping, I left that the same. There again, we don't usually have a lot come out, but you just never know if somebody's gonna need something done that's, we'd have to have it covered on. I mean, just never know. So anyway, that is my presentation. I don't know if you guys have any questions or suggestions or something you'd like to see different.
I didn't tell you before she started here, on 21, at the bottom of page 21, circled is the budget we'll be working through when we come back to drop numbers in for 2021. And it shows the same level as last year on all these.
When was our last flyover?
Oh, well, I was going to update you that also on my. We just had it done. In fact, I've got stuff printed out, like I said, for my or budget or departments update. But those have been implemented. We just did the first invoice. I just got it this week and submitted it. But they just got done. We just got them all updated, and I've got some pictures to bring up for my department update. So yeah.
But is that, what's the fee? Is it in that?
This year, I think it was like the first of the 3 years is like 38,000, I believe. I think
We've
that
been
was.
paying that out of sales tax in the past.
I was gonna say, it isn't in mine,
Well,
but.
I should divide it up to everybody. Everybody.
Well,
has
you
a-
talked about that, but I don't think you ever did. You just
Okay.
did it out of sales tax.
Okay.
38,000 a year.
Yeah, for 3,
For
well,
3
I'd have to
years.
look and see what the most recent number is, but
Yeah.
yes.
Could you just get one of your planes and just fly over your smartphone and take those pictures?
Drone it.
Drone it, yeah.
Drone
Drone it, yeah.
Get closer.
I asked Randy if I could use the drone and he told me no, so I don't know why.
I might find that eagle again.
Don't wanna talk about a drone.
That's, we lost our drone last year to an eagle.
Oh, really?
Oh, no. Maybe that's why you didn't want me to try it.
Okay.
Really? Oh, that's crazy. Okay, Lisa.
Yeah.
That's good.
Okay, no other questions, anything? Okay, great. Thank
Thank
you
you.
guys. Have a
Yeah.
good one.
Yeah.
Lots of information.
Yep.
Just so Joel there. Left, you left.
Here he comes.
And I have 11:15 hearing. I know Josh is here. I don't know if we can switch spots since we're a little bit behind.
Yeah. I just don't know if it's gonna carry. I don't know how long.
And,
He'll
well,
leave.
and how long will you need? Because
I don't-
extension is not coming because their district has been approved.
Okay.
So they won't need a budget allocation.
Okay. And that 11:15 shouldn't take too long, but I don't know if we can just switch and we'll be back. after
Yeah,
that.
and Rebecca probably would be ready to go if you're not back before.
Okay.
Sounds good.
All right, thanks.
Morning.
Morning.
How are you?
Okay.
I'm fine, I guess you could say.
Well, I'd like to.
He's handed out. I didn't get him turned in.
Thank you.
The other one.
One, yeah, thank you.
Here,
Let's see. I think I'm short one.
Oh, we can make,
Yeah.
we can make copies. Oh, you got it?
I've got him. I didn't get him handed.
Okay. You have no reason.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Sure.
What page are we on this week, Scott?
This one, I'm sorry. His is, all over the place
Few
here.
different
24
So,
is the
which
weed.
one are you gonna talk about first?
I'm gonna start with HHW, noxious
Okay.
weed, transfer station, and then the recycling.
Okay, so noxious weed, you can hold your finger on 24, that's where noxious weed is at the top of the 24. And then you go back to 25 at the top, solid waste, which has HHW. And, what else did you say?
Noxious weed.
Yeah, noxious weed, HHW, oh, transfer station is, yeah. Transfer station is at the back because it's not a tax levy fund.
And then the
So
recycling.
so it's on page 20. So, you're starting on HHW. So you're
HHW.
on 25 at the top, and the way this one is solid waste. It's called the solid waste fund, but the HHW expenditures, you'll see them there in the expenditures in the middle there, HHW contract, commodities, all that.
Too much paper.
Yeah, a lot of papers. Okay?
Okay. I will say on the back 3 pages of what I gave you is just kind of what I've wrote out. So everybody's got a copy of that. Start with the personal service. We will be under budget this year because I had Bud on it last year, and my wages aren't as high as his. But I would like to go ahead and keep and see what it'd be like for next year. Keep the same. The contractional. This year's budget will come close to using what is budgeted. Next year, I'd like to increase the budget to 20,000 because I'd like to try bulking latex. Right now, I take latex, I pour it in a big tub, then let it sit. I mix it with the floor dry. And I take it out, bag it. It's just a lot of time consuming. On my slower times, that's okay, it gives me something to do, but when I'm busy, I get a lot backed up, and it costs about, I forgot to put that down, it's about $140, $150, 55 gallon drum to get rid of. Commodities, be close, but I think I'll be under what is budgeted, but I'd like to keep that the same too. Capital outlay, I guess it's budgeted last year for it, I'm just gonna leave it as is for now. That is it for the HHW.
And then
Noxious weed.
noxious weed, go back 1 page to 24. And it's at the top. 24.
Personal services, be under budget. Like I said, Bud had bigger pay than me, so I'd like to keep it the same. I know next year I'll probably be under budget, but I'd like to try hiring a part-time to help fill do the chemical sales and accept any household hazardous waste there. I'd like to try, just try that out and see what happens. The contractional, we will meet the budget. I'd like to increase to 15 due to the basic weed school, conferences for further education, and to maintain our certificates. Commodities for this year, we will meet. But it might be even under. I'm hoping I'm under.
Commodities, what you're buying?
Yes, that'd be our herbicides and that stuff. And then also our bills just for the building too, I believe comes up from under all that too.
You have a pretty good inventory of chemicals? I mean, or is it pretty well spent down every year?
Well, by what I've kind of noticed is they spend around 40,000 every year. So I want to really look at that and see, maybe try some different chemicals next year too, and try to stay within the budget. I'd like to stay under it as much as possible.
Sure,
yeah. For the daily receipts is what I was on the next page. That's what I sell or sells in chemical. I'm estimating we'll have about 30,000 come back. Hopefully low on that. Just because of our 2-month shutdown for chemical sales, that kind of hurt there, but we'll hopefully see what the rest of the year brings out. And capital outlay, transfer over, and the $5,000 transfer over, and then put that for equipment. Would like to purchase a sprayer on skid to be able to put it in the back of the pickup. So if I go out and check weeds and they're in the ditch, I can go ahead and spray them like Brandy's out. That little truck does the same as what the big one we had that I gave to Road and Bridge. So it's just the split pickup's easier to get around. So
that was kind of the plan, getting the truck to Road and Bridge, so you have something more fit your needs.
Yeah.
So if you look on 27, what he's talking about there is every year there's five, it's at the top of page 27 on the sheets I gave you. 5,000 is transferred in there. Right now at the end of 19, we have 39,115 in that, in the noxious weed capital outlay. The way this fund works is it's kind of like a set-aside fund, kind of like the special equipment fund on Road and Bridge. And so both of those funds, if you don't use the money here and you need it in the operating fund, you can always transfer it back and use it for operations. But we set it aside here, and typically in the past, I think we bought a truck. I mean, that's kind of what we'd set it for in the past, is buy a pickup, the spray, or the spray truck. But so you've got a little bit set aside there. So that's good. What's a sprayer cost? What's a sprayer cost?
I kind of got an estimated about $6,100 for the setup I'm looking at. It's the same motor, same pumps. So I have just one part on the shelf for both trucks. I would like to keep that inventory of parts down. So.
Sure.
Okay, and that is.
And you would buy that out of the noxious weed capital outlay fund?
Yes.
Would that be bought 2020 or 2021?
I'd like to shoot for this year.
Yeah, you got the cash is sitting there.
I've got the funds.
Yeah.
That'd be a new truck?
No, it's just a sprayer on a skid where I can use a skid steer with forks to load it and put it in a pickup. If I need to move it to another pickup, because one broke down.
Are you gonna buy a pickup then too?
Nope. I've got a recycle truck in the weed truck, or 2 weed trucks, so I'm set there. So.
What was the truck? Which truck is it that was going to Road and Bridge? It's the old
Paint truck.
Emergency management, maybe.
Yeah. Oh,
emergency man. Wasn't there a truck going?
It was a big red spray truck.
Well,
you're
he's
talking
he's
about
talking
the water
about,
truck.
he's talking about the big truck, I think.
Two-ton truck.
Two-ton
Yeah.
truck, yeah.
Yeah.
Is it, that's what he gives to the road,
Mhm.
to use for water
Oh,
and
okay.
stuff, yeah.
Water down the roads.
And then the emergency management truck or something was the other truck?
That's a potential, that was a thought.
That was a
yeah.
thought, yeah.
Thought.
That's
So
one that gets done.
Yeah.
Is that the-
Whenever,
Just asking.
whenever it comes up.
I have to keep all these, trying to keep all these
Need a
straight.
chuck board up there,
Yeah,
things we talked about.
yeah, exactly.
We'll let you know when we need some money, sir.
Yeah.
I think that's it for the, noxious weed, the transfer station.
Okay. And then transfer station, it's a non-tax levy, so that's the one back on, where'd it go? On 31, if you go back to 31, it's, down at the bottom of 31. And it's just set up with an assessment fee that, you're all familiar with, I'm sure it just comes in, and then recycling fee. Recycling, you're pretty well, is it shut down here in Marion County? or are you
We're still doing it.
Still doing, okay.
Sore subject.
Yeah, yeah, I'd read somewhere, I wasn't sure what they were doing, yeah. Okay?
I'll just go down to the personal services. We'll be under, budget for personnel this service. But next year, it has gone up, cause I got four guys down there, and plus myself. I'm looking to raise it hopefully to about $185,000. That should cover all their, wages and everything.
How many employees are in the transfer station?
I got four of them down there, and then me, and mine's only like $900 and some taken out, so.
Were we gonna stay at that same staffing level for the new?
I think we have to evaluate that.
Yeah, I guess we just don't know yet.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm all right with leaving it in the budget for this year till we get out on our feet and things, but till we see how the system operates and see what does and what don't work.
So update me on that. Is this a good time? Just what's happening with the
Okay,
transfer
the
station?
transfer station's being built right now. It's about a third done, maybe.
Third done, okay.
They got the pit sort of, I don't know if they've got to come up, or they come alongside the pit and fill it.
Doing the north ramp.
They've done the north, they're doing the north ramp. They got the north walls done.
Okay.
So they'll get ready for the ramp, and then they'll start on the south walls of the ramp.
But I heard a sort of a forecast, maybe by September, October, they might be, if everything goes good.
I haven't really heard that. I still shoot for November.
Yeah.
Here a while back, they was talking they was 2 weeks behind. So I just kind of, people ask, I just kind of say December.
Time's leaving, yeah.
Yeah.
I still feel the end of the year, if we get it done
Yeah.
by then.
If we
good.
get it done in December, I'll
Yeah.
be happy.
Had a lot of rain days.
Yes, we have, so.
The power thing went smoothly last time. It came back on time,
Oh, good, good.
15 minutes early.
Yeah, they shut down power, where we did the power thing around the
From
west end of it.
3 to 7 last night.
Oh,
I think they did kick it in, is that kicked in now, or is that? part of
The
it?
power's still on,
Yeah, but I mean,
but
underground, did they kick that in last night, or
No,
not?
I think they just put the cut-ons in play.
Oh, okay.
They got to do another shutdown.
yeah, and next week.
Next Thursday.
Yeah, this Thursday.
And
Next,
all,
they've already done one this morning.
Okay, yeah.
So next week, I think they're.
Next Wednesday night.
all the expenses of this that we're talking about, Scott, is for when we tear the building down, those high wires was within 10 foot to 15 foot of the building. And now they're completely out of the way.
Out of the way. Oh, awesome.
Go
Just took
around,
them
across
all.
and go around.
They just took them underground and then back up.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay.
So it's out of the way of the building.
That's what-
Yeah.
Okay.
The contractual, estimate will be probably at this year's budget, just, kind of what I've lost it, sorry. Commodities, estimate that we'll go over this year's budget due to equipment repairs. Would like to increase to 55,000 for next year.
capital outlay, I'd like to keep it at 140,000, because we're kind of in the area where we need a trailer. The cost of it's 65 to 70,000, or maybe a new skid steer. That new one that we got, the 850, we've had a lot of breakdowns on it. It's been in the shop at Wichita 2 times in the past 3 months. In the past 3 years, we've already had over $7,000 in repairs.
That's the one that's used daily, it's not the backup one?
It's the one we use daily, and it's been down. The one, our backup, I'm getting where, you know, I need to figure out, I might have to spend the money to get tires, because I'm about ready in the steel on those tires, so.
What kind of warranty did that have on it?
That I'm
1
not,
year?
I'm not 100% sure.
Wow. Is that the truck we just got? Which one are we talking about?
The skid steers,
Oh, the
skid steers, yeah.
Okay.
When was it new?
I was thinking 2 or 3 years ago. I can't remember. I was gonna try finding out for the
Like I
guys.
bought it when I was first on.
So,
Get a bad one, did we? Or
do I?
you get a bad one, did we? Or-
Well, I think it was the 2nd or 3rd one off the assembly line when they first came out with that model.
So yes, we did.
Mm-hmm.
Should have got a prototype rebate.
So it's actually a fairly new skid steer.
Yeah, it's not bad.
Maybe we could get trade in on
Well, that's something that I think the commission needs to wait and see before we even give permission to even do something like that, because unless something goes wrong, that you gotta have. I mean, but I just think that if it's anything like what I've seen, what out of these transfer stations, that they just use a backhoe. That's all they use. That's what the main purpose of the backhoe purchase, besides stomping.
Yeah, I was gonna say that the machine that we bought now was to kind of complement the new transfer.
Yes, correct. And so, I don't know, we'll see.
Yeah.
After it's done, but, you've got the tires and things out there. I'm not gonna say you don't need something out there to cut the tires up and maybe a machine out there, I don't know. But I think we just need to sit tight and wait till we figure out what works and what don't work.
Well, on the tires though, for the other machine.
Oh,
Maybe
yeah.
if they're down to steel.
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah.
you gotta
Do what you gotta do.
yeah.
it. Should maintain the equipment, keep it, since you only got one now.
Well, then you go talking about trading or getting rid of, ain't nobody really gonna want it if it isn't operational. I mean, somebody will, but you're not gonna get a whole dollar.
I think tires are what, 3,000, 4,000?
3,000 or 4,000. I'm just trying to remember what we.
Yeah, somewhere in there.
Yeah.
They're real, just rubber on steel is what they are. So
Yeah. Yep. The lease purchase for the transfer station, we'll use that budget up for the payments on the backhoe and the new tire cutter. So, other than that, that's it for the transfer station. Recycling. The,
That didn't have, that one is not run through the transfer station, it's run through a separate fund, you know?
it shows it says Fund 153, the transfer station recycle.
Yeah. Yeah, it's because it says recycling fees on there, I assume it's on there, it's on the actual, yeah, it's on the actual 31 there down at the bottom. Recycling contracts or commodities.
it's out of the same.
Yeah, I thought it was.
153, 153.
Yeah.
But it's just tracked separately.
Sure.
There's a lot of interest in what goes on with the
Sure.
What page you on, see that now?
31. Yeah,
Bottom.
and it's down at the bottom of the transfer, yeah, the bottom fund there, and then at the bottom of the expenditures down there.
So these numbers all.
Yeah, they're right.
Contractual this year, estimate we will go over budget on that, hauling the South Hutch at $120 a ton. I'd like to increase the budget to $50,000 for next year, and that should, if I figured right, should cover our hauling down there about every other week. I average about 14 tons.
If we approve though these new user fees, that would have some impact on that figure.
It's still, he's still spending this, it would just be on his income side, it'd be different.
This will be the out, and then I think the income, whether I'm wrong or right, but the income will show him coming, and that piece.
Right, that's right.
will
I mean,
roll.
we're still paying the bill, we
Yes.
just have it on the
So your service
offset
fees,
to the
your service
revenue.
fees would also go up.
So that's where it goes into, I mean, you're not talking about the waste assessment fee, you're talking about a service fee for the
Recycling.
recycling.
Yeah, we had a work session about whether to keep recycling or not for the citizen.
Sure.
Kind of, I mean, no official action was taken.
Yeah.
But, kind of discussed about $82 a ton to offset
Sure.
costs, because they're already paying solid waste.
Yep.
And it sounded receptive, positive, so that's the discussion we're kind of
Yeah.
talking about.
Did we make it clear though the other day that what happens if it goes to 140 or 150?
No.
I mean,
Then we revisit.
that's, I'm just saying that
We did not on the upper end, but we did talk about if it went lower end. You know, if we went back to Fort Riley, we'd have to
Yeah.
reassess it, so I would, no, we didn't make it clear.
Well,
But
I'm just saying
if
that
it goes down, it should also go up.
Right. I mean, I'm just getting there that we want everybody to understand that that's what can happen.
It's not just recycling to recycle, it's to recycle if they want recycling.
And commodities, estimate that we'll be under budget, and just, that one we don't use a whole lot. Just go ahead and keep it the same for now.
We're quite a bit over budget there. I mean, I've seen your spending this year at only, but I see a couple of years back, 8,000, 9,000. Everything's been under 10, and we're setting at 25. Right?
And that was what was, for this year, so.
Yeah, that's just what was shown in the last couple of years, I think. Because on that sheet I got, the 31, if you look at the contractual commodities, you're spending 2,100, 6,100, so there's 8,200. And yeah, we've gotten both of those line items 25,000, both in 2020 and 2021 right now.
Just glancing at it, if we get down to red pen time, that'd be a. Yeah, I brought that out yet.
Oh, I've been using it.
Okay.
Yeah, I've got it.
If it gets down to red pen time, there may be some tightening up of that budget there a little bit.
One thing you have to remember on his budget that's a little different than all the other red pen budgets, I mean, in a sense, because this one here has no impact on the mill levy. So what you're trying to do here is you're trying to manage the assessment fees, you're trying to manage those fees you're talking about with recycling. And so you got the revenue coming in at the top, and then all these line items due down here are literally just how you spend your pool of resources. And, because like, one thing I was gonna ask you why I'm just thinking about here, like down there, see, it's one of these deals, future building, $2 million. Well, we spent $399,000, and then I still have $200,000, but that got all ran through a lease purchase. Okay, so will there be that $200,000 stuck there in that line item? There wouldn't be any of that expense, or is there other things you have to do that aren't included in the lease purchase amount, or to get the
Cost overruns.
Well,
that value is actually being used.
the 200,000 and the 200,000?
Yeah,
Okay.
as lease purchase, it's making the lease purchase.
That's the lease purchase payment. Oh,
Yeah.
okay.
Right.
Well,
Between, but we've also got it doubled up here because lease purchase payment for tire cutter
Yeah.
is also included in the lease purchase.
Oh,
The
for the-
200,000
What's the other one?
for the future building. So
Yeah,
we've
so
got
it
the
had-
tire cutter and the future building together.
So this hadn't been adjusted for that,
Right,
yeah,
right.
yeah, I'll change that, okay. But the actual cash outlay besides the lease purchase payments, unless there's a cost overrun, we would wanna put those back into capital outlay and start building again, or how do you want to do it?
I was gonna say, the majority of that 200,000 needs to be just changed up a line.
Yeah, lease payment, okay.
Now, the 42 could still be offset by the skid steer.
Oh, yeah, okay.
That's not, that wasn't considered in the 200.
Yeah, okay.
So I think that's, between the three items, that 200 needs to go fill.
Yep.
For those three items.
Yeah, I think those all worked out, okay. Super, thanks.
Sorry,
it.
sorry to get
Nope.
off on that tangent there, but
Yeah, I just
trying to just square it up.
Yeah.
That's all I have. Any questions?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Yep, good job.
Josh's first go around.
Yeah, I was thinking about, I've done this like so many times, I was sitting over there, I bet that guy's a little nervous over there.
Oh, I am nervous.
He's just a nervous guy, but.
Well, I am, so.
That's awesome, you did a great job.
Well, thank you. Thanks. We'll see y'all later.
Yeah.
Have a good one, Josh.
You too.
Sweat this back out, his back all sweaty.
I guess it's Bryce's first try.
Busy, huh?
Speaking of another newbie, here's another
Yeah,
newbie.
Scott Lloyd, nice to meet you.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. Next one, okay.
Alright, so I don't have more for you all.
Thank you.
I'll make it difficult to access.
You just hand them all the.
Two to each person?
Yeah.
Okay. Two to each person.
Yeah, you just hand them out to twos.
One more.
One more, yep, there we go.
Should be it.
Okay. Yep.
So all I handed was just, I guess, my proposed budget along with, we had talked previously about our part-time being full-time, and so that was something that Ashley had done, kind of just projection of what her salary would be and what the end of this year would look like. So I think talking about what my budget encompasses, I think some of you are familiar, I don't know if I'm telling you something you already know, I apologize. So what comes out of our budget, obviously, is salaries the big portion, and the contractuals is the other big portion. What comes out of that contractuals is some things that I don't have any control over at all. The big portion of it being the dealing with coroner calls and dead bodies. Last year was 19,000 dealing with that. 2018 was 17,000. Year before that was 15,000. It just all depends on, I don't have any control over that, that's just what comes out of my budget. Another big portion that comes out of it is of the contractuals is conflict cases, special prosecution. The last year was less than what I thought it would be, given I think the transition of everything, but what I calculated up was a little over 3,000, 3,200. The last 2 years it was 22,017 and then 17,000 in 2018. And so that's kind of what trying to, I guess, balance the budget there, taking a little bit out of those contractuals. Is looking at where we are this year, $10,000 is where we were currently at June 1. The 7 months remaining, hard to tell what that will bring. There is I think a couple of cases that are out for special prosecution that are out there that she hasn't, Laura Allen, who's doing the special prosecution, hasn't submitted her bill. One's going to trial, so that if that goes to trial, that'll obviously be a bigger bill than if they get put out. And then trials, I haven't had any trials really this year. Everything's gotten moved due to COVID. That's another big expense with witness fees, depending on what that case is. If it's a child sex crime, paying for experts, those sort of things, get more pricey than prosecuting a DUI, for instance. So a lot of those things I don't have much control over. It just depends on what that year brings.
Got it. Okay, yeah, I was gonna, page 14 is where it is at, and he's a part of the general fund. So you look in the middle of the page there, it says county attorney. Question I had, like on that, like with this COVID and stuff, so like when you have witnesses now, does the court allow to have Zoom, or do you actually have to have them come in, or?
Everything's being done by Zoom right now.
Or whatever medium, yeah.
Right, and so, yeah, everything's by Zoom right now. I think in July, we're gonna start probably having more in-person hearings, but most everything by Zoom. I think if somebody's uncomfortable for whatever reason, I think the court would be more than willing to accommodate.
How do they do that on Zoom if the person can't be on, has to go somewhere to be on Zoom?
Smartphone or, a computer, and if they don't have that, they will allow people to come and record. So we'll find somebody that has a smartphone.
Wow.
Everybody got a phone.
Some of them just don't have smart ones.
Yeah, yeah.
There's a few.
There are some people who refuse to do that.
Yeah. Okay, that's all. I don't have any questions. This one's pretty cut.
And I wanted to point out on the salaries what that dropped it from 60 to 50,000. I think 50,000 is probably. I don't think we'll hit that on our contractuals this year. But I think last year was 60,000. This year was a 60,000 budget. So dropped it to 50,000 to make some more money, or room for more money in the salary portion. If Caitlin were to go full time, she was budgeted in at about 10,000. Her salary would then be moved up to 29,000. So there's about 20,000 there. And then for the county attorney spot, I think I put in a $7,000 raise there. The current salary here is 55,569 or something along those lines. The study that was done here before shows that the county attorney position is low. I try to keep the contractual special prosecution low by not going and doing outside work. But the reality of it is, going to law school takes a lot of money. I'm not complaining about the debt that I have. That's just the reality of it. It took a lot of money to get in that seat, and so now I'm paying those loans back. My thought is I'm gonna have to go get that money somewhere, whether it be going to private practice, creating conflicts, or getting a raise. So that's where that money comes from.
But
More than happy
you
to
lost
speak
it
to
now
that.
6 years or 8 years?
Graduated in 2011.
But what is the number of years for school?
So 3 years for law school, but you have to have a 4-year degree, so 7 years.
7.
I managed to do it in 8.
It takes time.
Right.
All right.
Yep.
Yeah, thanks, Joe.
All right, thank you.
Have a good day.
You too.
Yep. Nice to meet you. Okay, we just have one more for lunch here, register deeds. Or is she coming in?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, there she is, yeah. Okay, so she's on page, I think she's right here.
The extension is the one that's not. We voted to allow them to create their own district between.
Oh, yeah,
Marion
yeah,
and-
yeah.
So they're on their own mill levy, everything.
Okay, got it on the list.
What page are we on here, Scott?
Give me a minute here.
Oh, you're still looking. I thought you said it and I missed it.
That's tech fund.
It's coming back the other way now. We're back to fees.
Yeah, give me a minute here.
Looking now.
You were looking for us? I wasn't sure if I was up or not.
Sorry.
You're out. Everybody's 32.
Well, we're trying to find it in the budget.
Trying to
Oh,
find
is that,
out.
okay, I thought it was general fund, but I didn't see it. Yep. Page
Same
14,
page,
14. 14's got its own, yeah, it's right below Joel's. That's why I couldn't see it right there. Close it. Okay?
Okay, mine is very simple this year. I did not change commodities or capital outlay. I'm sorry, I did not change contractual or capital outlay. I reduced commodities by 500. A few years ago, we had an ink-eating printer that went through cartridges like you wouldn't believe, and that's why I increased it. Got rid of that one, have just an ordinary black one that does a perfect job, so I was able to reduce that line by $500. The tech fund, I left as it was last year. The actual amount we have taken in of $6,200 so far this year is really close to the average of the last 4 years. I thought maybe with the quarantine and everything it might be down, but it's running pretty close. We are in the process right now of scanning those old those old tract books, and once I have a better idea how that is going to end up exactly, then probably next year I will need to replace Joe's computer because it's aged out. And who knows about that copy machine, but so that's what I got.
And what she's talking about there, that second part is the register deed tech fund. It's on page 27. So much of each recording goes in.
Document that's
Yeah, each
recorded.
document goes into there as a tech fee. And then you'll see on 27 there, you'll see she has about, at the end of 19, she has $22,433. She may have spent some during 2020 here, I'm not sure.
Yes.
The way that statute works, and it's never gets there, is if it reaches, was it 50,000?
I believe that's
If it
right.
reaches $50,000, then you could actually use it in other tech type things around the county, but it never gets to $50,000. But they set this up back when everything was going to paperless and all this scanning and all this stuff went in. They needed the equipment to do it.
Any questions? Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thanks.
Always. She always has her stuff down.
Yes. Okay. Taking a break for lunch, or you have any questions of what we talked about this morning, or anything else?
Not so far. We haven't got the dirty stuff yet.
Well, we might head to lunch.
Yeah.
Start back at 1:15, okay? Will you be back at 1, or what do you got on 1:15, 1?
If we were early, we could, of course, he might not come in till 1:15,
Right.
unless we call him.
Who's that?
Can always be here at 1.
Who's that?
Isaac.
Isaac.
Yeah, you might be
You
able
want to do that way?
Yeah.
Can you call Isaac? See if he can be at 1.
Yeah, okay, we'll be back then. Okay? Thank you. The restroom. Do what?
He said the lunch is on the account.
Lunch is on the account, okay, where we going?
What's the highest priced place?
In Marion,
I
well.
don't know if Elgin's open yet.
Oh, are they having meals there?
Well, they've got a brand new restaurant.
Oh, do they?
It's on a weekend.
Special
But
meeting.
it's been
They're not open
closed
yet.
down for,
So, yeah, since it is a special meeting, I
Yeah,
guess
what-
I will recess the meeting
yeah, we did.
until 1 o'clock.
Second.
Okay.
Oh, I didn't know that. Yeah, this dates way back.
Oh.
Oh goodness, I used to love to go to Kingfisher. We just, I was out there.
Just to be clear, I'll just take a vote on it.
Oh, yep.
All those in favor?
Aye.
I don't think it required it, but.
That's going to be a lot of years ago
That's
already.
a couple of years ago, yes,
Yeah.
yeah, and they used to have, it's so funny, because they used to have all you could eat, cannelloni and something else, and I had two 6'5" guys that worked for me at that time, and it was over lunch hour. Those people lost money. I mean, they go out there and, yeah, that was good eating.
Well, yeah, I'll take this
Take
out.
your sledgehammer.
Take it out. Nobody needed it this morning, so.
That's my sledgehammer.
This conference will now be recorded.
Red light's on.
Is it on?
Yeah, it's on. Yeah, it's on.
That's on.
You don't
Yeah,
trust
it's
it?
probably going. That's on here. Yeah, it's just frozen up on that screen, Ashley, don't worry. Okay.
All right. 1 o'clock, officially out of recess, back into our meeting. Okay, we move on, Isaac.
Yep, there we go. Okay. I actually didn't, really easy this year. I didn't have a whole bunch of changes at all. If you turn to the second page in the budget worksheet, and this was a question I had for the commission. On the fourth line down is canoe rental. And maybe you guys can give your opinions. I'm not sure. So the canoe rental was something that we've always done out there, but the canoes were, I think, donated by the Boy Scouts. And we rented those out for the Boy Scouts for people to use on a daily basis. They could $10 for 2 hours, or anything over 2 hours, it was $20 for the day. They turned those back in. The Boy Scouts have since taken those canoes from the lake because they've been using them for trips and stuff, and he said those tires on the trailer were getting real old and he didn't want to risk hauling them back and forth. So they've taken those canoes, and I don't think they're coming back. And I've had a lot of people ask if it's something that we would be able to do as far as the lake, but I know there's a lot of things with liability and stuff like that. And I didn't know if it'd be something we would be interested in doing out there. We did rent them out a lot, and I think it was a percentage, I think Tina would know, it was a percentage went to the Boy Scouts, and then the lake got a percentage of the income that we made there. We used to do paddle boats too. That was before I came in, and talking to Gerald and Adam, they said that they kept breaking. The rudders kept breaking off of them and people would get stranded. So they got rid of the paddle boat rental. But we did have a canoe rental out there, which we no longer have. And that's something that we get asked about all the time. And like I've told people, I wasn't sure as far as liability goes how that would all work. But if it was something the commission would be interested in, I figured I would bring it up because we have it on here, and it's not something that's available at the moment.
I just feel you'd have to go through first insurance, make sure that we have insurance.
Would have to contact me.
And then present us a plan of what the cost is.
Okay.
And if it's 5,000, I'm probably gonna vote no.
Right, yeah.
I don't know if over,
Right,
probably,
yeah.
I don't know what
Yeah.
kind of cost a canoe is. I don't have a clue.
You can buy a pretty good canoe for 1,000.
Well, and what I was thinking is if we wanted to do something like that, instead of a canoe, I would feel a lot safer if we went with like kayaks. We had
we had a lot of people flip those canoes, especially getting in and out. Not
Okay.
necessarily,
Right,
once they
right.
were out on the water, they're fine.
Right.
But getting in and out, a lot of people tipped over, and the kayak's just a lot easier. They're a lot easier to paddle and move around on. You can't fit 4 or 5 people in them like you could the canoes, but then maybe you could get people to rent a couple more out than just the one. And like I said, it's not something that I'm really pushing for, but I did want to bring it up because it's on here, and it's just not something that's available anymore out at the lake. But we do get asked about it quite a bit.
Let me ask you this, have you got on this new budget you present to us a boat for you?
I haven't. So right now we do. No, I didn't. We have one.
Kayak can take care of that.
Yeah.
Put a siren on the
Yeah, yeah. We do have a
Stay
boat
right there.
out there that was donated. I think it was maybe in Steve's last year. It was donated to us from the state. The biologists out there, they had one and they don't use it anymore. And he took it out there one day, and I guess he told Steve, he said, "You guys can use this and do everything with it as long as you upkeep it." He said, "We'll never ask for it because they got new boats out there." So we do have a boat, just like an 18-foot flat bottom. It's a great.
No motor on it.
It has a 40-horse Mercury motor on it, yeah, and actually the motor is fairly new. It runs great. I haven't had an issue with it, and we just use it for moving buoys, pulling logs and stuff out of the water. It's a great work boat. It really is. So we do have that at our disposal, and we use it. I mean, we've used it quite a bit.
I didn't know that.
Yeah.
You
Yeah.
just need some lights on it.
Yeah, well, that wouldn't be a bad idea.
Red light.
Yeah, yeah, but we do have that. It's actually tied up to the public dock right now, and yeah, we use it for mainly the buoys and moving stuff out. We've had to tow a couple boats in when they get stuck, but we do have that. And they just gave it to us, from my understanding.
Good, I didn't know that was out there.
Yes.
The reason why I asked is I'd rather spend money for the
yeah,
boat.
right,
instead of that, but if you got a boat, maybe we just
Yeah.
spend some money on it, keep it up.
Okay.
Cool.
And then as far as that page goes, the CFAP deal, that's gonna stay the exact same this year, as it has been in the past. Okay, and now on the top of the third page, personal services, and actually this is something that maybe you can help just to make sure I did this right. On the salary page that looks like this, we have had a part-time wages for a total of $9,990 for seasonal office help. Now, I don't know if that was something that was budgeted in when we had the full bait shop there, or if maybe things were ran a little different if we didn't have 2 full-time employees at the time. But what I was thinking is if we got rid of that, and on the second page here, the option 2, if we could get Gerald and Adam and myself the 5% raise for covering everything. You know, I've been pushing for Gerald for a raise for a long time, or trying to, and I know we've had this pay plan in the works, and I know we just had a big increase in our insurance. But looking at this, if we got rid of that seasonal office help there, and with the 5% raise, we would still be under what we are budgeting for personal services. And I don't know if that's something that has been utilized in the past, but in my 3 summers there, you know, we've never had any real need for another part-time guy over the summer. But like I said, I didn't know how it was originally ran, when that was put into play, but it is something that I was gonna ask the commission.
I'm surprised it stayed in since Steve's been.
I know. Well, I wonder, would that have been, prior to that, would that have been the wife of,
No, she was full-time employee.
she was full-time?
But there was even part-time help even then, too, so.
Didn't go on, Meyer work out there for a while?
We had her fill in for a little bit with with the guy before?
With-
I see.
Yeah, and I think she helped Adam out quite a bit.
Oh,
Well, yeah,
After
transaction there.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. And I didn't, like I said, I didn't know when that was put in or what that was put in for. But just looking at it, you know, we really don't need it. And so I just wanted to bring that up.
Well, I'd love to do it, but I've got 80 more, 90 more employees I've got to think about.
Right.
I mean, we've had 4 or 5 requests, raises.
Yeah.
So, you're not alone, Isaac. I'm just saying, stared us in the face this morning about raises and things.
Right, and I understand that.
So, I don't know where it'll go.
Okay.
But I'm just saying, if I do one, I want to take a look
Right.
at it.
Yeah, okay.
That's my vote, I don't know what Dave is.
So really, overall, even with the last option you were talking about, you're still talking net zero. You're not up or down.
No, yeah, I mean, and am I looking at that right, Ashley? Okay, yeah, and so that, you know, we have budgeted 104,000 for 2020, and the way it is right now, as far as my 3 guys go, we're coming in at 95. But if you add in that additional seasonal help, it was at 105, and we just weren't using it at all. And so even with the 5% there, we're still coming in at 100,686, and we have budgeted almost 105,000 there. And so that's kind of what I was just looking at. But you know, I understand exactly.
The one way, I mean, what Randy says, you know, we've always had that conversation about who gets 3%, or, you know, do we get a 3%, 2%, whatever. But the one question I'd have, just not knowing anything about what's really going on out there, if this 9,000, instead of it really being a raise, it's a shifting of duties, meaning like we no longer have a part-time position because we don't have any part-time people to help, and all those duties that used to be the part-time are now on the 3 people, Isaac, Adam, and Gerald. I mean, that, to me, that's different than a raise. That's taking responsibilities that used to be maybe divided up in a different way and putting them and giving them a little more for, I mean, that'd just be an outside perspective, the way I would.
And it's a fair way to do it. We've done that before, all year long. We've done, people come in, department heads come in and say, well, my person's doing this and this and this, and we've changed the rate of pay. And it usually ends up to a raise for somebody. And so, but if they don't do something like that, well then, it's just.
Well, I think one thing, and this isn't just in this office, you know, what it takes to train people today, you know, even in our business, you know, what are we gonna pay them to keep them? I mean, because that training, if we really like them, that training is very expensive, and time especially. And I don't know, I have no idea how that 9,990 is in there. I don't know where it came from. But that's what I mean, that'd just be an outside perspective looking at it is, you know, what's the duties, what's the, you know, was that 9,000 spread between the other people already, and they just didn't change it.
And one of those 3 that he's mentioned has been on our list for
years, ever since
a
I've
long
been
time,
here. Yes.
to look at, so, yeah.
That's a good point.
Might be a good way to address it.
Yeah.
Did you hear anything else on the heated dock?
He is now looking at, I called and spoke with him, Monday morning, right after I got out of the commission meeting here, and he is now looking for other companies to possibly get those floats from. And he said he would be in touch if he finds one. I'm trying to get the name of the company. There's a local guy that's been doing a bunch of private docks. I'm trying to get the name of the company that he's been using just to see if maybe that would be a possibility. You know, his orders, he's getting 3 or 4 of them, but still, if he could even get 3 or 4 at a time, it would still be faster than getting nothing.
Yeah, that's true.
And that's, so he did say because he hasn't paid him anything, and so he did say that he was gonna start looking at other outlets for possibly getting those.
I know people miss it.
Yes, well, and, you know, right now, not a whole lot of people use it, but come October, if it's not,
That's when they go.
yeah, if it's not close, then probably be under quite a bit of fire. Because like winter months, a lot of people don't like going in there in the summer because it's just so hot in there, yeah. A lot of guys will fish on the outside, but when it comes to the inside, yeah, really starting in October is when it's really utilized.
That was a question I had. On page 24 there, the commissioners, we have 100,000 in capital outlay. And I know we've set it aside for, you know, for different things, heated dock or whatever. I just didn't know what that was.
Well, and that was actually a question that I had too, that I wasn't 100% sure about. I don't know if that was for the heated dock.
Well, typically, just to show you, Isaac, here, okay, so right below that 100,000, you have 110,994.
Yes.
And that is cash. So in the olden days, the way that you looked at cash is you took the 110,994 and really the capital outlay of $100,000, and you'd come up with 210,994. The state started breaking out so much with cash, and then you did your capital outlay because they wanted to get a more or truer picture of what's really been spent. Because it used to be you just put the cash in capital outlay. If you needed it for something, you just spent it for something. Okay. So they broke that out. So the way to look at this is that 210,994 would be kind of comparison to if you went to the first, and you don't have what we're looking at probably, but 2019 at the bottom of that column. The cash at the end of 19 was 176,524. Okay, so that would have been the cash carryover. And then you look at the middle column, and we have about the same things happening. We have a little bit less in county permits up there because that's kind of but we always show it less, like we've talked about other departments. We're showing 100, and you collected 107. So we come down to the bottom of that column, we have 191,783. Okay. And then if you add those two numbers together, you got 210,994. So the reason I was asking that question is because we do have, I don't mean a lot of extra cash, but we do have extra cash here. I mean, and so we built it up there for a while, and I think we got a lot of that stuff taken, like electrical, water. Is it taken care of?
Water's done.
Yeah. Pretty well done.
Yes.
Heated dock was one thing I remember.
Yeah, we
discussed.
We discussed doing repairs to it last year at the meeting, and since then we had a big storm blow through. That would have been
destroyed it.
Yeah, in October. And so
insurance is buying a new one.
Yeah, so it was.
I didn't tell you that.
Oh, I didn't know that.
$200,000.
It got totaled.
All the insurance. Yeah.
Huh?
We had to cover a little over.
Yes. Yes.
So, and that's what you're waiting on delivery on, or what?
Construction of.
Oh, construction of. Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. Because that happened, I think, back in October, and after every insurance and everything went through, we got a bid. I think that would have been like the very last week of December, and so since then they've been construction of a new one. Yes.
Awesome.
So that I forgot to mention that. Yeah, I think the last time we talked, we were discussing possible repairs, but
so in a
that's
sense,
changed.
then okay, so that even changes the picture even more. So in a sense, the 200,000, whatever it was, got insurance paid, we no longer. This is a fund that you might have a little, depending on, I don't know what else you have going on out there.
The capital outlay is also, we was asked by 2 supervisors ago to have a garage built for the county pickup and personal vehicles, and then a shed put up for our tractors and equipment over there beside the other one. And so that was 2 buildings that we wanted, and they've never been built yet.
Okay.
Because we've got to turn over and diggers and things. And so anyway, that was part of the other thing that we were trying to build up some cash for, was because what the complaint was before, and I don't know how Isaac feels about it, But if they drive by and see the parked lake vehicle right there, well, they know where Isaac's at.
Yeah,
And that was part of the
Can't
deal.
hide.
There's a lot to that, yes.
And
there
we
is.
didn't want to create a garage to
Exactly.
where this door's shut, why,
Yeah.
where's Isaac at, you know, I mean,
Yeah.
who knows?
Yeah.
And so, that was one of them, then the tractors itself, which we just had the damage to the tractors, hailstorms, is that what it was?
Yeah, well, and we had theft back in
Yeah, back
December.
stuff,
Yes.
batteries out,
Yeah.
and that kind of stuff too.
Oh,
So-
yeah, that makes sense.
So anyway, that was what we was sort of
Yep.
shooting for, and it just has not got accomplished yet.
Sure.
And I don't know what kind of money we're talking, but it's 60,000-70,000.
What the insurance coverage was and how much we.
So the insurance covered, it was like 177,500, I think, was that number. And we, oh man, you put me on the spot here. I think we ended up paying, total was I think right under, it was 203, I think. 203,000, because then that max stocks came in at 205,000. So we were right under there. I think it was 203,000, and that's off the top of my head, but I'm pretty sure that's right.
Yeah, I was
So
gonna say it was 20 something,
Yes.
24 you had to come up with.
yes.
Okay.
But I think that capital outlay. was
It's a
probably
good
what we
deal.
were looking
Yeah,
at.
oh, I was gonna say, well, that changes the,
Yeah.
as a budget, that's kinda nice. Oh, I don't have to worry about the $200,000 now.
Just get it delivered.
Now we just
I
get
have a
something
feeling there's gonna be a
floating.
lot of that this
Yes.
year.
Get the
There's
floats.
gonna be a lot of some things like that this year.
Okay.
Different grant funds,
Yeah.
different things. It's gonna be a lot.
Good deal.
Depends on what year you get them on.
How about equipment wise, are you setting good on equipment?
I think so. You know, between the two lawnmowers that we have, we had a couple issues with one of them early this year, and we took it over to Hillsborough, and they said that, you know, they think it's time for us to buy a new one. We got a second opinion over at Hale's Sales and Service over there right outside of Newton, and they actually completely rebuilt the engine for us. And it came in right at about $600, and it's been running flawlessly since. And then we have that other bigger mower that we haven't had an issue with it, besides a couple flat tires since I've been there. And, you know, as far as tractors, we've had a few hydraulic hoses go, but as far
Older
as.
one more, the little, it's a littler one,
Yeah.
and it's a Hustler too, correct?
Yeah, and it's 10 years old, and it's got like
It's-
17,000 hours on it.
Wow.
And so, yeah, it's still, and,
It's paid for.
yeah, oh yeah, and it, I mean, for $600, they completely rebuilt that
Wow.
engine, and it's ran great ever since.
But it needs to be on the list.
Yeah, and
It's a lot
see,
of hours.
and it's you know, it's a, like they told us over there, he's like, you know, this thing's a residential mower, and you guys are using
It's
it.
commercial.
Yes, and he said that it's unbelievable that it's lasted as
Yeah.
long as it has.
Maybe they want
Um,
to I can put it there.
But
Hall of Fame.
yeah, yeah. We kind of have used it as a backup.
Yeah.
Because like every time after it rains or something, you know, the grass mows real fast, and so Gerald and Adam will both be on a mower.
Yeah.
But that big one is the one that we've been running pretty much full time, and yeah, we really haven't had a single issue with it since I've been here. And as far as tractors goes, yeah, we've had a few hydraulic hoses go out, but as far as other than that, everything's been working really well. We talked about for a while, Bryce had the skid steer, which would have been nice for us for leveling gravel roads and stuff, but it ended up being worth a lot more than he originally thought, so that didn't go through. And I mean, it's not like we absolutely need one or have to have one. It'd be very nice to have, but I mean, that kind of fell through. And we have that case tractor that can do pretty much everything a skid steer can. It's just a little harder to get around in it. But so as far as that goes, we're really fine.
You said to level gravel roads and stuff to like spread them out, make it smooth?
Yes.
Like one of those boxes that you could put on the back of the tractor?
Yes, and we have a box plate on that
Yeah,
old
those.
case tractor. Yes, we do, and we use it a lot.
Okay.
But yeah, you know, skid steer's just a lot easier to maneuver and all that. And so if the opportunity presented itself, which it did for a while, then yeah, we were interested, but once found out it's like $13,000, it's not worth that to me right now with that tractor still running, and it can do everything a skid steer can. It's just, yeah, a little less convenient.
Diane, what we found out at the cemetery, which we've got the same problem as roads as he has out there, but in our cemetery, we bought a speed mover that a lot of farmers use and stuff, and that seems to work better pulling behind the tractor than the box blades, because the tractor goes like this, the box blade goes like
Oh,
this.
yes,
And
yeah.
if you use the speed mover, why, it seems it's got two wheels out there, and sort of you set it for the depth you want.
You said that's called a speed mover?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It
I
looks
guess I'm
like a
not
box-
familiar with
It's
it.
kind of like a box blade, but it's its own separate unit.
Yeah.
It's got wheels
It's on
on it.
wheels.
Yeah, and they're only $800-900.
Almost every
Really?
farmer's
Yeah.
got one now.
They're only $800-900, he said.
But you gotta have a rear, you
Interesting.
gotta have rear power to it so that you can lift the blades, yeah, hydraulics, yeah.
Okay.
But anyway,
Yeah,
it's a reasonable piece of equipment that.
I would think on the roads out there, that'd be the way
I
to
think
go.
so, too.
Yeah.
Well, because like you said, the box, it works, but
Yeah.
if you get a little unbalanced and you're cutting a groove in the
Yeah,
road or
no
something.
good.
It doesn't float well, the box.
I never
No,
thought about
yeah.
saying something till you just said that, but we just found out
Okay.
this year, we just bought one, putting it to use this year.
Okay. Well, I might look into that because, yeah, I'd never heard of one.
And you have to figure out what size is best for your roads.
Right.
There's 8, 9, 7, 8, 9, 10s, or 6s, whatever.
Okay.
But 8, 9, or 10 probably be the maximum for you.
Okay.
I'm just gonna, so I can make notes on here, what size of buildings, if you did, let's just say you built one for your pickup and then one for your tractors, roughly what size of buildings you think we're talking?
Either 24 or 30 by 30, 24 by 30 or 30 by 30
Two of them?
garage. No, that's for the garage.
30 by 30 for the garage?
Garage. And then your big building would probably be 30 by 40. It depends on how much equipment we got to put in. I've never really, but I'd say 30 by 40 is probably something like that.
I think 50 foot is the cheapest truss you can buy.
Oh.
You know, and you go shorter, they charge you a little more, longer, they charge you a little, but then shorter, you can pay less in steel, so.
Yeah, so, yeah, that's,
Well, the question I had, 'cause
Possible.
we hadn't done this for, we used to have we have the electrical, it was
Yeah.
paid in 19, but we could go in here and put one on, put a line on here and put an amount there just to, so we know where that capital outlay, instead of just putting 100,000 there and not knowing what it is, we could say, if that's something you wanted to do, we could put in, whatever those two buildings would roughly cost as a line item in the 2021 budget.
I think that'd be a great idea, so you see it.
Yeah, so people could, that's why we kind of started doing more of this, so when people question about, well, you got 100,000 in Cap Valley, what are you gonna spend on? Well, but if you start breaking it out and showing them, what you're trying to do to improve the lake or whatever you're doing.
Would it need to be a steel frame or would it be post frame?
Either one, I don't think.
Post frame's gonna come in way cheaper.
Yeah.
Just,
It's just a shed over the equipment, just to break the
Just
sun.
protection.
Yeah, it's protection, so it don't.
post frame, you can get a pretty large building for not near as much cost as.
25, 30,000
Earlier.
would do quite a bit with it.
Yeah, for the garage for sure.
I know for the garage.
And I was gonna say, this is another completely kind of same topic, but a little different, since we reopened to camping May 1st, we have had our campsites completely full until the reservoir opened back up. Normally it's like Memorial Day, 4th of July, our Bluegrass Festival, we have more campers than we know what to do with. And I don't know what year that was. A couple years before I started, they added some electrical sites down on that second point there. But, I don't know. It might not be a bad idea to look at maybe adding some down there. And I also don't know what the conversation was, because right now we do not have water down there. And I don't know if that was something that they ran into complications with, or if they said, there's too much rock, it's not worth trying to get it there. I don't know what happened there, but it's probably our most popular campground out at the lake. And we don't have water there right now, and we have 8 hookups there. And we have room for more, but then again, I don't know if that's something that we want to try to grow or not.
There was something on water, but I don't remember whether
Okay.
coming around coming around from the office and coming around the curve there to get
Yes.
back to that.
There's that first little point there that we have water and electric at, that's
Yeah.
right on the water, then that next cove over to the east were the new sites, and I think all those that they put in are 50 amp. That's our only 50 amp out there at the lake. Everything else is 30 amp, which a lot of the new campers have to have 50 amp to run their ACs and everything. But there's no water there. And I didn't know if that was something that maybe they planned on doing later, or if they, because there is so much rock out there. Yeah, that they just decided it definitely was not worth it.
Have to ask some of the old men out there.
Yeah,
How
right.
What does the commission think about putting that on the improvement to
for
the
it.
second point?
Just budget for it.
Yeah, that's, yeah. And see where it goes.
Yeah. That's what we're here for.
And that would give people the opportunity to, more people come out and get a campsite, because it has, and last year we had the same issue, but the reservoir was shut down all last year as well due to all the flooding. But we were full every single weekend in June, and we had people that we had to turn away because we didn't have any more hookup spots. And being a first come, first served lake without the reservations, if someone drives down from Wichita and you say, sorry, we're full, it kind of, you feel bad about it, even though you're happy you're full, but, it is something, if we weren't filling up, then I would say there's no need for it. But, we really have been the last couple years, and maybe it has been because the reservoir has been shut down. But like Memorial Day, Bluegrass, 4th of July, and Labor Day weekend, we are almost always full.
And I don't know too, whether it was the deal that we couldn't bring the water around off of our supply site over there where it's already, or whether we can tap in to the rural water, or to the lake line that's already out there.
Right.
But we'd have to pay for a new tap and
Yeah.
all that too, so I don't know.
Yeah.
Have to cross the road.
Cross the road and a few things like that, but anyway, if it become, what do we wanna do with our sites, I guess? is
Right, yeah.
Do you have any sites that are just on further back from there, that are, where if they did show up and you said, sorry, we're full, that they could pull up and
Yeah, absolutely,
stay?
and there's a lot of people that will do that. A lot of people pull up their generators, which is kind of a touchy thing, because some of the generators sound like they're running a chainsaw, but other ones, a lot of the newer ones, you can't even hear.
You need a decibel meter.
Yeah.
That way you're not being discriminative.
Right.
And you can hold the decibel meter. If it's above this decibel, sorry.
Yeah.
If it's below.
And a lot of those, and they have the fill tanks, and we have that fill station out there, and there's a lot of them that prefer that, because they could go to the other side of their lake with their camper, pretty much use it as a hard tent, yes, and fill up with water, and they can use their water, they'll run a generator, but they can also be kind of by themselves, opposed to with campers on all sides of them. And we do have people that do that, and like the Bluegrass Festival's a weekend where there's normally quite a few that do that. They'll just pull over to,
There's a whole south side, but
Yeah.
a little airstrip, people camp, have their own little groups.
yeah, and as far as primitive camping goes, there we have a lot of spots out there.
So they're not really getting turned away.
No, they're not. They're not.
They could go stay there.
Yeah, it's just if they really want that electricity to run their ACs or not. Some people go out there to kind of rough it, and some people their campers are it's nice as a house.
There's a nice breeze on that south side.
Yeah, there is. But that was something else that I thought I wanted to ask about, because I wasn't sure about the water situation over there, and if it was something that they said this is going to be almost impossible to run a line to. Then, because I know there's places out there that it's just solid rock, and I just wasn't sure what the situation was on that. But that campground that they added on is very popular.
I think Kent's right. Just budget for it.
Yeah.
Figure.
If that's something you think's a benefit, just start budgeting.
Okay.
You can ask Josh,
Yeah, well, and I figured he would know.
More camping fees and user fees and all that.
I'd put a figure of either 25 or 30,000 for the garage, and then 30,000, 25 or 30,000 for the other building, see what, then get an estimate, see where we're at. If we have to raise the budget later, we'll, maybe next year, or whatever. Just gotta have someplace to start.
Well, it's just a, it's
So
it's no different than the parentheses. We put-
That's right. Do you wanna
that
put,
number
do you
down,
wanna put,
try to get there.
one line for buildings, or do you wanna break them out, or how you want that?
Break them out, that way if you got one, you pull the trigger on one, you could go.
Here's the other one.
Okay, so one, what do you wanna call one, the garage,
The superintendent's garage.
okay,
And then equipment storage.
Equipment storage, yeah.
okay.
Man, we already got lines in there for electrical and water, just have to try to figure out the target number.
Yeah.
And doesn't mean that that number gets filled in the column, but at least we can get it in parentheses beside it.
I've looked at buildings here, and this is just the building, I mean, it's not concrete or, you know, putting it up, all that, but that, 30 by 50 is $14,000 metal, and that, and then concrete's pretty expensive, so I mean,
Equipment should, you just rock the bottom.
Yeah.
Well, and that's what I was
Soil
gonna
the
say,
outside,
yeah.
rock the bottom,
Yeah.
that way you have oil leaks and stuff.
Yeah.
You
don't have to
clean out the
sweep it.
membrane,
Yeah.
dispose of it.
Yeah, that's true.
But, see, he likes concrete because his vehicles are spiffy.
That's high class.
That's what we call them, Galva, Kansas, let me tell you. High class.
Now you got the concrete streets, that's right.
Yeah.
Okay, so, I'll just kind of, we'll put an amount on there, and then, on that electrical, I don't know, what do you wanna, 10,000, 20,000?
Is it electrical or water?
I'm sorry,
Water.
water.
Try 10, see what happens.
You don't think you get much done for 10.
I was gonna say 10 would, maybe.
I was just looking back when that, you got the electrical water back in 2019 and that shut off. That was a $74,000 mark. How much did that get done?
What is that?
That was just water.
That was the water project, so that was the whole, that was the whole pretty much trailer park, along with the lake hall, the house, and the campground there behind the lake hall, with all new lines and everything.
Comparison
You
to
need a
that,
minimum of $50,000 to get started.
how big is this scope? I mean, percentage-wise to that scope?
Probably 15 to 20.
15 to 20%?
Size-wise, that much smaller, yeah.
Oh, 15 to 20%
You're a
smaller.
long, you're a long way
Yes,
from the main
it's,
line now.
yeah, and see, and that's the question, is how far you are from another line.
Yeah.
It's a distance, but as far as the actual campground goes, it's not very big. There's 8 spots there, and they're all close. But as far as what it would take to get water over there, I don't know where the closest place is that you could possibly tap in.
Yeah, that's, and I don't remember what they said about bringing the water around from our side.
Right.
We already have.
And don't they charge $10,000 to hook up now, something like that?
Yes, something, yeah.
So you'd be looking at 15% less than the 74. I mean, if we're talking the actual scope of work.
Round number's 50,000.
Yeah, probably so.
For 8 spots.
Well, to
Yeah.
get water, to get water.
It's probably not for the 8 spots, it's probably just
Doesn't
to get
sound very
the,
cost effective to
No,
me.
no.
Well, and
it's to get the water over there.
yeah,
isn't it?
you know, for that,
But if you can add more, 8 or 10 more, you have to be able to.
Well, yeah, I mean, but if you're limited to that, well, I'd say you're wasting money.
We got another spot on a little farther down the road.
Yeah, you might
And
just
that might have been the
go to
problem.
the next one.
well, and see
That might have
that,
been the reason why it was cut out too.
that would make sense. If it was 50,000, they probably just decided
And that could have been, I don't.
not worth it.
But you gotta bring in a big track hole with a big
Yeah.
rock cutting blade on it.
Right, well, and that, you know, I've talked to a couple electricians to see, you know, the possibility of adding more, and it seems like, you know, once it's there, it's not hard to add, but getting it there, that seems to be what the main
Give
cost
the damn
is.
electrician just like $10,000, $15,000 for the fuse box.
Yeah. And so, it's a lot of money
So what-
to try to get water.
It's gonna take long to
Nice
give up.
Give up.
Nice talk about electricity instead of gas for once.
Yeah.
Talking about the gas lines coming in.
What else do you know, Isaac?
That, okay, I think.
That is it as far
I'll
as.
just put some stuff in there we can talk about when we get ready to go over that.
Okay, yes. I would like to know what you think of the number of spots is. Kent's point there is, if it's only 8 to 10 spots, 50,000 shows up, that's quite a bit.
Right, well, I can try to see, because there's room for more, and you know, that's kind of the thing that I would honestly try to want to do, is add a few more before, to get water to those existing ones. Because a lot of those guys that go there, they'll come to our fill station, fill their tank up, and then go and set up for the weekend, and they don't really need water once their tank is full. And you could get more return by adding spots than you would by adding water, because the price, the way that it's set up right now, the price for camping, if you're hooked up to electricity only, it's the same price as if you're hooked up to electricity and water. So it's not like there'd be any added return, it'd just be, you know, beneficial for the people that are over there that want to have.
They'd rather have electricity than they would water.
Yeah, absolutely, yeah. You're always gonna want to have, if you're gonna have to pick one, you'd rather have electricity than water.
Okay. Moving on.
Okay.
Thank you, guys.
Thanks, Isaac.
Absolutely, thank you.
Alright. Planning and zoning. What page?
That's in the general fund, so it'd be,
Jonah, Rob Craft's out here now with his herd leg.
He just told me to call him when we're ready for
Oh,
him.
he didn't want
I think he left.
he stepped in a hole or something, or, I saw that in the paper, right?
broke his ankle.
Broke his ankle.
He stepped on some loose gravel.
Do you want Rob to come in ahead
Still
of me?
here?
Yeah, he's still here.
We can,
Is,
Yeah.
we've already went over on your time, so.
I know, he's a bit immobile right now, so, and he's here, so,
Okay.
is that okay?
That's fine.
Okay.
Sure.
All right.
Did I have to make a wider door for him? With all of his go-karts?
If he hits it straight, he'll be all right.
Okay, if he gets it straight, okay.
See how good a driver he is. Those are hard to maneuver. My wife had one for a while. I couldn't
So I guess
hardly do it.
planning and zoning. Sure. Yeah, same right there.
That's cheating, you can't pick it up.
Let's go back to wait. Wow. Here?
Yeah.
Wherever you can get land.
Wherever you can land that thing.
Well, good grief, what did you do?
Broke it?
I could tell that.
Broke it? Broke it?
Sidestepped it or something?
Yeah, I just rolled inside.
You're not
Broke it,
supposed to do
tore all
that.
the tendons loose and broke the ankle. So, put steel plates and new tendons and a new boot cast.
$1 million foot, huh?
All is good.
Good deal.
Yeah. I had some of them.
No, don't expect
Thank God.
Yeah, I read that in the paper and I thought, man, you must have been in some kind of high-speed chase down a gravel road or something.
Oh, the city had one and it went down a gravel road and it was all, and we were, you know, not very far behind them.
Uh-huh.
And the one they were chasing crashed and we got that all situated, taken care of. And I was trying to work the wreck because it involved a city car, not wrecked, but as part of the chase. And so I was stepping over a windrow of rocks and apparently stepped down on the backside of it wrong and it just rolled under and was gone. That was it.
One windrow
So we
rocks.
had on this. Pardon?
Why do we have this big row of
Sheriff would
rocks?
be,
Well, they were actually maintaining the road, so they had it in the middle of the road.
Yeah, they
Just
come
went
down one
through.
side
Oh, I see. Okay.
And they
I'm
have
gonna
a,
use the situation as a hazard, not the
sheriff,
hazard.
jail, communications.
Oh, no, it just happened.
Yeah, they're all three right there together.
No big deal. Which one you wanna go first with?
Wherever you wanna start.
We all got
Got sheriff first, this is sheriff.
Okay, you got sheriff's office right there on top. Well, between several trips to the house and emails, we got it all done. We're pretty good. I don't think there was, overall total, I think it was just up a little bit from this year. But that does include the purchase of 2 vehicles, because if you recall, last year, you asked me not to purchase a second one last year, which I didn't. So I'm gonna have to get 2, and otherwise we're gonna end up getting 4 or 5 in one of these years, and I'd rather not. We're still working on this 150,000 to 200,000 mark before we trade, so you can see the list here of what we've got for vehicles, and by looking at those, I can see a couple that are probably gonna reach that. On the 146, that's a while back, because we got like 150 some now. But you can see which ones we're looking at for next year. And I'll move one of those, if I can get one of those Explorers, then I want to get rid of that Crown Vic. And we use it as a part-time spare car. So I'll get rid of that and move one of the Explorers in there if we can get one of those, but still in good serviceable for a while as a part-time car. They're a little more utilitarian on some of the roads and stuff that we go to, so just getting around easier in the winter time, and they worked out pretty good. So really, other than that, there wasn't much change in anything. The commodities are up a little bit on the projection for next year. And those are unknown, and again, that's, what's fuel gonna do now? How far is this gonna go? And so that's kind of why they're a little bit there, and there are a couple of the small items in there for commodities. And that's about the biggest $5,000 increase from where we're at this year, just for that, to cover expenses. But really, the overall is just a 10,000 increase. We're not dealing with salary or anything, just with what the budget would be outside of salary. This sheet here, long sheet, kind of has an explanation of where we're at, what we spent this year, what it's gone to, what it's gone for, the total amounts, and that's got January through May of 2020. We just cut it off at May. Sarah and then everybody does this all year long, so we keep track of where we're at and what we've actually spent on items and things, and kind of a projection there. 21 budget contract on the contract side. Again, that shows the upfitting of 2 vehicles, because I've got pickups and light wires don't go from cars to pickups. They're too long, they're too short. So if we can get light vehicles that will utilize the same equipment, we'll reinsert it and reuse it. But if we can't get vehicles that are comparable, and most of the time, especially the consoles, where we have to install the radios and everything like that, and the control boxes for everything, those rarely interchange from one type vehicle to the next without a lot of modification. And when we start doing that, it's just simpler and easier to get one made for that particular vehicle. So that's kind of the part, and that's more into the commodity side. That's why that's 10. We're estimating 14 this year. But that would be for some of that, to include a lot of that stuff.
You've got 2 budget commodities and budget contract. You got upfitting for contract for 3, and then you got one for 10, total of 13,000.
Well, the contract would be
if I have to pay somebody to do that. A lot of times we do it in-house, and I try to give the guys some time off from work, but I can't always give them enough time to get it in a timely manner, so I pay them a little. Because whenever two of them have a business, they do that. The commodities would be for the actual parts that we'd have to purchase to put in there. So, you know, I think the 3 is probably a little high on the contract, but if I have to take it somewhere, like Andover and say, build me a car, they're $7,000.
Yeah, that's what one commission to hear, that each time you buy a new car, there's 5 to 10, just depends on how far you want to go. You can go higher than this if you want.
Oh yeah, you can go way up. But
starts at 5.
But yeah, so there's a lot of ways.
Yeah.
And we try to reuse what we can.
One question I had, you watch all this stuff that's going on right now, and, you know, as an accountant or budget preparer, you thinking, goodness, what kind of extra equipment and all these things are gonna have to be added to, like sheriff and police departments to protect yourself? I mean, just.
We've got a lot of PPE equipment, a lot of the masks and the sanitizers and the gowns.
Well, even the, I was thinking more like even the cameras, and I mean, I know you already got some, but it seemed like some of them are gonna have to be higher grade cameras to. Every officer, I've just ordered 2 more body cameras, one for the part-time guys and the spare. We got one, we had a spare, but we had to put it in service because one of them went down, so we don't have a spare anymore. But yes, I try to keep everybody with a body camera on, as well as car cameras, so that we can document, you know, everything we do. And we've got a very good system. It downloads automatically into our server across the street. Whenever they pull back into the parking lot there, it automatically wireless grabs it and sucks it in. And it cannot be altered in any way. I can't even get in there and alter the video in any way. And was that software that does all that? Was that a newer software or was that an older?
That's a newer a couple years ago. Yeah. We got that from vendor down southeast. It was very new. I mean, we've been very pleased with it. The guys don't have to remember to bring in and put my camera down. Yeah. And bringing it in automatically, or if they walk in the building, it automatically. Yeah. Sucks it into the system and categorizes it under that particular officer and date. So we can review them at any time. It's worked good. So I'm very happy and pleased with that. I want to make sure that we continue to have that. The part-time had a separate system that was our old system that we were using it for the part-time officer, but we went ahead and I think last week or 2 weeks ago, ordered the 2 additional body cameras so that they could all be on the same system. We wouldn't have to deal with 2 systems, and one of them was broke anyway, it was not functioning properly. So.
And does Lake Patrol have all that stuff too, or they?
Lake Patrol does not, and that's something that we're probably going to look at this year, is getting that in the Lake Patrol vehicle. Yeah. And for those guys.
Just for liability of the county.
Yeah. It's just.
I mean everybody, but the county.
So that would be part of the update if we do that with the vehicles as of next year too. And again, 2 vehicles next year, or excuse me, capital outlay remains the same. I don't foresee any big ticket items. There is a little bit left in that jail fund, and we're trying to utilize that for some, because it has to be utilized for that, so we can keep from budgeting stuff and use that right now. Or in the near future, and
you're using it on the jail, right?
Pardon?
Using it on the jail.
Yes, in that building there, as part of the jail, as part of the dispatch center, as part of the control center, anything that is integral in that building. That's what we've used it for. Vehicle purchase. 2, I'm going to say roughly 70,000. They're 32, 33, 36 the bids I had this year. I think 32 was the lowest, 37 or so was one of the highest, so I just figured 35 and we'll just call it 70 for 2 vehicles. And, as much as we can out of that. The other thing was, after that, I guess, is the salary page that comes from over here that Ashley makes up, and I really don't see any changes to that. That would be, and that's just what it would be. We tried to use some part-time guys to fill in some shifts, because I try to have 2 on per shift at all times, especially in the evenings. So I have to fill that sometimes with some part-time guys, with guys now going to school or with training or with vacations or whatever. So that's the part-time guys there on the bottom that do fill in occasionally. And the other page is just more of the salaries for everything that. Next page is just where we're at with what we've done this year, just kind of a little breakdown. Civil process from where we were last year to this year. It is down drastically, counting all of it. The numbers are down, and that's because the courts were closed for 2 or 3 months, and so that cuts these numbers back for us. I mean, it was kind of, I don't know, I'd say it wasn't nice that we didn't have a lot of civil process or stuff coming from the court, but it was, you know, it's not the norm. And I don't expect to be there much longer, because the courts are opening back up, and we'll get back to business. And so I expect those numbers to pick up here in the last few months of the year and get back up to normal, or probably more, because they'll have to make up for what they didn't get out in. So
it says you had no executions.
no.
Not
Well,
in the
those
last 6 months anyway, right?
right. Well, those are yeah.
Yeah.
Court documented.
Okay.
Not gonna lie, I saw the black mask come over.
Reword that. That's just what the court calls them. And so, yeah. So no, there was none of that. Kind of the case total, and if you notice, it's kind of down too. We're just under 300 as of June 11. We finished at 765 last year. Accident, criminal reports, just reports of complaints that we respond to. Somebody's house can't go along with the neighbors. We got to do some kind of report on that. May not arrest anybody, but we've got to report on them. So we're down there, but there again, there for a couple, 3 weeks, it was extremely slow. And it has since picked up and gone the opposite direction quickly. Everybody, it's kind of like spring fever again, I guess, only they just kind of went crazy. And in the budget worksheet, you can see those are the numbers that are basically on this front page here. And these pages just kind of explain how we got to those numbers and why those numbers are such. Concealed weapon, I have no idea what to put down there for next year.
Yeah, each of those, these next 1, 2, 3, 4 funds are more, they're at the back, they're not a tax levy fund, they're just money that flows in at different types, like the lake patrol funds and other ones.
They're just revenue funds versus outgo
Yeah.
so much, I have no idea. Concealed carries down because the state law is such that they're not required as much as they were in years past, so those numbers have gone down, and so that income has dropped a little bit. We still do quite a few, because if you're going state to state, they're still extremely beneficial. So.
Where's the best place to get that one kid?
A lot of guys have been going to Wichita. We really don't have, that I'm aware of, a group here so much anymore that used to do it. A lot of them are going down to, I can't remember the the person, the treasurer's chest. Yeah, we used to have some people in the county that did it, but I think most of those have dwindled down to my knowledge.
My son wants me to get that pistol packing CPA, I'm not sure about that either.
Lake Patrol, that's just a contract that we have for this year. The only thing I put on there is we have contracted with Lake Patrol for that amount for our annual contract at the lake. The contract out of that is fuel and vehicle maintenance and whatever that we have to do to keep that vehicle and those officers running for there. So there is a surplus each year from that, and we've increased Lake Patrol every year. Next year it will increase again, just because we're trying to get it up where it should be. It was woefully low for a long time, and we're getting up to where it really needs to be to support it and everything we do out there. So.
For the commissioners, that's on page 32. That's the largest fund of the ones he's talking about here, these last ones. It's at the top of page 32, the circle page. And that contract is through the Corps of Engineers?
Annual. I've done a 3-year contract this time. We've had 3 and 4-year and 1-year contract. But each year it shows, 2.5 or 3 or 5% increase depending on, what the annual, trying to get that where I believe it should actually be for the amount of work and hours that we put in out there and the equipment that we have dedicated for that. To cover.
So actually, if you bought the body cams and all that, you could buy it out of here.
I could buy the Lake Patrol out of here.
Yeah.
I would. And I try to buy anything that.
Because you got some extra. Because you just bought a vehicle there, didn't you? In 19?
Yes.
Yeah. So you'd have your vehicle up to date.
So
there's 40,000 there on that page. If you look at the first column, there's 40,000 at the end of 19 anyway.
Right, and that could be used for some other things as well, but I try not to utilize it as a regular budget ticket. If we have to buy an emergency something, I can fall back and get something out here if I have to. But, I mean, it's not dictated that it has to be for the lake, but I try to maintain it for that purpose. But also as a shortfall, if we have other issues that come up.
Another question I had, just why everybody's to a couple of new ones here too, and I just want to refresh my memory. So like on each of these you've talked about here, like the concealed weapon, that can only be spent for what?
Those are certain things, the state statute, I can
just roughly,
roughly I can get weapons or training.
Okay.
Anything like that is not a normal budget item. Out of that, by that program that was enacted when they went to the concealed carry, I'm limited on what I can spend those funds for. Training is a big one. Anything used to help support that program. If Sarah had to have a new computer or a new program to function that, it could come out of that. We have bought some weapons out of that because we would have to enforce that. Could possibly, so anything like that, but it can't be used for just typically whatever daily budgeted items.
And then the sheriff drug fund, remind me what that can be used for.
That's kind of a similar thing. It can be used a lot of training, a lot of non-budgetary items, mostly training, some special equipment used to combat narcotics, surveillance equipment or things like that we don't have maybe in the budget, but there's funding in there that I could utilize for some of that.
Okay.
So those two are specifically dictated by, by state law, what those funds can be used for.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Where are we at here? Okay, it's Lake Patrol where we're at now, and that's just kind of the latest monthly report of Lake Patrol, what we spent and what we've got. each one of these is the same. It's, it kind of matches the other ones. They really not a whole lot here, but they're just where we're at and how we got the numbers that we've got. Have you got any questions for me on this part of it?
This is kind of back to what we talked about. I literally been processing a lot of this, because I work with governments pretty well, that's all I do. And just thinking about like the reservoir compared to other places. You'll have people there from all over the state, or, you know, could be, and that's why I was asking about the body cams, because you have people that you don't really know that potentially could be high risk. And that's why I was wondering if you had it, because I'm not in charge of the liability or anything here, but that's the thing that's been popping up the most when I see all this stuff happen, is all the liability issues, you know, and putting the officers and the governments in very, very difficult positions.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, that's something that we do want to get out there. We haven't acted on it yet, trying to get the full-time guys up to where there, but shortly probably will be utilizing that. But that's just an annual event that we contract for, and we're going to be out there anyway if there's a problem. So we just will do a contract and get something, you know.
So I have a question for you.
Yeah.
In the times, kind of taking off a little bit more from what Scott said, in the times that we're living in and what we've seen happen over the last couple of weeks with the police officers in some of the big cities, do you have any thoughts in the back of your mind? And I certainly think in Marion County is as safe as you would be, but are you prepared if something like that does escalate or something down in this area?
Well, you mean as far as
Riots,
an individual
looting,
incident or a
etc.
big?
Yeah.
If it's a big thing, yes, we have things in place with surrounding counties for mutual aid. If they call, we'll go. If we call, hopefully they'll come.
I think the perfect example is the Heston deal. I think that was a very good deal, very good display of togetherness and by the law enforcement and ambulance people.
Yeah, I have an extremely good working relationship with McPherson in Harvey County, and we're confident and hope they're confident that, you know, should the need arise, we're only, you know, 30 minutes out, and they are too. So I feel confident with that. We're very blessed here. I think we've got a great, you know, community, and so the people in general aren't apt to go that extreme. You know, I understand there's some, you know, tensions, and right or wrong, I'm not debating that. But I think most people can have a civil conversation.
Yeah.
So.
No, I just talk about, you know, to be able to protect our businesses and property owners, residences and things in that event.
Yes, if that event arises, we would have mutual aid.
Rather than turn us over to the.
Yeah, from the surrounding cities, we work very close with those, as well as surrounding counties to provide mutual aid. Highway Patrol would send in personnel very quickly.
Is that set up about the same way as the fire department's mutual aid?
Yes, it's very similar. I mean, there's no formal agreement, like interlocal agreement, like per se some of the fire departments have with some. Most of them are a handshake and communication between administrators from the one department to the next. And so far, that's not been an issue. I've not been let down by any department, whether it be Page County, Morris, person. We're all trying to do the same job. We all need help from time to time, so I think we just rely on each other.
Very good, thank you.
Okay.
Jail.
Oh, we have next, sir, yeah.
On this side, we got jail. I might have Jim come up to you. If you're not familiar with Jim Philpott, he is the jail administrator over there, does an outstanding job of maintaining that. It's one less thing that I have to daily worry about so much. Jim maintains it real well. can tell you pretty much everything in that building. Anything about that, he knows it, and I rely on that a lot. Huge help. He kind of prepares the jail budget, and we review it and discuss it and look at it, and if I recall right, Jim, we were looking at that, there's really no change from this year.
No. I think I shorted you one.
I think there's, everybody,
I think we made it.
everybody, okay. Really no change from this year to next. Some of that, we can't, the numbers in the facility, I can't predict, other than somewhere around a dozen, 15, 4, it fluctuates. And if we stay high a long time, then yeah, we will increase our cost of operation just with our meals, laundry, clothing, and medical. Medical is one of the biggest issues that we run into over there, because as soon as somebody hits the jail, they're sick. We need to go to the doctor, it seems like they think so.
We get sober, not taking illicit drugs anymore, now all of a sudden we've got medical problems.
And that's a lot of it. In seriousness, the local jail facilities have become kind of the state's mental health. And we are not designed, staffed, or trained for that, but that's kind of where it falls back, because there are no local mental health facilities to deal with the problems, and eventually somebody that may have an issue becomes a big enough problem for some of the local agencies downtown in one of the stores, or just in general. Their option is to arrest, so that puts it in our lap, and that's how we have become basically the state's largest mental health facilities, are the jails now, and that's hopefully someday they'll get that fixed soon, because that's not a jail function, and we're not built, designed, or trained for that.
Has there been any good education lately, Rob, on when the officer arrives on a scene and we do have a mentally handicapped person of some type? I mean, sometimes when you arrive, you can't decide that real quick, like, I mean, you may go and tell later, but through the Harvey County CDDO over there, we've, coming from the other side, from the handicap side, we've been trying to make contact to see if there's any good education out there to realize help the officers make a decision on that. Is there anything going on new that you know of?
There's always some training like that, dealing with the some mentally unstable or some mentally challenged persons. We try to get guys to some of that as much as we can. Generally, the KSA Sheriff's Association has some of that. The KJA, the Kansas Jail Association, the Jim is in the process of trying to revitalize that and be a leading member of that.
I'll take that back to them, because that's been a big question for the board over there, is because we've asked and we've had some attend.
There is, but the problem is every time I send somebody to some training, it creates us, and not that we want to do it, but I have to kind of pick and choose what we can do. So I can't send the whole department. I can send 1 or 2 guys, and they can kind of come back and train. But I have to be careful that I don't deplete his resources in sending his jail staff, because we're not very flush there anyway. So it's critical that I maintain who we got. But yeah, we try to get as much of that as we can, and the guys know, and Jim knows, and Linda knows that if you got training that you think's of value to this department of this county, bring it to me and let's look at it. If we can make it happen, we can.
Thank you.
But yeah, there is some of that, and every year the KJA has a 3-day class that deals with a lot of that, and Jim and at least one other jail staff usually go to that, along with the Sheriff's Association convention, where they also deal with that. The numbers are down a little bit right now, just simply because the courts have been closed for a couple, 3 months, and things have slowed down there. So we kind of, most jails in the states kind of went on a policy that if it's not a violent person crime, let's try to do other things rather than put them in jail, because last thing we wanted to do was introduce COVID into the jail, because then everybody in that building is under some kind of quarantine or watch or something, and we have nobody to fall back on them. So therefore, most jails that I'm aware of kind of, not officially, but kind of ask the guys, hey, if there's other ways other than taking them to jail, let's try those options first. We still took some. We have to, that's our job, that's what we do. But we've tried to be creative in long forming and, sending paperwork directly to the court, asking for warrants that we can deal with this. But for right now, I don't have to put this person in jail unless it's a violent or person crime or something that, hey, this person is going to continue to be a problem. Those that, okay, we've got to deal with those. But your small suspended driver's license or something like that, we kind of limited those. But that's, kind of our numbers that are down. We are going to look at a new fingerprint machine, and that's something I wanted to discuss with you guys. When we got in there,
the software support and stuff like that's going away within the next year.
It's like everything else.
It's a 3-year-old system. It was bought with a grant through KBI. Right after it was bought, the company switched hands. So we've had, to the old system we had to the new system we got was night and day different. The new system really never has functioned, well, I thought, as efficient as the old one had. But the state on bids took whichever one had the lowest bid, so we got stuck with that one. But I just got, within the last month, they sent out a message stating that the software support and everything for that's going to be going away probably within the next year. So
We have to go back to an ink pad.
yeah, we do a lot of ink
We still do.
on people coming in for applications and stuff like that. We do a lot of ink. I'm quick on the ink. I can write down stuff and have them fill it out, and I can have them in and out in 5 minutes. If you do it on a computer, you gotta sit down, put everything in, then you gotta do the roll, prints and then all that. I do a lot of ink. But the other systems are working fine. We bought a system when we bought the building and moved over there. That has become kind of our secondary. We can do conceal and carries and do some stuff on it as well. We do a lot of the conceal and carries on that. Our registers, our offenders that are coming in, drug offenders, sex offenders, we do it on that as well, because we can still electronically send that to the state. Most of the time she's got to send the paperwork anyway, so we just print them off. She sends it all in together. So I'm in the process of trying to solicit some bids and see where we're going to be with that. Looking at the older systems we've got, we're probably going to be looking, 20, 25, maybe as high as 30,000. The systems, 3 years ago, this system was about 18,000. So, but we've added the jail management program. So that's, there's a connection that has to be made with that. That usually costs about $2,000, $2,500. So there's going to be a little bit more added expense, but it's still the systems. The system I really like, I hope, comes back with a good price, because it is so much quicker and user friendly. But like I said, right now I'm just trying to solicit some bids and see where we can get for that.
So do they let you do the ink fingerprints still?
If your system,
certain things.
yeah, if the system's down, we can still do ink.
Because we're in a situation in the bank. I'm chairman of the board of our bank down in Stan, and we had to turn in fingerprints when a new board member comes on.
Right.
They kicked out the federal government kicked out the ink fingerprints. They won't take them anymore. So you have to do digital, and this guy didn't know that. I mean, it's become kind of complicated, it seemed like.
Yeah, see, that hasn't come across to us that they have to be done that way.
Yeah.
Now, sometimes we'll get some back, you know,
Yeah.
something didn't, you know,
Yeah.
didn't copy good, or they didn't like the way it looked, or maybe a smudge.
Yeah. Yeah.
We'll get some of those back.
Yeah.
That's the one advantage generally that the live scan, doing them digital has, is it won't take that print if it's not good.
Yeah.
So,
And I have to agree with you. I hadn't thought about this being the mental health centers, you know. I've been doing this video since went home, 2-minute video, Wilderness Time 2.0, trying to encourage people out the hedgerow in different places. And it's really amazing on Twitter. I only posted 2 places. Twitter, if there's anxiety, overwhelm that's mentioned in my little video, the data analytics behind it is 3 times higher on the number of people that look at it than anything else. Isn't that just amazing?
Yeah.
And it's running so high, even in our in our firm, just the anxiety level. So you add that into the mental health situation and suicide, all that. It's just unbelievable right now.
It is. We're seeing an uptick in the suicide
Yeah.
calls. The last 6 months or so.
Yeah.
It just seems like once a week or somebody's calling in, considering and contemplating, and you know, we have to try and prevent that.
On one last question, on all these softwares you're talking about, is that something we can spend out of the sales tax money, or is it?
Yeah, that's what he was talking
yeah.
about.
Yes,
It's
Yeah,
actually
we're
in the
looking to
sales-
buy that
out of the sales tax
system
money.
out of
Okay, I
the,
didn't hear
yeah.
that.
We're
Okay, sorry.
hoping that
Yes.
approval to do that out of that money, that way we won't have to budget for it, and that's an item that would be in that building as part of that infrastructure over there.
Yeah, that was what he was referring to as the building.
Okay, I didn't catch that,
It's
sorry.
just sales tax.
Yeah, that's not budgeted in here.
Right.
That's just information and letting you know that we'd like to do that with some of those funds.
That would be the same for the HVAC and the.
Yeah, we did, yes.
We've used some of that for dispatch systems, and we probably will use some more this year. We're looking at some new things, and dispatch, and we'll get into that, but there's so much change in dispatch in the last 5 years, whether the state side, the federal side, the mandated side, the prestigious side, everybody's got new rules, new regulations, and new software that we have to comply with, which I've been to deal with that all the time. So really, there's no other changes on the jail side of it. If you have any questions, you want to look at any of those numbers there, there again, they're documented and what we've spent and where they've gone and things like that, and just monthly population and where we've done it. Everything we've got over there.
Good deal.
You have some amazing people putting this all together for you, you know that.
I do. I do. You know, they spent some time in,
I was gonna say, these
on my
are- they're
kitchen
always
table,
great.
and we started working on this, you know, previous to this, but we finished it at my kitchen table.
Yeah.
With all 3 of them, and, you know, and multiple trips and some.
Was that just to be nice to you?
Yes.
Very organized.
I'm afraid we never get to the no bail for certain felonies, invitation to your hearing. New Yorkers.
Oh, yeah.
You got a couple of
Oh, my
Tuesdays,
God.
But, yeah,
And you know they do that in New York now? Certain felonies are no bail, released, invitation to a hearing.
Yeah. It's good. Just
That's a
like
felony,
everything
we're
is
talking about
more
felonies,
people.
not misdemeanors.
yeah, I hope we don't go to that.
They showed a video this morning of some guy that's been 13 times or something. He walks up on a lady with a
Oh, yeah.
walker.
Oh, yeah, I saw
And he
that.
just punches her.
Yeah.
I mean, that's just,
And he was released,
yeah.
no bail.
Yeah.
That is,
Put him in jail, right?
No, they OR'd him.
They take
No,
you
they
to
just-
jail
they
and,
Take your fingerprint, your name and address, and kick you loose and say, come back
Take you out of the
in
country,
3 weeks
release
before.
If you would like to come to the hearing, here's when it is.
You gotta be careful.
Yeah, that's kind of the system that seems to be prevalent in some areas, and I pray we don't get there.
Oh.
That's what I was referring to, if we do, because, you know, at the bid, they will filter into
This guy had 100
those unsuspected places. I mean, that's what I think. Yeah.
It eventually, I mean, we're blessed here that we have a, great community who still supports law and order.
Yes.
And you have to make that really blessed by the officers, who are very good about what they do. And not created those situations.
But you know, some of those situations are self-created.
They are. At a certain point, you have to do what you have to do. You don't want to get to that point.
I'm sure.
Dealing with it.
I hear you. Yeah.
Responding, so.
Do you have everything you need?
All right.
Okay.
Communication budget.
Dispatch, Linda, is pretty much on where that, you got, we're again talking about some of the new guidelines and the equipment and the tools and everything that we're now adding a Pro QA application, which is gonna have to be a budget in this year and every year, but that's in the budget spreadsheet. That's for Pro QA. You want to explain what that does, Linda?
Yeah, Pro QA, we have it's EMD as part of the emergency medical dispatch. And currently, well, not currently because we have Pro QA now, but we had a card set. So if someone would call in and say they're having chest pains. Previously with the card set, we would have to flip through each card set to come to where we need to go and then follow those directions. With the Pro QA, it's an actual software application that's integrated into our CAD. So as soon as we start typing the address in, we have all the questions pop up right there for us. It just takes us right through all the questions, and it's so much smoother. It actually has the capability of counting. So every time you want to tell someone to take a breath, okay, take a breath now, tell us to take a breath, and so it times it for us. It's really amazing. We're really lucky to have that. The county is really lucky to have that.
So does it actually run off of whatever they say on the other end, or what you say, or?
It's what we type in.
Oh, you type it in, okay.
Yeah, it's what we
okay,
type
I got you,
in,
okay,
right,
but you
yeah.
type in, okay.
Yeah, so.
Wow.
You type in their ailments and it brings up a list of
Gotcha.
possible or helpful remedies, such as a heart attack. It talks you through CPR and things like that.
Childbirth, chest pains.
EMS director and Dr. Hodgson have been working intensely with Linda on this, getting it into the system and making sure it functions with their protocol and our protocol, and so that there's no stumbling blocks there between what they want and what Pro QA teaches.
Dr. Hodgson oversees it.
Wow, it's a very good tool for the county in a medical emergency situation. It provides a little quicker, a little more substantial encouragement or education, confidence from the dispatch and what you can do on the other end of the phone to help that person or help yourself. So that's something that we've incorporated this year. And that was out of the jail funds, correct? Yes, that was out of the jail funds for this year, for that building. Voice recorder, again, these things are all computer science, so everything seems to have a cutoff date, of 4, 5, 6 years, whatever it is, and then you've got to scrap it and start over. Well, we've reached the point with the voice recorder. And I'd like to upgrade that from the jail funds as well. It's about an $18,000 upgrade to get us back where we need to be with that voice recorder that logs everything that's said over the air or over the phone in that building, so that we can keep record of those and then track that. That again would come from the jail fund, and wouldn't be a recurring other than a smaller $400 annual service contract to maintain that. But the $18,000 would just be a one-time upgrade to that system to get us where we need to be again. It will get us off of Windows 7, which is part of our issue that we're still operating on Windows 7, which is becoming antiquated. And a lot of our programs are geared toward Windows 7. So when we change from Windows 7 to 10 or wherever we go, all right, now that's just a ripple effect that I have to go back and pick up all these other little programs and now get them redone or reevaluated, however we do it, to get them to operate now on 10, because they don't generally mix for whatever reason. So it's just a ripple effect. Once we start one thing, it just continues on and causes us more headaches that we have to keep going. Pro QA will integrate with the new software for the voice recorders and the data loggers. So that's one thing nice. We make sure that those two will integrate seamlessly and work. Other than that, there was not much difference in yours. And it has her worksheets there and where she's at, and really a little bit on the contractual, just for some of the annual fees that some of these things have to subscribe for subscription or maintenance contracts that we have to maintain in order to keep them going. And some of these can come out of our budget, and some of them can come out of the 911 budget, because they're two separate items. 911 can only be used, the 911 funds can only be used for certain items, because that's a tax item generated from the cell phones in the state of Kansas and other phones. So there are certain stipulations on what those funds can go for and what they can't. So we have to be cognizant of what those are. Communications budget is the first one with the highlighted sections there, and shows kind of where we're at and what we anticipate to be, where we'd like to be for the next year's budget.
Can I ask why are you moving the $7,778 from 911 to communications?
Yeah, that
So
was.
go ahead.
That was what we're doing is taking the voice recorder maintenance and the Avaya phone system maintenance from 911 and putting it over, and gonna take it out of communications. With the increase of maintenance for ProQA, a little bit for the voice recorder, we just wanna keep our 911 funds to where we're not losing so much of that, so we're just gonna take that a little bit and put it over to communications.
Yeah, we just moved it for that reason, because I don't want to deplete the 911 funds, because those are things that have to be spent over there for certain items and things like that. And if we can deplete them completely, we're kind of stuck with that. So we moved a little bit and added the Pro QA maintenance into the 911 and took a little bit of it out and put it over into the general budget. Try and even it out a little bit. I don't think there's any equipment that we're really looking at for next year. We've talked about it, and I think we're pretty good shape, system-wise, and everything else is good. We've got the new active 911 on the state system, where it's very nice communication system. It shows a lot more than the old system does. But there again, that comes with an annual contract of what, $36,000. We've had that for several years now, and because that's basically mandated that we have that new active 911 system, so that it allows text and everything else part of the state CAT. So everything that we have to do to comply and meet things seem like at a cost.
Just to get a ballpark thought down the road here, you say you're on Windows 7, and some of that and all these software issues, because it does create software issues when you switch to 10 and all these other programs that are not running good. Is there a ballpark number of what it would be to get you all up to date software wise, both in the jail and, has anybody ever put a number to
No.
that? Just for planning purposes? That's just a thought I had when you started
Yeah.
saying all that.
No, I have not, Scott, because we have, most of our computers are 10 or have been upgraded from 7. And we've got a couple next year that we're planning to do so we will be there. So I really didn't do a whole thing with the whole building.
Well, I just like some contractor that would come in and actually say, okay, here's what it'd be to get you up to speed on
Oh, yeah.
everything, just to have an idea of what
I don't know, but
that cost would be.
I think it would be very
Scary.
You don't wanna know.
Yeah, it would be scary, I think, but no, we've got a couple computers on the sheriff's side that have to be moved over yet. Most of dispatch has already been switched over to accommodate this other things. We've been working on that. Jim, I think you're pretty good shape.
We're in pretty good shape.
I may have one, I think, that's still on a 7 in the jail. For the most part, we're pretty good with our Windows operating system. But there again, when we change one, we have to change 2 or 3 others to accommodate that change.
Okay.
Budget, again, that's tax generated, the funds coming in from the 911. We can anticipate what comes in just by what's historically been generated in there, and you can see that we moved $7,700 out of that. But we also added some to it to cover some other things, because we just didn't want to keep depleting that 911, which basically will allow us to keep funding the dispatch center through that.
How's that received?
I'm sorry?
How's that received?
Quarterly?
Quarterly?
I think it's
Monthly, it's every month.
monthly.
Yeah, every month, yeah, about $6,500 a month we get in. So that's about $78,000 a year. And so our budget, one is going up past that, so that's why we thought it'd be best to move some funds over.
And you moved it over to
Communications contractual.
We took, 7,700, moved it over, so we had the Pro QA that we had to put in there, so it was kind of a wash, really.
And CAD maintenance as well.
CAD maintenance, yeah. But this way we were able to hold it steady for the most part. I think there's a couple thousand on a couple different places that was increased. For the most part, it's very steady compared to last year. No big changes anticipated. As of today.
Yeah.
Maybe you addressed it, but on a contractual budget on 2020 was 65, and it's estimated for 2020 to be 104.
Yeah, that's with the additional maintenance for the CAD. You can look at the one page. For May 2019 to September 2020, there's maintenance of $12,934, and then through September 2021, it's $12,020. So that brings up to $24,954 in addition to that. But then that maintenance will drop back down to $12,020 a year. So it's kind of a catch-up. It's our CAD from basically last year into this year, and then adding the additional Pro QA, and then they brought us back up to where we're just, in October, we're gonna start at that point, October 2020 to September 21.
That's what this, like this
Yeah,
24,954 is here, yeah.
Yeah.
I'll just make one comment. I know that my jail staff and my people over there do a good job of keeping things under control. I've watched it, I've seen that. But if I would have taken this and compared this to the budget when I started as a commissioner, I might not have been interested in building a jail. That's how much this
budget just went up.
Well,
And it just keeps going up. So I'm just saying, we do a good job of doing it, and the cost is there, and we get a lot more, we've got a lot different world than what we did have 15 years ago. I mean, we've got cell phones, it's nuts and stuff.
I really believe had we not done this, we'd been hauling them somewhere. And I know that cost was, I figured that cost.
We didn't like the looks of that, that's why we built the jail.
And that's perpetual.
Yeah.
Forever,
But
so.
the cost of doing business today, and that's in any field, I don't care what field it is, it is something that when we we didn't think about having a budget lid, tax lid.
Yeah.
We never thought about that when so what would we have done then if we didn't have a tax lid, we was having to transport prisoners?
Yeah.
I mean, that would have been a good one, because who knows how far we was going. Chase County's sitting over there full, but they've got the INS
and federal.
ICE, yeah, that kind of stuff.
Federal contractors.
I just talked to one of the guards at Transports here just the other night.
Yeah.
He was telling me how full they were and stuff like that.
Using this year's numbers and projecting as best you can for 15, 20 years is extremely difficult.
And even though our public turned us down when we decided to go for a 72 bed, they turned us down, and yet some of the no voters would come back and led us in discussions to build for what we need for ourselves. But yet, can we take this and possibly think of, I don't know whether there's anything out there we can bring in and do, but it's gonna cost more money, more people to do it.
Your staffing's gonna increase, your average daily cost of running is gonna increase, and is it cost effective? I don't know, I haven't figured those numbers recently.
I haven't either lately.
I know 10, 12 years ago, when we were in that process, I figured them up, and it was, didn't look good.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, she distracted me. My bald head was sitting right in the middle of the whole screen there, and I was thinking that you're gonna blind everybody on Facebook.
Oh,
yeah.
Put my
You know,
hat back on.
some,
Put my hat back
not
on.
yours, mine.
Oh.
Mine, can't see the camera.
Camera's
Right here.
Well, he's got one on him.
You got one on you too.
Yeah.
We gotta have a
You know, something.
moment every once in a while.
Sorry.
Cry session.
I was
Something-
really not trying to make trouble.
We caught you.
Yeah.
Something the sheriff said, I mean, I hear what you're saying, and yeah, it has went up, but something he said earlier about the location of where we're at and the amount of incidents we have. Okay, take Osage County, and I don't have the numbers exact.
Yep.
Same population, okay, roughly around 13,000, 15, I don't know what it is, something. 11 to
12.
It's right in that same, maybe just a little bigger. Their sheriff budget is 3 times what yours is, because Topeka. Because what happens is, all those people come out of Topeka and do all kinds of stuff in that northern part of Osage County, and I don't even know how many employees. I think they've got, I've looked lately, close to 30 employees.
At the same time, though, do they have business? A lot of big business in that county?
Well, not really. I mean, it's
I didn't know.
not, no, Osage County is not, I mean, it's a somewhat a rural county.
It's a bedroom community.
Coming out of Topeka, I
But
didn't know
their
whether they had
budget,
anything.
their budget is, for jail and the sheriff is 2-point-something million, and.
Wow.
And their jail isn't anything like
Well, we
yours.
just
I mean,
started
they took a nursing home and turned it into a jail. I mean, but it's unbelievable the difference just between the two counties. So the cost that's why, I mean, some of those questions I asked, we haven't had to deal with it here yet, but you look at some of these budgets in some of these other communities, the bigger communities, I can't
That's why we live in this county.
Yeah.
We do like that.
Yeah.
We were very encouraged last year that we haven't had to fight that yet.
Yeah.
Where we don't.
Some parts of the country, they wanna get that.
Yeah.
Well, I think you do a good job.
Yeah.
I think you do a real good job.
Yeah, appreciate your service.
You have to work a
Need to
little
reach
harder.
out to those people
But I think
that
you
got
do a
an
good job.
insurance check.
Well, we're just one part of that, but it goes up from there, and then we kind of back to.
It's against their rights, you can't do that to them.
We may do that here.
Well, the thing
Insurance
is,
check here.
There's a time for that, and
act,
time
you'll
is
see
not.
rural communities.
Too many people
When they're
watching.
caught doing the wrong thing, it's the wrong thing.
Put a billboard in Minneapolis.
Yeah, there's many different, kind of like disciplining
Mail
what's too harsh, what's not, what's too easy, and 100 different
But
thoughts
we
on
see
that.
what happens to children when you don't punish them properly, don't we? We
They
see
eventually
what-
come to see us.
Yes.
That's exactly what
That's
happens.
exactly what happens.
Yeah.
Good see, I think I might be able to take you in a race right now.
I bet you could. Unless it's downhill, I got wheels.
Yeah, those always make you like, oh, no, 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 no.
Did you get your own personalized handicap spot over there now?
No, but I got a chauffeur.
Oh, okay.
You should, yeah.
That's
Put
cool.
your right foot in there.
That's cool.
Yeah.
But, you know, when you have the job restrictions, you know, other things deemed by the sheriff.
That's how.
All other duties.
All other duties.
Assigned.
Didn't know that last year, did you?
No.
I think both of us would rather not have to be doing that. Chauffeuring around.
No, I guarantee at least one of them would.
Yeah.
I got a question on your 911
Thank you
system.
all.
Yeah.
You're welcome.
Can it find your cell phone?
It can, and we actually, with the, part of the new state stuff that we have, we just had a new map put in from the business state put in. AT&T's the vendor, and it's called Rapid Deploy.
That's why you never see
All the
me.
counties in Kansas share this and can share the information. So like if Topeka wanted us, they could transfer it to us, and all the mapping and everything would follow them. Everything would follow them. But yes, it's even better than what we had in the past. We can actually almost go to where you are exactly.
So somebody's out on a country road, you
Yeah,
can find
yes,
them.
it's really amazing.
I don't know anything about it, but I was in there the other day and they got a 911 call, somebody that was in McPherson County, and they were able to watch that person driving and it stayed right with them while they were talking to McPherson. It was cool. It was
And another
really cool.
feature with it, with the new mapping, is once they call and if they say, I'm sorry, I don't know where I'm at, we can actually send them a text message. We can initiate a text message, and there'll be a link that they click on, and it'll put them on our map for us.
Oh, okay. Just like TV, huh?
Yeah, technology is just.
Technology
One
costs
of the
money.
days, a single dispatcher.
Very cool.
Oh, yeah, that's how I started, notes.
Sharon's back and she's ready to go.
Okay.
All right, thank you again.
Well,
Take care.
Careful leaving now.
I will. Good to see you, Rob.
Bye, guys.
Don't laugh.
Bye-bye.
I feel sorry for him.
Thank you.
But the government mandates all this stuff.
Oh,
Hi.
correct. I mean, a lot of it does.
Just like changing your computer system.
Well, thanks for giving up your time.
If you're gonna empty the jails out, just give it in stations out, you know, and I guess the vigilantes will have to service it.
Just like this story.
Did you see where we kicked cops out in Seattle? Now they're going around policing them. That outlying zone. They've had to generate their own police.
Trump has policemen, I can imagine what he.
Yeah, it has.
But it's okay because it wasn't.
It's kind of crowded, doesn't it?
I was gonna say, it's just
It's different.
They still don't.
It's crazy because we sit back here and
You tell my private
get something all day long.
yeah.
And then up here where the protection is. No, it is kind of crazy. Isn't it?
good in principle, it's good more.
Well, the idea was,
Because
the thought was good.
you can still breathe on it.
I know, I know, you breathe on me.
Okay.
Talk to your neighbor.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay. Are you well rested and ready for my session? Okay.
I hope you're lively.
Hope it's entertaining.
I'll do my best.
Got a song and dance to go with it.
I'm not sure how exciting I can make a
Okay.
budget session go, but we'll see what I can do. Okay, so the first 2 pages really are kind of the meat and potatoes here.
Page 16 of the county budget, kind of the middle there.
Okay, so, I'm not sure which page you want to start with.
Or you can just
first.
go through, I was telling them what
Okay.
I've actually put together a rough budget,
Oh,
and so, it's from last year, and it
Okay.
rolled over. And
Okay.
so they can kind of see your.
Page thing to look at.
Yeah,
Great.
yeah.
I have probably a similar one in your packet
Yeah.
also.
Mhm, Sure.
Okay, so 2019 actual expenses are all noted in that first column of my worksheet here. We were, at the end of the year, under budget by about $30,000. This year, for 2021, I'd like to propose that 163, 122 number for the total budget. So the personnel would stay the same. That doesn't account for any increases in pay. That keeps salaries where they're at right now. Obviously, we would like to see that number go up, but I'm not sure where the county is at with all of the COVID stuff. Like, if this is a very lean budget that I have proposed for the year 2021. And there were a couple of things that I want to talk with the commission about and get your thoughts on some things. The budget that I've proposed doesn't allow for much in excess. So the personnel would stay about the same, cutting back a part-time office assistant to 500 hours. The commodities, I have pretty close, I upped it by about $100 for some field supplies. And then for contractual services, we've had, and that's part of my budget planning worksheet also, we've had legal counsel and planning consultant expenses. They continue to be imminent. It's a little hard to judge where those will be at during the 2021 year. 2019 took us by surprise at the end of the year. In 2020, we're continuing the Eitzen versus Marion County lawsuit, and I anticipate more lawsuits from the group of citizens during the construction permitting phase of the expedition project. And then also there was an appeal filed by Stonebridge that will require some legal counsel. I beefed that category up to close to where the 2019 actual was. I would like to keep that number close to the same in 2021. Does that make sense so far?
Well, you're just about like the lawyer that was in here, the county attorney. I mean, you can't help but lawsuits come in and try to, you know.
Exactly. It's really hard to know what to expect. We
Right.
have no control over that.
It would be irresponsible not to predict that, though, that it's going to be increased because it's happening again.
Right.
So,
Quick question, I don't know how much you can talk about it in this setting, but just reading papers and all that, I was kind of curious, this whole thing of the lawsuit, and that's the one on the south end of the county?
Yes.
Yes.
What, just give me a big picture,
Okay.
what's the county's is there any county exposure to all this, or insurance would cover, or is it just between the?
Insurance covers some of our legal, but we still have additional costs on top of that, which amount of.
It's mostly legal then, is that what mostly it is, legal? or is it-
Legal
It's
and,
lost revenue too.
Lost revenue, yeah.
Loses millions of dollars in revenue.
Yep, sure.
yeah, a lot of it is, that lawsuit that was filed, there were a total of 4 lawsuits.
Was one of them 35, originally 35 million or something I saw, or is that going?
That was going the other way,
That was the other one?
Yeah,
That
that
was
was-
gone?
County.
Yeah,
Okay.
that was between Expedition
Okay.
and some
Some landowners.
citizens. I believe.
Landowners, yeah.
And
Okay.
other landowners.
Okay.
So,
Which we don't have no say
Yeah.
so in that.
Yeah. Well, I thought that's what it said, I'm just asking. Yeah.
I don't really see an end to it anytime soon, I can tell you that. Our insurance helps cover our services from the attorney in Kansas City, but like the appeal isn't something that we would file a claim for. That next item, there was an appeal filed for, it's a totally separate wind company. They don't have a project here in Marion County, but they've appealed. So that's not something that we can file yet, I believe, until it goes to an actual, if they appeal the BZA's decision, and it goes to district court, and then it may be, I don't know what we'll do from there.
Can't win.
So who is, I mean, I'm probably asking more than I need to, but who is Stonebridge compared to Expedition? There's no relationship there?
Two separate entities.
And why did Stonebridge come in and sue?
There's a portion of ground south of Highway 50 that was originally issued a conditional use permit to be an expansion of this south project. However, the company that purchased the assets from that southern area didn't purchase those south of Highway 50.
Okay.
So it's not intended to be a standalone wind project.
Right.
But they tried to submit a construction application anyways.
Oh, okay.
It's about 5 hours to spare.
So.
Wow. Okay.
Okay, so that's one area of my budget that's just really hard to predict.
Yeah.
But I've kept it close to the 2019 actual number, hoping that we're less than that, but who really knows? The most everything is pretty consistent with previous years. The two other issues that I would like to get some direction on are a vehicle. The Planning and Zoning Department probably has one of the oldest vehicles in the county at this point. And I don't mind terribly, but it is kind of falling apart. And we've had several citizens here lately make negative comments when I go out to their properties and ask why the county hasn't provided me with a better vehicle.
Here you come again.
And, you know, it's just, that's not the face of the county that I think we're trying to portray. So we do need a new vehicle. I don't know whether the intention from the board would be for a newer vehicle or for a used vehicle. The used vehicles that would be compatible with our department needs cost almost as much as a new vehicle. You can almost get a new vehicle cheaper or as much as some of the used vehicles. And I've talked to some other department heads and they were like, if you're gonna get a vehicle, get a new one. There's more value in it, but.
What type of vehicle are you? You know, some people have thrown us for a curveball where we thought they'd need a truck and then all of a sudden they said they need an SUV.
Yeah, an SUV would be ideal, but trucks are definitely cheaper. We have a lot of field equipment and things that we haul around. We need the taller suspension for the places we go. We have to have four-wheel drive. Skid plates and things like that are preferable.
So Sharon, this is something you're looking to purchase in the 2021 budget, or do you need one prior? You budgeted 24.5 in 2020.
Yeah.
That's not gonna cover it.
It just depends on that's where I want some guidance. Do you think?
I mean, are you broke down?
We're not broke down today that I know of. So we're doing okay.
we've been putting around $4,000 into that vehicle replacement category for the past couple of years, just trying to build up.
And that vehicle that she has we purchased it used.
Yeah.
From the state surplus, I think.
On the commissioners, page 16 there, we actually haven't built columns right now, so that'll actually go away. You know, it'll be added like the 24/5, and unless she purchases in the middle column, which is 2020, it'll just go in one or the other columns, depending on what you decide to do. Whether
So
it's
basically just forward.
Yeah.
And then you're probably gonna have that.
And then we forwarded probably like the 28/5 into the 2021 column, but if you end up buying, you can still buy it in the 2020 column. And then we wouldn't have, we'd already spent the cash, so we wouldn't have it in 2021. So it gives you flexibility. So right now, you would have the money set aside. And the one thing nice about hers, it is in the general fund, so there's a lot more flexibility. If you did have to pay a little more for a vehicle, you can still spend it out of the middle, because she's not in the departments that are in the general fund are not tied to their budget, because of the general fund budget is the total expenditures, not the amount by department. So if you ended up wanting to get a vehicle and it cost you $30,000, and you would have enough flexibility in your general fund to be able to purchase that in 2020, and she would make it up in 2021 or 2022. You would already buy the vehicle now, but she would have enough. Her budget would change enough that and you probably wouldn't have to start. I mean, it's kind of the conversation we had earlier. Do you start another 5,000 and 10,000 for the next vehicle? I mean, that's a conversation we had earlier on something else. So
She would need a $35,000 vehicle.
right, right.
Pretty close to that,
So
yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You need height and.
Anywhere from
Yeah.
about 30 to 35.
Right.
From everything I've looked at.
Yeah.
So, and also speaking about the budget as a whole, we were under budget last year, so there's a good possibility we could be under budget this year and in 2021. So if the purchase price of a vehicle goes over by a little ways, it shouldn't affect the overall budget.
Just that we probably put, in 2021, probably ought to put at least 32 instead of the 20.
Tina, does the county have a special buying power for vehicles?
Well, we buy on state contract.
That's
from
right,
government
okay,
price, yeah.
And that usually gives you a discount.
Yeah.
Most dealers, and we can't get it. So,
Yeah.
But it's a nice red pen moment to probably put about 32 in that column instead of 28.5.
Okay. I was looking back here, in 17, she would have, or they would have, I don't know how long, I can't remember how long you've been here, but it was 110,000. In 18 was 113,578. In 19's 129, and probably the reason the 129 is, part of it is that 20,000 you have to spend for legal counsel, is what I'm guessing. And then one last question I had, so I can kind of make sure I understand this. The part-time assistant went from, we were budgeting, I was looking up here earlier, we were budgeting on your sheet, $22,050. We spent $7,661. Was 22 what they were getting paid, and they only worked in 2019 for $7,661, or was, I mean, that's what I was trying to understand. And that's went away, or you're gonna hire somebody else, or?
There was one part-time person in 2019.
Okay.
And then that was increased to 2 part-time positions in 2020.
Oh, that's why the 22. Okay.
And
Okay.
then in 2020, we budgeted for the 2 part-time people. However, and there's a little thing about that in
In here, okay.
Yeah. on item 3 of the budget planning worksheet that looks
Yeah,
like this.
okay, yeah.
We're not utilizing the part-time employees for clerical tasks much during this first part of the year because COVID
okay,
has
COVID-19.
drastically cut down
Yeah.
the traffic in our office.
Yeah.
And at this point, I would prefer to reserve those budgeted hours for later in 2020 because we will have a lot of permitting going on and different things like that. The cost to advertise, technology setup, and the time training training those part-time employees doesn't appear to be cost effective to me. In light of the increasing demand for inspections and follow-up, it would be advantageous for one full-time employee and the director to split the field work and then utilize one full-time employee for clerical staff for a total of 3 full-time employees. So that's something we could consider for
22 then?
22 or.
Yeah, because I was
far
trying,
out
2021, you dropped it to 5, that's what I was trying to figure out, yeah. Okay.
Okay, and then the next item I'd like some direction on is that in previous years, we had talked about updating the sanitation code, and that still needs to happen. But I'm kind of waiting on the state of Kansas to get their draft guidance finished before we do that. They're looking at possibly having basically like a universal code to some extent, which would save us a lot of time and money in the long run if we wait to update our code until they have that ready. However, there are some things in our zoning regulations that need to be updated. I know we've worked on some specific regulations here lately, but the entire thing really needs to be gone through, and we need to make some updates and make some corrections and fix some issues that the county is no longer able to enforce due to higher authorities, like state regulations and things like that. So I would, under this, what is that, in the capital outlay? I would like to budget for that for 2021. I haven't entered anything in there.
That'd be regulation updates, is that what you're?
Yes,
Okay.
yeah. So the big expenses in that would be for consultation and for publications. Anytime we make changes to the regulations, we have to hold a public hearing, we have to notice it in the paper. After the public hearing, it comes to the board, and then the resolutions have to be published as well. So we get into quite a bit of expense when it comes to the process of that.
What type of regulations are you looking at, Jeff?
Tina mentioned, and I know some other people have mentioned, our sign regulations need to be updated. There are a lot of things in it that we can't legally hold citizens to because.
Advertising signs?
Yes, yeah. And that, for some reason, Article 16 in our regulations happens to be one of the longest regulations, and it really shouldn't be. We can eliminate quite a bit of it, actually. There are a few minor, more typos and different things in there, just some different things. When you have the regulations as a whole and you change pieces of it throughout, we need to update the, yes, that's right. And it's just been pieced and parted, and that's the typical nature of resolution, or of regulations.
Right.
Does the state have a Bible?
That's what she's kind of saying, that we wait a little bit, we can get the
that's for the sanitation
That's
code.
it for
So that
one.
would be more on the environmental side. But the zoning regulations, there are certain state statutes. But since Marion County is zoned, we have our own set of regulations that are typically more strict than what the state provides.
But you don't have an estimated cost
I don't.
on any of that.
I really don't. I don't even know what to expect. I think the last time the entire set of regulations were gone through was in 2011. And I don't know what the cost of that was.
You wanna take a shot at it?
I knew someone was gonna ask me that.
Lots of hours.
It is a lot of hours. If we could contract a consultant, it would help keep that part of the cost down. Publication wise, I bet we would be looking at $10,000 probably. You can reference regulations in a legal publication. Tina, you might know what I'm talking
I
about.
don't know that.
But I've been advised it's better just to publish the entire change. That way it's transparent.
In the paper, you're just saying take the
Yes,
whole,
in
yeah,
the
regulation,
paper.
put in the paper.
You can publish by reference. There is a way to do that, and it's legal.
Yeah, and then you have to post everything on your website.
Yeah.
So, I mean, that would be a cheaper route, but I don't know if that's the preferred route.
I mean, you can real easy get $50,000 to $100,000 into this. I mean, with the consultant.
Would you guess it'd be that much?
People fighting into the court costs.
I would venture to say, I don't know, I would venture to say closer to 20,000 probably.
A consultant.
Depends on how far you're going, I guess.
Yeah,
You know,
some of that.
whoever wants
She
it.
wants to change everything. Well, not change it, but.
But yeah,
Just-
yeah, bid it
just
all.
Check
update
everything.
it.
That's right.
Just, just.
It
It didn't take long, I have to agree, it didn't take long to wrap up a lot of time in something like this, but I was wondering, so what would be your most contentious in the zoning? Is it the amount of acreage, or the, like, some counties, I don't know, what is yours
Mhm.
now? Is it 10 acres or?
Down to 3.
Huh?
3 on
Oh, it's 3
building-
acres? Okay.
building side, 5 on a new part.
Okay.
It could be a 2 or 3 year project too.
Yeah, it could.
It could
yeah.
be, there's a good possibility of that. I think the last one took over a year.
That's one thing a consultant could help you with, is say, okay, how do we break this down to a 3-year project instead of just a 1-year project? And then what you do is you spread your costs over 3 years instead of just having to pay it all out in 1 year.
That's true, that would be a good way to address it.
And let that person up front, that's the kind of the expert in there, say, yeah, I think you can slice and dice this way, and this is the way I would roll it out. And then we would be able to plan the 3-year expense instead of, having to come up with one point.
That's a good idea.
And I would think somebody would be able to, like, somebody that's in that area would be able to tell you that off the top of their head, not all the details, but just give you kind of a ballpark. This is what it's gonna cost, this is what, this is how I would divide it up.
Okay.
Yeah.
So you're looking at addressing all of your building codes, all of your sign
Right.
setbacks, your everything.
Yeah,
You're gonna,
quite an undertaking.
yeah.
So would you even think that maybe 50,000 for the first year? And go as far as that would take you? I mean, if you slice it and dice it like you're saying, because you got 10 for advertising, projecting, and then 40 for consultant and whatever incidentals. I mean, we started somewhere.
I just said, I have no idea what it would cost. I mean, it would.
I don't either.
Yeah, but don't we
I
have
just-
to
I would
pull a
just-
number out of the sky to get started?
One thing, you're gonna think this is really kind of funny, I'll just make it short, but the Kansas State Fair has never been audited, okay? And I am become the auditor.
They are now.
Well, I'm not audited, but they don't even know how to get an audit. I mean, they literally have a situation where, so what we did, I proposed a 4-year contract to get them to be able to be audited, okay? And they really liked that, so I went in and I said, this is what we do in the first year, this is what we do in the second year. And like even the vendors, they're supposed to turn 18% of their food vending over to the state board. No one ever looks at it. They have no idea if they turn over 18% or not.
I didn't make him, I didn't sell nothing.
Yeah, exactly. It's all cash.
Yeah.
So what I did is I said, there's no way I could take this on in 1 year and try to figure out. So that's what we did. We just went in and I just proposed to the state board and said, this makes sense here, and this makes sense here, and this makes sense here, and get best practices in place. You don't want, I mean, some of these things you're gonna talk about are gonna be very contentious. I mean, some people are gonna say, oh goodness, no way, and they're gonna maybe sue you or whatever. So if you could break it out into the pieces that are less contentious up front and get those taken care of.
Sure.
And when I tackle the vendor contracts at the state fair, I mean, that's gonna be, I might have to take law enforcement with me, but the board really liked that. I mean, kind of how I had the 4-year plan, and then I wouldn't become their auditor. I would have it all ready so that somebody else in that 4 years would actually be the auditor. You see what I'm saying? And so I think something like this, which is a very large undertaking, you don't want to just Band-Aid it. You just don't want to, you just don't want to piece it together. You're looking at the future generations here, and I think there's a way to probably do it, keep the costs spread out, and do it in the right way, and maybe a little less stressful.
Absolutely, yes.
Yeah.
And we're dealing with a good chunk of the contentious regulations now.
Yeah.
We've already started looking over our wind regulations, which is what is big in Marion County right now. So, and part of the consultant budget is from that, I suppose, this year, and part of the publications are from that. This would be more isolating it into its own project.
What number? I guess we're still back on that, right? What number are we
Well,
gonna-
I mean, I don't know what that number is, but if you knew a consultant, it could at least give you, here's the way I tackle it, and here's what the cost would be over 3 to 4 years, and then come back with that number. I don't know if that's something you could check out, because we won't have this budget finalized till, probably the end of July. I mean, that's kind of what it's been, kind of that time frame. And if you could get a rough number for us, then we could kind of figure out, how to spread it across the.
Okay.
Yeah.
And a lot of the publication fees, the first one is mainly just a public hearing, just to notice that we'll be talking about it. So those expenses won't come until later when we're publishing resolutions and adopting the regulations.
Yeah.
So,
I mean, that would be that's the way I'd tackle it, but you only have a better way. That's what I.
okay, yeah, I can do some checking. Do you have any other, and I don't know where the pay plan is taking us this year or anything like that, so I don't even know what to do with salaries. I left them where they're at for right now. We've had a little bit of an increase in just operating expenses. We have a larger board, larger commission, just facilitating copies of meetings and mileage reimbursements and things, but it's really, that's minimal compared to some of these other issues.
So really, your two big ones that we have to kind of get our arms around is what the vehicle would cost, so it's 30 or 35, something like that. And then this whole sanitation, zoning, all that update, and how we spread it, if it's 3 years or whatever. The rest of their stuff is pretty well, kind of stays.
Yeah, we've trimmed off what we can from the department.
And this is kind of another one of those, like we just talked with Park, about where you're getting rid of a part-time and you're trying to figure out what responsibilities you have between the full-time and or the director and the 2 full-time, and what we can make work there. Because you're shifting, well, budgeted 22,000, but last year was spent about 70-some-hundred. Okay.
And I know it isn't my department, but we use the lake hall for our meetings a lot of times when we have big meetings. I don't know if anyone has asked if we can update that building at some point, but I know that doesn't come out of my budget, so I hate to even ask about it, but it does, it's in sad shape, it's coming apart. And I know people rent it out as a venue, and we host meetings there and things like that, so if that's something the board would maybe think about, that would be great.
Is that part of the old store? I mean, is that all hooked together, or is that where's that located?
The hall?
Yeah.
Just north of the office.
Separate building right there.
You can drive right between the hall and the office.
I mean, Randy said yesterday at the sale, like
Oh, I know
it.
where she- I know where she-
Yeah.
So,
Yeah.
He didn't say anything, I didn't say anything.
yeah, I remember somebody's brought it up, and somebody was checking on the roof because.
Well, we had damage to
Yeah.
several buildings.
Yeah, so
But we haven't seen any figure yet.
yeah.
Everything else out the lake got damaged.
But this wasn't
How
too
much
much
has
of
been
that
turned into
damage.
insurance? Do you know, Tina?
I'm sorry,
Do you know whether it's been turned into insurance on the roof damage?
the roof damage on the shingle roofs?
No, on the
Lake Hall.
lake hall, if there's
No.
any, I don't know either, I don't know if we talked about it.
Well,
We talked about it.
But
I-
there was damage.
It
I
wasn't because of the hail.
No.
It was damage and need repair.
right, the roofs that he turned into insurance, or all the shingle roofs out there.
Yeah, yeah.
And so he did turn that in, and I think he's getting bids on those. And on all those other roofs, you approved doing a request for bids, and that has not gone out yet, so.
Well, I know the ceiling needs to be updated, but we just sheetrocked and painted there 4 or 5 years ago. I mean,
Well, the walls are fine.
Well, that's what I was gonna say.
It's just the lights and the sheet rock.
Yeah. Ceiling.
The suspended ceilings,
Coat
it needs,
coat of paint.
Not very good.
need the tiles taken out, need to spray paint two grids, and put new tiles back in, light fixtures. You could get it for a while.
Yeah.
But the ceiling needs to be done so they don't get the water damage again.
Yeah, the roof needs to be done.
Yeah.
Thank you for saying that.
So,
It would be nice to have a,
It's kind of embarrassing.
it's kind of like my vehicle.
Well, yeah, you park it back behind, nobody notices it.
There you go, I could put another sticker over the side so they don't know it's the county.
Let's see, you got county decals on it?
Gene?
Do you have any other questions for me?
Thank you.
Okay,
You
thanks.
do find out a rough draft, or like kind of a rough price on that one thing, that would be good to know, put it kind of at the top of the commissioner's mouth.
Okay, should I just bring that to Tina and?
Or you can, or Tina, yeah, or you can just,
Okay,
there's my card.
all right, thank you.
So you can be in tomorrow,
I'm sorry?
you can be in Friday,
Yes, I have some inspections in the morning.
after lunch, maybe.
Yep. Okay, thank you.
Right.
That one change hands for 20.
I'm sure you're glad, you're looking forward to hearing another one.
Mm-hmm.
And
2021 October.
but since it's you, it's
This could be
okay.
the best one, isn't it?
Yeah, October
Should be the
2021, yeah,
shortest
it's next
one.
year, yeah, yeah.
Well, that's
So,
good.
Yeah, it's because of the.
Not too much you can do, just present the figures, huh?
Tax cycle starts November first and it goes around to October 31st.
Well, that's a nice blouse there, I like those colors.
I love your colors.
Yeah.
I should have 7, hopefully.
Is this your last round of budget talks?
Well, if I serve the whole term,
Oh, that's right, because next year, yeah, you'll be here next year. Yeah.
but surely somebody else can present and I can just sit by, right?
Let's see.
Absolutely.
Well, you got this pretty much streamlined and simplified here, don't you?
Yeah. What you have to do by statute goes in the contractual, and then
Yep.
the rest is pretty simple, so.
Not too much to talk about here.
Not too much?
Yeah, oh, sorry. Page 14 would be where the treasurer's budget's at. Toward the top, second one, third one down.
Keep them on track.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Keep me-
I'm trying
Keep
to.
me lined out. That's right.
Don't ask.
I don't do the audit anymore, so how much did you turn over in your motor vehicle?
I think it was 65, over 60 anyway.
Oh, $70,399.
This year.
Either knew what happens is on the motor vehicle side, because they're bringing it for the state of Kansas, the way the statute is written is that when she gets done paying all the expenses and administrative expenses and whatever else, then whatever's left over at the end of the year, by June 1st, has to be transferred into the general fund as a receipt. So if you look on page 12, you'll see it's called Special Auto Closeout. It's about halfway down there. We can talk about some of these other things when we talk again, or talk later today before we close. But it's right in the middle there in the 19 column. It's $70,399. So that's about a $500,000 that's turned around and put back into the general fund. I've had them, goodness. The best one I ever had was the treasurer ended up going through the KBI in the state of Kansas, but $10.16 was transferred back to the general fund by the Osage County treasurer back, and the commissioners looked at me and go, I think she should have your job. $10, I mean, so that's a good thing. And
I try to be a good steward of the counties.
see, what's tough of that statute is literally, it is so greatly written that Janine could say that everything she does in her office is administratively tied to that and end up spending it and not give you any money back. So it's been a point of contention for, not here, but statewide
So
forever.
where's the money coming from?
It comes from like when you come in and pay for your tags and
It's your
taxes and
it's the
motor
fees
vehicle.
that we
motor
get to
vehicle.
keep.
There's fees off of that.
Okay, you get part of that from the state.
Yeah, they kick that back to you, and then she can use it to, pay her people and pay maybe for computer and stuff like that.
Anything
Whatever's-
that is used
Yeah.
by the vehicle,
Yeah,
even if it's not full-time,
That's right.
I usually pay for out
yeah,
of
yeah.
a vehicle fund, and that way this can be smaller.
Yeah. So what that does in a sense is like her budget is $245 last year. It went up a little bit there.
204.
Yeah. And so you take 70,000 off that, so her net budget is really, off the 245 is 170, 70 some. So it helps out, helps fund her office.
Good.
Yeah.
So does it never
Thank
stay
you.
constant every year, kind
Do what now?
The number stays constant, I mean.
It can fluctuate up and down. Sometimes it fluctuates because of software, maybe like software updates that you might have
Oh,
to do
okay.
in the motor
This
vehicle.
is surplus.
Yeah, this is
Yeah.
surplus, yeah.
Like, this year, I think I had to replace 2 computers, and I'm getting ready to replace
Yeah.
2 more, just because they've had to be resurrected 2 or 3 times, so.
Yeah. And then Janine gets it's now the same, or not, is it the same as election? You
No,
did-
it's less.
Less, okay, but she gets a.
Are you talking about the tech fund?
No.
Oh.
The share that she gets a share of that as a salary. How much, I don't know how much it is anymore.
It's just like a little over $800, I think.
Is that all it is? Oh, okay.
8,000.
$8,000.
Well, I mean, a month, isn't it?
Yeah.
800 a month?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's like 800 a month, so she'll get like 8,000 on top of her, and that's part of that that motivation.
And that's per registration, so.
Yeah, based on a number calculation.
Did that go down if more, no, it couldn't go down because they still got to come through here over the computer. Yeah, so it still comes through, so you still get the credit.
Yeah. But it's a payment for, you know, being a contracted service through the state of Kansas, through your county.
The headache it is, it's not a great compensation, but it is a compensation, and it helps the county, helps the people of the county, so. Good deal.
There's not a lot else to talk about in your budget. It's pretty cut and dry.
Publications and personnel.
Yeah. Postage. You know, I don't know how I guess it got voted down, so you have to deal with it now, but this new law that was gonna take the place of the tax law, oh goodness, the amount of postage and publication that would have to be sent out to every taxpayer in the county, on what you were gonna do with the budget, unbelievable. So, I don't know what they'll do now.
It kind of went into limbo, didn't it?
Yep.
Go nowhere. Yep. Thank you. Hey.
Okay, thank you.
I told you I'd be the shortest one.
Have a good one.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay.
Here comes the long.
Here comes the one that's like.
Not you. You already have everything down to a point, you know what you're gonna do, so.
You'd write us a book.
Oh, no, I probably included a little bit more documentation on it.
Oh, sorry.
That's all right.
Is everybody ready?
Yeah.
Okay, so the first page is the commissioners, and of course the salary. On the contractual for this year, we're gonna be under, because a lot of that is for conference registrations, hotels, and travel for the commissioners, and obviously that's not really happening this year. So commodities is just basic supplies. We don't usually buy too much out of that line item for all of you. And then the capital outlay, we haven't spent anything this year. I usually try to just keep about $500 in that line item each year. Last year, we bought new furniture and sound equipment, those kind of things, and so that's why you see those actuals in 2019 were higher. And I think that we might have actually put the hotspots in on the contractual line item when we were budgeting last year, but we aren't paying it out of there. We're paying them out of the courthouse computer fund. So if we just allow $1,500 per commissioner for conference, hotels, et cetera, that's $7,500. And then you have some membership dues like for NACO, that's about $500. So around $8,000 to $8,500 would be fine on that line item for your contractual. I don't know if anybody has any other things that they need to see in here or that you have questions about. And then the pages behind are just documentation.
So the total, on that second page, the total going forward will be the $90,480 for the 5. Is that what?
Right. So we do what the actuals are so far for this year. And that was just 5 months.
Yeah,
and then
right.
the total for the rest of the time. So, yeah. unless they do something different.
Do something different, yeah.
Yep.
Okay.
Okay. The next, are we ready to move on, or? Okay, so the next thing I have is, if you go forward several pages, there's another one that's like this. It says page 8 on the front of it, and that would be for the county clerks.
Page 8?
Yeah.
Well, it's about.
Sorry.
About 10 pages in.
Yeah, I put in extra pages there, you probably didn't need.
5, 6, 7. What is page 8?
Oh,
look at you.
Okay.
It's like this, it shows the county clerk, it's kind of like the one on the front with the county
Right.
commission, then you go back to the next one, it'll be like the county clerk,
Yep.
or her, and then she'll have her support behind her.
Yeah, courthouse is later, I think.
Is that not too far back?
Yeah, too far.
Okay, going back.
Says capital outlay, one copy.
County clerk.
Yep. Okay, so what we actually did on almost all the general fund budgets last year on personnel was we left them the same as the 2019 level. And so actually, when you figure in the actual people and the current wages, it's a little bit low on the 2020 as far as what it will actually end up being. So that 176,812 is my estimate for 2020, and I am not changing it for 2021 because that's up to the commission as far as what they want to do in wages. So I didn't change anything there. I kept the contractual the same at 8,000, commodities the same at 3,500, and capital outlay the same at 4,000. And we do have, I think I had mentioned it to you before, that we are gonna need to look at doing something with our copier. We had gotten bids before all the COVID started, and then we just kind of put that on hold. But we have a copier that is very old, and we're having to have a lot of maintenance on it. So that will be an expense either this year or next year. And we use a lot of copies in our office. So that's really all I had on mine, on the county clerks, unless you have any questions.
On copiers, do you think about leasing?
I don't have a problem looking into it, for sure. We typically have it, we've always owned our
I know,
copier.
we used to own ours too, we got 6 copiers now, and it cut our bill way down.
Yeah,
Cause
well,
they supply the toner,
yeah, I'm definitely open to
and
that.
they don't count the copies either.
Have you ever considered a color copier? I know they're a little more money.
All the old color copiers now.
When we were looking, we weren't going to purchase a color copier. There's some departments in the building that have them, and if we really need a color copier, we can go in there and use them, or we can scan in color and print out on our color printer in the office. So we don't generally use color copies that often.
Okay.
They're all the same price now. You can't buy a black and white one.
I'll bet you'll find one.
Well, yeah, you can, but
Yeah, I mean, I don't have I'm sure I have a few in my office. One that left my office that would have really liked us to have a color copier, but.
I'm sold
We just
on
kinda keep
myself.
them.
I'm sold on, in some cases, reading color is just much more friendlier to your eyes. So I'm just kind of really sold on
it's
color.
10 cents a sheet instead of nickel a sheet.
What?
It costs twice as much for color copies.
I thought you just said they were all the same cost.
No.
Just look at
The
Scott's
print-
time.
The copier.
The
The cost of
machine.
the machine, I think is what he was saying, was the same
Oh.
price.
They're charging
It's
more
more
for color.
expensive to
But the-
copy in color, yeah.
The actual printout is twice as much.
Yeah,
Oh, okay.
so.
Just look at
I
Scott's
still
time.
like it.
Makes him pop.
Yeah.
Well, I wondered how long it was gonna take someone to comment on your.
Well, I'm just trying to brighten the room up today. Not that you guys aren't bright, but I just,
Well,
budget always, and especially the message I brought the first day, first hour, I was kind of thinking, we got a negative assessed value.
So the next page that I have, it says page 124 in there, it's a couple pages back, that's for the clerk's tech fund. And that is, those receipts are generated in the Register of Deeds office. And generally, we budgeted 5,000 in receipts for this year. And really, it's traditionally more like 3,500. We need to be a little more conservative on that.
Okay.
And same thing for next year. And we always budget to spend that down to zero, but that would be something, a place where I could potentially purchase a copier from. And also, I have utilized some of these funds towards some computers and some computer parts.
So that's added into the register of deeds tick bomb?
Well, no, it's generated in there. Now, the way that the law is written, filings that are recorded in the Register of Deeds office are split. The Register of Deeds has a portion that goes into her tech fund, and now the clerk and the treasurer also have a tech fund, and it's funded from there. And it's because basically we all have a part in that real estate transfer kind of information. So it doesn't come out of hers, but she generates it.
There's a separate no levy fund.
You're right, there's not a
That's what I
levy
was-
fund. Yeah,
that's what I was
no,
wondering.
yep, it's a fee generated. The next page is for the courthouse, and we say courthouse loosely because if you look on, you know, the personnel, that's our janitorial staff, basically maintenance staff. And then the contractual line item on this, it's not just, it's all the utilities of the courthouse itself, but it's also operating expenses for the county in general. So like all of our insurance premiums for our liability insurance and vehicle insurance and any just general kind of expenses that don't fall anywhere else fall into this, okay? So I believe our county counselor is paid out of this. There's just kind of the cost of doing business kind of things are paid out of here. So really, just looking at historical information, that 392 that was budgeted for this year is pretty low. In 2019, that capital outlay number was for the heated dock, I believe, because we didn't have enough budget authority to pay for that.
Oh, I take that, okay.
So that was an insurance claim that's gonna pay a portion of that.
Pay back, yeah.
Anyway, if there's room to bump that contractual line item, we probably should do it just to be more accurate in our bookkeeping. Does anybody have any questions about?
Have you got past custodians here yet? Are you on that or?
That's what I'm on.
Next down?
Yeah,
Okay.
I'm on the page in front of that.
Okay, I just put that over, next custodians here.
Right, and that just shows the salary information.
The reason why I'm asking this is budget time, you've got a change being made. Is there anything different that we need to do?
Well, very possibly, because
I want us to look at everything all the way around. I mean, we've got hired people over here, we might have, I don't know who goes up to the Deidre's.
we are taking care of that.
Yeah.
So what our current structure is Sheriff's Office Jail, they have their own custodial staff. And we have had, actually, we had 2 full-time custodians here. And for the past quite a few months, maybe even a year, we had gone to, I had been able to handle it with one plus a part-time person that was a pretty hard worker.
Yeah.
And now both of those are gone, by the way. And so,
Inside? The inside people?
yeah, Mike has just taken
I
a
call him
position.
outside person, because that's all.
Oh, yeah. So we were utilizing 2 full-time people, and they were taking care of the
Inside and
courthouse,
outside.
planning and zoning, ambulance department, annex, and health department. And that's a lot for 2 people to do, plus doing grounds here, planning and zoning, and across the street. So, as of right now, I'm looking to fill. I do have, my part-time person is working just very, very small number of hours right now. And she's gonna be out again at the end of, the 3rd week of July, so then I'm back down to, I mean, I'm looking into different options. We may end up having a contract for a while, which I have done before at certain times for those kind of services till we can get somebody hired full-time. But irregardless, the personnel services line is too low. If you really want to try to hire someone and,
Yeah.
so there's a challenge there right now.
Yeah, there is.
Well, I think with all the COVID-19, all that stuff going forward too, it's just an unbelievable undertaking, trying to keep everything clean
It
and
is.
wiped down.
And I had a part-time person helping for a little bit, just to keep things sanitized. Now she's gone too. She had another job that came up. So, I mean, we've kind of been piecing in the best we can, but we're gonna have to.
I listened in on and this is as a business owner, but it was an hour presentation on all the things that people haven't thought about in COVID-19 as a business owner. So OSHA, okay? So I mean, that part of the presentation, I just want to turn that one off because you gotta listen. Because if people would say, I caught it at Swindle, Jansen, Hawk and Lloyd, and they had a serious health situation, I would be, our firm could be, and so, I mean, I'm not trying to scare people, I wanted to listen to it, because I'm also an elder at the church, and so there's just a lot of things that were going on at that same time, and I was thinking, and the bank, I'm down at, and whether to open the lobby up or not, but so, that's something that, I mean, I'm not trying to scare people, I'm just saying there is liability issues there, and so, I've always been one to try to be a little more proactive, and you're never gonna be able to cover all the liability issues. Some of the things I asked the sheriff, like, if I was sitting across the table where you guys are, I would have I would have cameras on all my lake patrol people, because those are people there that get a little alcohol in them, and all these different things happen. I don't mean that bad, but I'm just saying, you always kind of look at those situations where, how can I be proactive here and head off maybe a situation where that, and I don't mean to get off on this, but the same thing with cleaning, yeah. I don't think it's gonna go away.
Well, this whole building requires some maintenance.
Yeah.
And the guy we have had has done quite a bit of maintenance.
Yeah.
There's also been quite a bit of consideration on, or some people, that's other employees of this courthouse that criticizes quite a bit.
Yeah.
And, because of speed and things that's done. But I just know that it's a critical time for change here, and maybe not for change, but for discussion. And so that's why I'm bringing it up, is that.
I don't want to take any more of your time, but I went to this one courthouse I used to work at, and it was immaculate. And this guy took it to the same level, like where you go up the railings on there. They were like metal, like design, and tile floors. This guy would be on those stairways doing a toothbrush on those things to make them. I mean, this place popped. I mean, I have never seen a courthouse. It was Harper County, and it's 3 stories, and it's all marble and all this. This thing popped, but you're not gonna get anybody. I mean, it's gonna be hard to find somebody that takes ownership like that, because that's really what you have to have. You have to have someone that's gonna take ownership and make it their building. That's a hard thing to find today.
We're looking for people in all of our departments who would take ownership.
Yeah.
Well, thank you, Tina. I know you've got some discussion. If you need to bring it to us, well, I'll put it on time or whatever.
I will. I've advertised right now. I'm not really encouraged about that. I haven't really received. Right. There we go. So.
Yeah.
They're all on unemployment plus $600.
It's supposed to end now, so you might get stuff.
Yeah.
It's supposed
And,
to shut off.
I have some other kind of things in mind, just kind of as a stop gap measure to help us get through. So I'm still working on.
Whether you take the outsides, the lawn care and stuff, maybe you take it and contract it out.
Well, that's one option. Yeah, I have thought about all those different things about how to handle them.
Yep. Cool. Go ahead.
52, 950 budget.
Yeah, that was the budget for 2020.
Are you looking for that courthouse? Is that what you're looking for?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. it's actually in the general fund, and it would be, on page 15 at the very top. And there's several things that come under the courthouse's line items. One that you'll get to here, and it usually causes the AS 400.
Yeah, that's something we need to talk about.
What do you think?
I will
AS 400 computer. That's only been talked about for, I don't know when those came in, like 90 something.
Okay. Are we okay to move on from courthouse? Okay. So we do have a fund called Courthouse Computer, and that's a couple pages, that's right behind the courthouse and custodian information. And we generally budget for $50,000 in that fund every year, and I'm proposing keeping that budget the same.
So I would take out the middle column on page 15.
No, we use it.
Oh, we use it
Yeah.
every year, 50,
Yeah.
okay,
Yeah,
okay.
so we keep that.
What-
And this
what-
year, I'm sure we'll probably,
Oh, we just have, in 19, what, is it not?
in 19, we had 49,792.
Oh, it's in a different line up there. We got this
And
twice.
in 2020, so far, actual is 32.
Yeah.
So this is the one, courthouse computer, it's not the same as the AS 400.
Yeah, so, okay.
Okay? But,
Here comes the AS.
yeah, on the next page, the AS 400, we are going to have an upgrade this, either this, end of this calendar year.
Well, that's what
or
I'm
the end
asking,
of
like,
the year.
on page 15 here, we've got a computer operations and equipment. 2019 was 49,792, and it's 50/50, okay?
Right, yes.
And then right below that down there is AS 400.
Right.
There's 0 in the 19, because we didn't spend anything on
Right.
400. And it will be in 20 and 21? or-
No, it'll be one or the other. I don't know the price yet, though.
And so what we can do is just put it in the 2021, because you've already budgeted in the 2020.
Right.
Okay, so I can take that 50 out
Yes.
in the middle column.
Yes, but I'm not quite sure on the, I need to verify as
Yeah.
far as the 50, if that's gonna be adequate.
Adequate enough, yes.
Yeah.
Is that the server or?
Yes, that's the functionality behind the majority of our programs here at the courthouse.
Mainframe, it's kind of
It
the
does
mainframe
all of the,
operation.
I own one too.
all the tax program, the.
All have always had a heart attack
The
on it.
payroll and the accounts
He
payable.
just went off of it. I don't think they
Well,
got-
you gotta replace it every 5 years.
Yeah.
I believe the last time we actually replaced that was in 2010,
Oh, goodness.
so,
Get your money out of it.
yeah.
Hey,
We might have done a small upgrade, like in 13 or 14.
you're just looking for trouble with the
Yeah,
crash.
oh, yeah.
So, but we do have maintenance on that, and they have done a good job of making sure we're up to date and everything, but it is time that maintenance is gonna expire, we have to do something.
Quit supporting it pretty soon, won't they?
What's that?
Will they quit getting support for it?
Yes, that's right, and we don't, an item like that, we don't want to give support. Okay, so then any questions about that? The next one we have is election, and I would just like to keep everything the same. This year, we did buy some equipment. You might remember I bought 5 more of the electronic voting machines, and then also the DS200 scanner, so that we can scan those folded ballots when they come in. And so I'm not anticipating any purchases of equipment next year.
You lowered it though to 5,000, is that, because you always
Well,
spent some?
right, the capital outlay, but if you,
Next year.
like, on this particular year, I spent more than I had budgeted for the
Okay.
capital outlay, and I'm spending less on salaries because I don't have a person in that position at the moment. And so it'll all even out. I'd like to keep the same kind of funding level in that fund as I have now, so. To the extent that we can.
Well, with the presidential election,
Yeah.
Yeah, we will be spending
yeah,
quite a
you'll
bit
spend
this
a lot of
year.
it, yeah.
Yeah.
Plus, you don't know what you're gonna have to be up against with whatever happened with this virus
Right.
and all that.
And I've done a lot to prepare for that, and I've done it. I don't know that I specifically mentioned this in a meeting, but I talked about that I was going to, but we did get the mailers sent out to every voter in the county, and it has information about voting, and then it has an application in it for voting, to request a ballot by mail for the primary and the general. that's gone out to every voter in the county. The majority of that cost is gonna be reimbursed by the Secretary of State's office. That's part of what I was talking to you about, that 11,800 that we're receiving from them. And that actually serves two purposes. We're required to either send a mass mailing to everyone every year, or to do the MCOA, which is doing a targeted mailing for change of address that we get from the post office. We have to do one of those two processes every year. In the past, we have generally done the MCOA because it's less expensive. But this year, we went ahead and did the mailing because it would serve two purposes.
Sure.
We could do the targeted, the mass mailing to serve that purpose of that law, plus get the advanced voting information out for those that choose that, so.
When's that going out?
Pardon me?
When's that going out?
It hit the post office earlier this week, so people should be getting them in their homes.
Okay.
Yeah, yep. Anybody have any questions about anything?
Under the courthouse, I just want to make sure I'm reading the lease purchase right. The courthouse window project, looks like, is this the last payment in 2021?
Let me double check that.
Does it look like?
It seems like it.
16 was when it happened, and it was 5 years. That's about $83,000 a year, and that shows up in that, on that page 15, it shows up there at the bottom of courthouse.
2021 is the last payment
Okay,
in
so
September.
Yeah, that'll be done.
So we will need to budget that. Sorry. You're safe now. Now, we will not have an allocation to the county extension council
Okay.
because they are forming their own taxing district and
Okay, so
they
that would
will
be-
have their own budgets during this year.
Will they present that to us?
Pardon me?
Will they present that to us?
I don't
Like
think so. I don't think-
cemeteries? No, they'll be all
Cemeteries
themselves.
don't present it to us.
So if you look on page 16, what she's talking about there, there's about 5, and you may have met with some of these already, I don't know, mental health and the handicap, but it's called appropriation funds. It's right, it's the second grouping that's from the top there. Special fair, extension council, that's the one she's talking about. The extension council, is that for 2020 or for 2021?
2021.
2021 we won't have. So you see there, right there alone, there's 1 mil. I mean, that you won't have to worry about, but there's 1 mil, probably, or 2 mils picked up by the taxpayers through another taxing, yeah, another taxing entity. So we pick up that 164,048 in that right-hand column of 2021 for the extension council, so that could be used somewhere else. Soil conservation, I assume these others have already been in, or they will be in?
No, they'll be in.
They'll be in, okay, so
Yeah.
you'll actually meet with like soil conservation, mental health, mentally handicapped, and they'll come in with a projection, and you'll decide whether, these are called appropriation line items, like, I don't know, is this sent out quarterly or yearly? or-
Quarterly.
Quarterly, yeah, so you'll send out, when they
So-
set these, then each quarter on, you'll send them out.
Soil conservation doesn't fall under
That's,
extension?
no, that is.
No, that's yours.
Right.
No.
Yeah.
This 42,000 that's on the county councilor,
Yeah.
we haven't been paying that out of a different line item, we've just been paying that out of courthouse.
Oh, okay.
I mean, we still have that expense, but
So it's under contractual over on the courthouse?
that's where I believe, I need to double check. I can't remember if I asked Rhonda to set up a line item this year or not. I intended to, but I don't know
Yeah.
if we got it.
Well, I'm gonna call. The
Okay,
Special fair,
Special fair, we don't use. Wait, what do you?
Yeah, well, we don't have a special fair fund, but we have a special fair line item up there
Yeah, that
on page
appropriation.
16, yeah.
Yeah, that's the fair.
Those were all-
Yes.
Yeah, Marion County Fair. Yeah. When you were talking about, just because we're in this neighborhood, when you were talking about, earlier we were talking about chip and seal. If you just look right above special fair there, that whole area there, road and bridge, you have the sales tax, 80% road repair, you have the transfer to capital outlay. that's where a lot of that's paid, some of that's paid, that we were talking about this morning on Road and Bridge. It's out of the general fund.
And it's all still separated.
Yeah, it's broke out between different places. I don't know what else. Do you have anything else, Tina?
No.
I was just gonna ask you a couple questions. I know you wanna get out of here because it's almost 4:00. It's been a long day. One thing I usually ask is, do you have some things that you want me to consider as I'm, going back now and taking what I've heard today, and what we usually do is we start with the same, this is what this is right here. We start with the same budget line items pretty well as last year, and then we go through and we'll have another meeting here at some point, and we'll need to set that date, where we actually go through and we look at each one of those budgets. We get your feelings on it. We talk about, do we want to put that in, do we not want to put it in? That first meeting, we may put some of those in, and then when we get to the final meeting where you kind of finally set the amount, there may be a, oh, well, let's take that out, or let's spread it out over 2 years, whatever. For you that are new, I'm just gonna show you real quick on that handout I gave you. If you're wanting to know what the tax lid is, you would look on page 4, 5, and 6. And this is how the tax lid is calculated. And so you always start on page 4 there at the top. You start with last year's total taxes. And then what basically these are calculations from percentage adjustments down to the bottom where you get 232,776. Do you see that on the bottom right-hand column? Mm-hmm. That's the tax lid that you could actually add without having any election. That's what we talked about earlier. When you looked on this first page down here in the bottom, it said 232 down here. Okay, so that's where that 232 comes from, okay? And on that 232, you look right above there, you're getting a 1.8 consumer price index increase, and that's where the 232 comes from. Well, in the past, we've always had like I said earlier, we've always had the assessed value, that if we wanted to pick that up and not raise the mill levy, we always had enough assessed value increase to pick that 232 up. And so what you ended up doing is, it wasn't free, but it was like, there was no mill levy increase, and so that 232 was added to your budget. This year, we don't have that because assessed value went down a little bit, so you went the opposite direction. So that 232 is sitting there, and you probably won't be able to pick it up unless, I know you won't be able to pick it up unless you want a 1.6 or 8, roughly in that neighborhood, mill increase. You see what I'm saying? I wasn't sure if you guys, I want to make sure you understand that, because that is totally different than we've ever taught you that have been on for a while. We've never had this, at least for 20 years probably, where the assessed value has went down. So this 232, when you hear it in the news, that's what the tax levy is. Now, what we've done in the past, if you go on the next page, page 5, on 21, line 21, okay? I want to show you how this worked here. So on page 5, line 21, it says property tax revenue spent on expenses related to disaster or federal emergency in the 2021 budget, okay? So since we had such a rise in assessed value the last couple of years, we put a number in there to get the difference between your tax lid, the 232, and what you actually could still get by having the mill levy the same. You could pick up some more dollars, but we didn't have tax lid available, but we could if we had put a line on there. So if you look, I want to show you how this works, and there's nobody that, I don't know that there's anybody that's actually spent it this way yet, but I talked to the state. Have you spent it that way? Okay. So if you look on page 20, we have the risk management reserve, and it's at the top there of that page. And so if you look in the 2021 column, we don't have anything spent in 2020, but it sounds like you have spent some. Is that where you spent it out of, or did you spend it somewhere else?
No, we spent out of risk management.
Okay, spent out of risk management. So I'd have to change that.
It's a circle 31.
I'm sorry, circle 31, yeah. And circle 31, so if you, whoops, Over there?
31.
Yeah, top of circle 31.
Page 31.
Yeah, circle 31,
You
yeah.
said 20.
Oh, did I say 21?
Yeah,
Oh.
you said
It's
20.
technically 20.
Oh, it is 20 down at the bottom, I'm sorry,
So,
yeah,
yeah,
circle
circle
31, yeah.
31.
That's the budget, I'm sorry.
You know, it's been a long day, and you're trying to really.
I'm making sure you guys are all.
He's just trying to wake you up.
Yeah.
That was
See, I did it right there.
That was eventful.
Yeah.
What are we doing?
Okay, so on 31, what I'm wanting to show you at the very top there, risk management reserve. Okay, that fund. The way this fund was originally set up was when leader Linda Peterson was on this commission. And we set up the risk management reserve fund because of the county owned the landfill. Okay, they had the property and all that, so there was potential, and she actually got her lending capabilities shut down. And so we thought we gotta put something in place here to protect the commissioners, okay? So this was originally set up. Well, last 2 years, I think, especially last year, I went in and said, we could probably pick up, don't raise the mill level, let's pick up that difference. So like, if you look in the right-hand column, 2021, there's expenditures related to disasters, 230,506. You see that number in the 2021 column? Okay, what that is the way that line 21 works back there in the tax lid is those monies can be used to pay for and I believe, I'm not an attorney, but I believe you can use it for COVID-19.
You can. COVID was a declared disaster.
And so typically what happens, the reason I originally asked the county to set it up that way, and if they wanted to, was because when the road and bridge was in here, remember? You have situations where you might wait 9 months, 12 months, 18 months to get FEMA. And so what this did is this give you another mechanism to be able to put gravel back on roads until you got reimbursed in case the road and bridge fund got. I wasn't expecting COVID-19, but I mean, that's why this was originally set up. So we had not talked about that today, but that money is available. And then if you do get reimbursed for COVID-19, you actually have to put it back in that fund, that risk management fund, to take care of that.
And we've talked about this fund before, but that 230,506 number, that cannot be spent for anything except disaster-related expenses, because that's the reason we moved it over here under the tax lid. And if you try to spend it for anything else, then it's illegal.
Yeah, for tax lid,
yeah.
Anyway, I just wanted to make sure you understood that. The tax lid now may not go away. I don't know if it will or not, but it's in place for this year, depending on what they can come up with legislation next year. I don't think there'll be any more action. They're done now, aren't they?
Yeah,
they're done. Okay, so is there any only other thing I kind of like to get a feel for? You've heard everybody talk today pretty well. There's some, I talked to Deidre the other day on the phone. Her budget's always amazing. She has stuff just, in great shape. I need to know direction, is there anything that I don't know that we need to make sure we fund it in this budget? I think we've kind of talked about a lot of things today, whether it's a park, or whether it's the transfer station, or just different line items you want to set up where it's a longer term project, and maybe I'm not doing the audit anymore, so that's one thing that's I have to disagree with the people that said the auditor and the budget shouldn't be there, because one thing that's really nice about doing the audit is I knew a lot of what's going on in the county. And then when I got the budget, it was just kind of a second, opportunity to look at it in a different way. So like today, I didn't know some of this, but that's okay. I learned today, and you guys need to tell me if there's things. I said gals, sorry.
People.
But anything, anybody got anything else? Okay.
Show me where we took the 7 mills out last year and we didn't put it back into the budget from special road and bridge.
Okay.
And what are we gonna do this year?
It's on the top of page 16, right?
Top page 16.
Yeah, 16.
I didn't see it when I went through it, but
Yeah. So what happens here, the top of 16, those 3 lines, and Tina can correct me if I'm wrong here, but the top one, the sales tax 80%, okay? So what happens there is that line and the third line. So you have line one there, it says sales tax 8%, you see 239, 373 in the middle and the right-hand column, okay? Then you go down, you have the third line, says sales tax 80%, and you say transfer 2 mills to capital improvement, okay? So what we did back when, in 2001, when we actually set up the road projects originally at 50 miles or 40, I don't know what it was, 42 miles, whatever it was. We took that 80% of the sales tax, and how you get that number is you just flip back one, I'll show you, because this could be impactful this year because of COVID-19, okay? If you go back, and I don't know where you're at in sales tax right now.
Sales tax right now is good.
Yeah.
We're up 7% on the county from A to B.
Yeah, what happened, I mean, even in the bank there in Sedan, the grocery store there is going gangbusters. I mean, it was going gangbusters. They paid all their loans off. We went, yeah, and now they'll be right back probably where they're at. But sales tax from that standpoint, it hadn't dropped as much. If you look on page 12, we have, I think I wrote it outside there so you could see it pretty easy. You need to look at 2020 activity. There's a writing out to the side there about a third down. And what this is sales tax. So how we get this calculation back here for road and bridge is we take whatever that number is in the 2019 column, so it was 740,270, you see that number, that was the actual sales tax collected on page 12, and we estimate 650 and 650, trying to be conservative, okay? So to get these numbers back here on 16, I take 80%, the first number I do is take 80% of that number up there of sales tax, okay? And then the way the commission set it up clear back in 2001 is that third line back here on 16, we transfer 2 mills to capital improvement. So whatever your mill levy is for 1 mill, whatever your mill is dollar-wise for 1 mill, I take it times 2. So in your case, let's just round it off. The 280, 627, it's 139 this year, and last year it was 140, 100. So that 280, 627 you see there in that third line in both 2020 and 2021 was the amount of the 80% of the sales tax less 2 mills. So that 2 mills is right there. The first line then is the rest of that 80% that is left over after we transfer 2 mills of the sales tax to the capital improvement fund, okay? And we did it that way because we already, and what Randy, so then the question Randy asked is the second line there, transfer to capital improvement 7 mills, okay? So when we set up all this bond issue, which actually bumped and went above the amount you could actually borrow back in, we had to come up with 7 mills to go into capital improvement, and that was added right to the taxes, okay, 7 mills. That's for tax levy. And then that 2, we felt like we needed a little more, so that's why we took the 2 mills out of the sales tax and put it there, because it was set up for road. And then the rest is left over there is that first line. So what Randy's asking is, if we would have transferred, and I don't know the number off the top of my head here, but on 2020 there, you see the 982, 192, 982, 191? If we'd have transferred everything to the capital improvement here in 2020, it would be 982, 191 plus 280, 627 right below it, okay? If you look at 19, what was transferred actually was 318, 526 and 91. So we're setting at about 400,000 that we transferred in capital improvement, and the potential would have been to transfer 1.1 million. So you roughly had.
We did about a third of it.
About a third of it is what you transferred in 19. Okay, now the way that's set up, you can transfer it to capital improvement, and the beauty of that is now people that want the money to go to roads don't like this, but if you got in a bind, you actually could take that 4.2 million, that's kind of always been a safe haven. You could take that 4.2 million that's been transferred to capital improvement over time and bring it right back to the general fund and use it to fund your general fund. Well, the problem with that, what happens?
No roads.
No roads, okay? So you see the flexibility there. There's nothing really in writing that I know of. I mean, there was a resolution, I think, is that the right word? Resolution that was set up back then, but that flexibility there is you have the capital improvement and you have the risk management. The way those two funds are set up is if you don't use them over here, you actually can transfer it back to the general fund and use it to fund the general fund. Now, the part that she talked about, that 230, that's risk management for the tax lid, we would have to, no matter where we put that, we would have to spend it only for federal disasters. But everything else is general fund money.
And just one thing to note on that road and bridge sales tax, 80% portion road repair, that 239 in the middle column.
Yeah.
So that's the money that I was talking about, we usually spend on oil and cold mix,
Yeah.
it goes towards that. They didn't spend any of it last year. So we have last year's portion plus this year's portion that they can spend on those expenses this year, so.
So it's zero for.
Right, they didn't
Yeah,
end up,
they didn't spend it.
I think that,
last year.
was just an oversight. Bev used to always make sure that
Yeah.
happened and, when she.
Yep.
So, anyhow,
And then to make sure you see the full picture here, just go down on page 16 and you go, where'd the other 20% go of that sales tax? Because the way the original resolution was written up, 80% goes to road and bridge, 20% goes to other, and there's no stipulation on how you spend the other 20%. So what's down here at the bottom of that same category, you gotta go down there at the very bottom, it says sales tax other 20%. So if you look, the 130 and the 130 in 2020 and 2021, that would be the total, it's been budgeted, roughly. And in 19, you spent 95,000, okay? So that 20% is what, I think you said earlier, we paid the pictometry?
pictometry.
You see that right there? You
Yep.
see the first line there, pictometry, 35,087. So when you said, the flyover, was that the flyover? No, what is it? That the flyover? Yeah, when the flyover costs us 38,000 or 36,000, that's where it's paid out of. It's not paid out of the appraiser's budget, okay? So that 20% there, and there's an actual, I think you get it once a month or once a quarter, don't you? Isn't there like an Excel spreadsheet you show all for that 20%, and there's something like that you give them?
There's like a special accounts.
Right, because what it is like, let's just say 130 goes in this year, you only spend the 95. So what that worksheet shows is that carryover. So that carryover, it could be built up. So like if you spent 95 this year and you have an extra 40, that 40 would go over to the next year, so you'd have the 40 plus the 130, so you'd have 170.
It's just kind of been.
It's kind of a rolling.
Within the general
Yeah.
general fund cash balance.
Well,
Okay,
what-
does that
what-
answer your question?
Yeah, but what are we gonna do? We didn't spend it, we didn't put it in the road and bridge last year, right?
You used it
Yep.
because your cash reserves were low.
Well, and
So
so,
it just went into general
It
cash.
was used in other, it was
now
used
what
in
we're
other
gonna do with
departments.
it this year, if we're not putting nothing back in the road and bridge or roads?
Well, the
what-
plan is to transfer it this year. That's the way it's budgeted and,
Budgeted the same.
Okay.
yeah, so.
Well, what I see, I've got to get going, because I gotta get home, get a truck, but
Yep.
raise for, I see out of this meeting today, I see raise for elected people, department heads, personnel, pay plan, and then the other thing is people want more personnel. I mean, we got a tax lid up here, and trying to squeeze this in between where we're at and trying to give everybody what they want is not gonna be a pretty picture to me. And I'm tired of everybody coming in here and telling us, we gotta have this, we gotta have that. Sometimes, this commission has never done any cutting in 16 years. 10% cut, or anything like 20% cut, personnel cut. We've always give. And somewhere, we're gonna have to take over and do something. I don't know what. I can't tell you what. But I'm just saying, somewhere, we've gotta start watching where everything.
I'm proud of you.
Well, thank you, Diane, but I'm just saying that it's getting tougher with the tax lid.
Well, just think about it here. Just take the assessed value, and you've got 232,000 this year. You can't recognize unless you add 1.8 mils to your dollars. Okay, so all of a sudden there's 232,000 you don't have. Okay, Now, I did notice the cash balance in general fund went up from 1.6 million to 2.7 million at the end of 19. So there is some cash there that potentially you're asking about. So just because it didn't get transferred over capital improvement, it's still, at the end of 19, it was sitting there of roughly about $1 million. But the thing that the last time it happened in Marion County was the last tax lid. And what happened is, at this time, we actually had to go into the middle column and we adjusted everybody's budget by 10% reduction. And because the tax lid went on for 4 years, I think, or 5 years. And so what ends up happening is when you can see it how it happens this year. Now, in past years, we haven't had to worry about that because assessed value let you pick up that 232, and so you kept kind of adding on top.
Yeah, right.
But now what happens is that 232's gone, if you don't want to raise the mill levy, and then we're going to have to figure out how to use the cash without spending your cash to nothing, okay? So how do we fund these budgets? And so that was the way we did it back then. We took 10% right out of the middle column and did a cash carryover to the 2021 budget, and that 10% funded the 2021 budget in this case, like you're talking about. Now, is that drastic? It may not have to be that drastic, but the cash carryover, if this tax lid continues, you can see, and your assessed value drops, which I think it'll drop more next year, just because of ag and just some things that are happening. So that's just something we'll have to deal with.
That's why I was hard on reserve.
Yeah, because, I mean, most of you know this, but you can't just go borrow money in the county. That's the problem.
Can't do it.
You know, most people, oh, you can just go borrow, no, you either like for the building, you know, or you do lease purchase. And what you saw in the tax lid in the 90s is that's why how lease purchases just went like that, because what you could do is go from buying cash so let's just say it's a $100,000 piece of equipment, it's like at home, and you're buying it on a 7-year plan. So you spread that expense out, but at some point that'll catch up with you.
Now, there's one other thing that's bugging me.
Okay.
For a long-term plan, is we're paying Deidre's building, we're paying this building right over here across the street, we're paying $250 a month to co-op. I think that if we took a serious look at all 3 of those expenses that we pay out in rent, we can put our own building up in somewhere
And make the payment.
make a payment for a building without going somewhere else. But we've got our hands full with the building down here right now.
Well, and one thing Bryce texted to me after his budget thing was he forgot to ask for money for a building.
Yeah.
He wants $500,000 for a building.
Yeah, he wants
And then
$500,000
he
for
also
that.
wanted me to let you know that he did not put anything in his budget for snow or ice, like sand or salt.
Sand or something like that.
Yeah.
So I want to come, I know we're busy with buildings right now with the transfer station, but I just think that for the money that we're spending out for this monthly rent, I think if you pay for a building within, I don't know, maybe 10 years, 12 years, maybe, I don't know. I want to look at it and see what it looks like and see whether and once you put the Deidre's office maybe in a new building over here, that's going to drive up the price of what for a storage bill. I mean, it's going to be higher, you know. And planning and zoning, if you put it all together, we need to do some planning to maybe try to eliminate some rent cost somewhere. That's just my opinion.
And you got too much nice equipment sitting out in the weather.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Last question, when do you want me to come back? How long do you want to look at this stuff? Tomorrow?
I'm gonna stir the pot, but we're
Okay.
gonna take a 3-2 vote to address and fund the county administrator.
Okay, sure. How to fund it?
No, we were gonna address it at budget time, so
Yeah.
it's budget time, so.
Yeah, I saw that in the paper.
Yeah.
He's gonna talk to Scott Boyd about the.
Yes.
What were we budgeting, 80,000 a year?
It was 80 or 90.
It's 95.
It is, I think with all the other, I mean, that was just the salary, I mean, that was just the salary. I mean, to get a county administrator, it's gonna be
200,000.
with them.
Maybe
Well,
over
probably
100
I think we had 140, didn't we have like 130? I can look it
About
up.
100.5.
Yeah, I think about 150,000 is what we had in the past with the office and the,
And the secretary.
yeah, you got administrative assistant, you got, yeah.
Some of that personnel will shift, because it's.
Yeah, that's true.
You're,
That's true, yeah.
you got responsibilities that are all put on one person, you're separating that.
Oh, yeah, I do have. Oh, yeah, we had, in the 2020, before we cut it out, it was around 97.5, which I don't know, that's probably come maybe a little bit low.
It is pretty low, probably,
Yeah.
but.
So probably about, I would say 1 mil, 139 is probably your 1 mil to put a county administrator in, is what I'm just guessing. Just seeing people, what they get paid, you know, to be in that position. Because you got benefits, a lot of them will ask for, you know, PTO, extra PTO.
Well, and that's not even, I mean, we didn't budget the benefits out of there because
Right.
that was, we pay those out of employee benefits.
Employee benefits, right. But to get the
But
total
somewhere
picture.
you're gonna have to
Yeah, somewhere's got to pay it, yeah. And your employee benefit fund, I noticed,
I mean, that's-
the cash carryover in there is pretty low, isn't it?
Yes.
I noticed it was, I was going, oh goodness, I just looking through here.
We've needed to raise that a couple
Yeah.
years, I mean, we haven't.
So, yeah, I mean, that's the last question, besides the data, when you want me to come back is, okay, so typically what we do here is we go in and we put everything except for personnel services in. We just put them in, contract, commodities, and we kind of base it, because most people you saw today didn't raise, they kind of left it the same except for odd and end things. So what I was gonna do is go ahead and put the odd and end things in, you know, leave the lines like they kind of had them. We leave the personnel services alone because Tina in her office comes up with a calculation of what, 1% or 2%. You can kind of look at that. And then
I guess we need to know what you wanna look at.
yeah, so if you want no mill increase, you want to go put the tax lid in place, do you want to not, you know, you want a reduction, and that's kind of where do you want me to hit? That's the next question.
Okay, does that affect your next year then, if we don't put the tax lid in? I mean, go up to the max?
Right.
Yes, you'll be limited to the same dollar amount that you had this year.
If we don't put.
You'll lose that 232 to be added, because what happens now is it adds this year, and then it adds next year, and it stays in there.
Yeah.
But
we
if you don't put it in there, then yeah.
And the assessed value drops,
Yeah.
you can't even get back to where we were.
That's right,
No.
that's right, that's right.
So, are you able to, I mean, like, for instance, I know EMS does have a building remodel in there, but other expenses that are going up in that fund could go towards that, and the sheriff potentially, if we, you know, where he raised, can we?
Shift some of those expenses.
Yeah, I mean, we never have done it that way, but those two funds are exempt from the tax lid.
Yeah, the thing, okay, so that's some exemptions, like emergency management, you know, emergency care, police, all that. But the problem is you can't use it for buildings.
Right.
You can use it for personnel, so like like emergency management, if last year, let's just use a round number. If it's 500,000 last year and it goes to 600,000 this year, that 100,000 can be added to the tax lid. But here's the kicker, is you have to increase the mill levy, okay? Just because you add it to the tax lid, you still have to increase the mill levy. And you've got the ability, that 232 is there, but I don't know there's anybody around here who wants to increase the mill levy by roughly 2 mills.
Well, and if you don't take any of those exceptions or exemptions, so if they wanted to increase it by the 1.8 to get back to where we were, that would take an election.
No, they can, no.
Falls under.
The tax lid allows you to take that 232, add it to what you had in taxes last year.
So we could do that, but
We
just
could do it, but
raise-
what happened in the past, it was beautiful. I'd love to come in here. I love coming in here and say, oh, I can add 232,000 to your budget and no mill levy increase. Now, the people like farmers or ranchers that had the land values go up, they saw a tax increase. Or people that their houses they had a tax increase. But the mill levy didn't change, and you picked up $200 and some thousand, okay? But this year, we can't do that. We come in with the same budget, dollar-wise, as last year, to keep the mill levy the same. And we have to figure out how to do that and not take advantage of 232,000. Because in the past, a lot of times that paid for salaries, that paid for that 1%, you know, or 2%, or whatever you added to that. I mean, it did some of these special projects. And so I have a feeling that's gonna be, if they leave it on, that's gonna be not just you, it's gonna be across the board, you know, of counties and cities are gonna start seeing more of that, probably more counties than cities. And you don't have a lot of other revenue sources. You know, cities have utilities. I mean, they can pick up a lot of other things there with their utilities because of the electric, water, or electric and gas mainly. So, so mill levy, you want me to project it, leave it the same, or?
Well, I think you got to go up with the tax levy. I don't like it, but I just.
We can start there. I mean, I can go in.
Raise it to capture that.
Yeah. So I could go in and put that 232 in and show that mill levy increase of 1.8 mils. And then, I mean, you can always.
Cut it.
Yeah, cut. I mean, that's where we can start. And then we could look, I mean, I was kind of looking at some of these things, you know, like, when they were talking, there's probably some of those expenses. I don't understand, there's one thing I don't understand, why, I was looking at the balance in the 9/11 fund. Why would you transfer that to a tax expenditure line item when you've got 170,000 in the 9/11 fund? You see what I'm saying? To me, I would, this is just observing, and I don't know all the details behind it, but I would leave it in the 9/11 fund because you've got 170,000 in there. It doesn't take the tax lid at all. I mean, it doesn't touch any of the tax funds. And that money then, you spend it for other things over there. And then also that whole thing was what's left over in the jail. Try to use as much of those expenses in that 139?
About 146.
146,000 now. So that's the things we'll have to look at, is how we can use it in areas where we've got the money sitting there. And the 9/11, I mean, it's not gonna go away. It's gonna keep adding to it. I'm not sure why they were worried about that.
Is that one of them funds that's kind of like what Rebecca has? If it gets to 50,000, you can use it somewhere else? Are
No.
they trying to hide it underneath the lid?
No, that's a good point, but no, the 9/11 you can only literally use for. Yeah.
Is it maybe just something they're not understanding exactly?
I think they understand it. I think people just get nervous if it gets below a certain amount. Oh no, we're not gonna have enough money. I mean, that just happens. I think it's kind of like at home. You know, if you get your checking account
But I
gets
wonder
below a
if they
certain amount.
understand the consequence, like what you're explaining.
Well, I think one thing they probably don't understand is if we switch it over there and use it in tax lid dollars, then we can't get those back. You see what I'm saying? So it would make more sense to use it in non-tax lid dollars, which is 9/11 fees, okay? And use that over here for the car, adding things to his new car, you know, like the bars and stuff. And not shift other, $7,000, I mean, it's only $7,700 or whatever, yeah. Mhm. I mean, it's only that, but still, it's seven, I put one bar on a car, you see what I'm saying? Almost, yeah. Anyway, those are just things we can talk about. Okay, so when do you want me back? Today is the 18th. I'm gone to Osage next Tuesday.
Is there something significant about July 1st? Isn't there something we have to have?
If you want to go outside the tax lid, that's the only thing that you would have to know by July 1st, because you have to have an election.
So that would be if you want to raise beyond 1.8.
That's right. If you want to raise it above the 232,000.
So that's, I couldn't foresee doing that, but what if it comes back and it's 1.8, and then it's like, oh God, it's gonna go higher than that?
Well, I don't know if everybody sees what I just. Everybody wanting percent raises, and everybody wanting more employees, and putting all them on. I just don't see how we can stay under
They're
there.
beneficial.
The one thing we're gonna have to address though is, as you saw, what, 80% of the department heads, what was one of the first things they asked about?
Yes.
Where are you at with the pay plan?
Yes.
I mean, we're gonna have to address salaries, whether that's a cost of living, whatever it's gonna be. But, you know, that's our number one asset, is our employees. So we are gonna have to address it somewhat.
And what you're talking about too, Kent, is I think, I'll just use Isaac as for one of them, right there. The salary as a department head it's down there, but we haven't went in to look at any of our department heads individually and made an assumption on, you know, look at their job performance, see where they're raised at pay. And Isaac's a young person getting started in life here, and do we want to make him happy with there, or is the pay that we're giving struggling, or, I mean, we haven't done much with looking at our.
He was a good example.
He didn't have a raise.
He found some money that he thought could be divvied up.
Yes.
If they'd all do that, that'd be amazing.
Yeah.
And you know, you might have a deal. I mean,
Yeah.
Isaac
Yeah.
might be a Dale,
Oh,
think about Dale
Yep.
poured what, 30, almost 40 years into the county?
And the best thing we have is if people stay, because as I know Diane's seen it, Kent's seen it.
That's just it, when
we
they're
get rid of
such a
it-
valuable asset.
Yeah,
When we get rid of department heads, the new one comes in at higher cost than the old one.
that's right.
It never fails, just
Yeah.
usually.
Okay, so Dave, I thought about this, I don't know, tell me, June 30th is a payday, is that when or do you do it on the 29th?
No, we're doing it on the 30th.
Okay, so you wouldn't have to come another day. I mean, that gives me about a little over a week to put stuff together, because I've got 2 more counties between that there and now. I could come back and I could have a time slot, like, I don't know when on the 30th, what do you need, just in the morning or?
Well, we can do whatever, I think.
We can use it for a regular meeting.
That is our regular.
So like the afternoon
meeting.
or something, we talk about.
Since it was on Tuesday, it was
Do it.
part of that Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday.
We moved that one to Tuesday.
Right, so we'll have payday, admin, then we have K-Camp coming with our renewal, road, bridge, and treasurer are the only ones on. And treasurer's generally just really
Oh,
quick,
yeah.
so.
I like
So you
that.
don't have another date you have to
So we
mess
should
with.
do like
I like that.
late morning and even into the afternoon, depending on how
Yeah.
long you think you need.
Yeah, okay. If that works, I look like it worked for me.
We need to have any
So that's June 30th?
numbers
June
put together.
June 30th?
like, From the fair boards, do we need to get on them?
It'd be nice to have all those people you met with, you know, like the.
Prairie View is coming on
We
the
got some Monday.
22nd. Some of these are already, they're scheduled, so like Prairie View's coming, Kansas Legal Services, CDDO. They're all coming on the 22nd. Some of them aren't coming until
Till later.
Later.
And there is not-
Conservation District is coming in July 6th.
So I said-
But they're never no big raises.
They just leave it
And
flat.
Fair Board didn't even come last year. I mean, we just kept it the same.
Yeah.
But they haven't counted me
They're
this
gonna
year.
have limited activities in their fair this year, they probably won't spend with that.
And you said
All right, I know some
the
information.
county extension, we do not pay out in 21.
Correct.
So let's see, there's another 160,000.
The what?
The county extension would not pay out,
Maybe.
in
Maybe
2021.
we're getting closer.
Yeah.
You find us some more money, that may be closer.
Yeah.
Just so
There's a
everybody,
nickel there.
Yeah.
just so everybody in here is aware, I brought up the fair for a reason, because I was at the city council meeting in Hillsborough. They hit them up for some money on a 5-ton unit on the building, one of the buildings that we have there. And since we own the building, the Hillsborough owns the land, they were looking for
Who owns the building?
Happy medium?
some money from all the collectives and the extension. So they were trying to get money from everybody, so they know that they're going to hit us up for some money.
How much was that to ask the city, do you remember?
They were looking for a third from Extension District, a third from us, and a third from the city, even though they didn't have a proposed. And I said, I'm only 1/5 of the brain, so I
Yeah.
can't tell you anything, sitting right here until I come into this room.
So
with the
what do
rest
they
of
want
these
money
people.
for?
Air conditioning unit.
For air conditioning units, so they got,
Which building's air conditioned?
uh,
I didn't think any of them were.
they're gonna air condition it. That's
Oh,
what they
it's
said.
got air conditioning.
Yeah.
Oh, so it's
There
new.
is one already that's air
Are
conditioned.
you sure?
Where the food is.
It's
Where the
for,
food is.
for the 60 by 130.
It's probably for the one with they put these big fans in.
Yeah, I think it's where they have the gymnastics and stuff inside.
Oh, that's the other
Well,
one.
they rented out.
So anyway, they got the labor donated for the air conditioner, but the materials on the air conditioning system is 34,000.
So divide that, that's 3.
Right, but then they still have to have electrical materials, and that labor's gonna be donated.
You donate that.
I already told them I'd donate the labor.
He's gonna donate the shirts.
You can donate the material, and I'll donate the labor.
There you go.
Well,
So, I mean, we could, that's, 15,000 is a third roughly. I mean, time you get all that maybe said and done. So, I mean, it's not a big number, but it's still a number.
Why do they want to do that? Air conditioning. Don't use it.
I don't know. I think they hoping
What
to use them a lot
time, what
more.
time on the 30th should I be here?
too.
10:30?
10:30, okay.
Speak up.
I
We'll be here
know.
tonight.
10:30.
I wouldn't dare. not
Hey,
with
thanks.
this budget.
Hope you,
No.
hope you can sleep tonight. All this wonderful conversation.
He left the sledgehammer back, so he's bitter at himself for not bringing it back in.
We'll bring the axe the next time.
Axe the next time. Yeah, we might have to. It might take more than a red pen.
Okay, all righty. We'll see you on the 30th?
30th, yep.
All righty.
Okay.
You both coming back, ladies?
I'm not sure if I'll be in town,
Okay.
but
Right.
if I am, I will be.
Okay.
Make a motion to adjourn.
I'll second.
We'll see if they make it after the next two counties, and then you know, I'll maybe hear by myself.
Yeah, there you go.
Say aye.
Aye, okay.
Thank you, Doc.
Thanks, Tina.
Yeah, I'm gonna turn this camera off.
Oh, yeah, sure. Okay, let's see.
Have a good one, Scott.
Okay, take care of yourself. I'll